manufacturer and one of the directors is a professor. It was very comfortable. We'll get there.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you've enjoyed your breakfast. Please take your seats. Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, can you take your seats, wind up your conversations, please sit down. The conference is waiting to begin, raring to go. Thank you very much. There'll be lots of chances for people to catch up because we know that networking is a really important and enjoyable part of this conference. So it's a fairly packed day, but we've tried to build in enough breaks and enough time for you to keep your conversations going. We're going to start this morning with Ricardo reminding us of some of the themes. And then we're going to hear from Miguel Santos and Frank Nefke, Senior Research Fellows at CID. Miguel has a decade of experience, more than a decade of experience, in corporate finance and business development, and his research revolves around macroeconomic policy, economic growth, financial flows, and the political economy of reform. So he's a very busy man. Frank's research focuses on how economic actors diversify from one productive activity to another. And his academic background combines economic geography, econometrics, and philosophy. And they're going to share with us the broader theme of the sense of us and what they do at the Center of International Development. But first of all, Ricardo is going to come up and talk to us about where we are in this journey into understanding the sense of us.
Welcome back. Thanks for making it on time, in spite of our late ending yesterday. This is very exciting for us to continue the discussion. Yesterday we heard perspectives from four different angles. We understand that humans have been playing this non-zero game, which implies cooperating in broader and broader scales. But our history comes from cooperating in much smaller scales. So we have had to create a broader sense of us, starting with much more particular senses of us. And the research on morality says that yes, we cooperate because we have feelings, not we cooperate because we have an ability to calculate what's on our best interest. This ability to calculate on what's on our best interest was sort of like genetically coded into our genes so that we have the neurotransmitters that make us feel guilt, shame, outrage, empathy, loyalty, and so on, which are the underpinnings of cooperation. We saw that in order to create a sense of us, there's some people who are, as in Animal Farm, some people who are more equal than others. And so we heard from Michel Lamont the idea that there are some boundaries within societies and what makes those boundaries more traversable, more penetrable than others. I must confess that the idea of the sense of us is not an idea that we started from kind of like first principles, but something we stumbled into. We stumbled into in engaging with countries, where we were looking at ways in which you can make countries grow, diversify, acquire more diverse know-how, mix it in more ways, create more things, more complex things, and that implied tolerance of diversity. And many countries were restricting their ability to increase that diversity for very deep reasons. And when you would say, well, why don't you open up this or that, people would say, oh, that would be politically explosive. And you ask, why would that be politically explosive? Well, because no, people would be very, very pissed off if we suddenly, say in the case of Panama, if we eliminate the restriction of not having more than 10% foreigners per company. And so we will work around those feelings that people have by creating some exceptions here and there, but we cannot confront it because it's too strong a feeling. So then you say, okay, why do we have that? Or in the case of South Africa, a lot of the challenges of South Africa is that you want to create what Mandela called a rainbow nation out of its diversity, but it's not obvious that it's a winning political strategy. In the case of Sri Lanka, you have a Sinhalese Buddhist majority, but they are a majority. They are not the totality. So what about the Tamils? What about the Muslims? What about the Christians? What about other people in the society? And so what's the definition of the glue that holds this thing together? What does it mean to be Sri Lankan in a way that is inclusive of other people and so on? So we stumbled into this idea as we were getting involved in concrete cases, and so what you're going to see in the coming sessions is a little bit of why this ability to mix, to tolerate greater levels of diversity is critical for growth. How does it happen? And Frank Nefke is going to share our research in that area. Miguel Santos is going to summarize some of our research in our engagements in countries like Saudi Arabia, Panama, Mexico. Then we're going to go and hear some of the people that have been trying to implement reform in place. We're going to hear from Minister Sujiwa from Sri Lanka. We're going to hear from the Deputy Mayor of Tirana, Albania, and we're going to hear from, who's the third speaker? Luis Fernando. Luis Fernando, who's been the leader of implementing some of our ideas on diversification and transformation in the context of Colombia. So from there, we're going to go to other research on what does it take to implement things? How does it take to implement things in the world? And that in itself is another form of creating a sense of us beyond the silos into which government is split, so that it's not that everybody is in their own silo doing their things, but somehow you own a solution to a problem and you have to cooperate more broadly. We're going to look at one of the key issues around the sense of us, which is letting them in, which is the issue of migration and the role of migration in entrepreneurship and innovation. And we're going to have a session on that. And finally, we're going to go back to our issues of populism at the end of the session, and how populism, in some sense, is a reaction to a narrow sense, to what is perceived as such an such a transformation in the sense of us that you no longer recognize yourself as part of that group, essentially. It's a tension in the attempt to create, it's a reaction to, in the process of attempting to create too inclusive a sense of us, where you are no longer feel part of us. So that's sort of like what's ahead of us today. So without any further ado, I'm going to invite my colleagues Frank and Miguel to lay it on. Okay, thank you.
Is this on? Does it work? No? Yes, but I'm looking at the sound. It works now? Yeah, perfect. Well, thank you very much. So Ricardo asked me to talk about what the Growth Lab is doing in terms of the research agenda. So it's, in essence, the question that we have been asking at the Growth Lab is, why are some countries poor and others are rich? Which is a question that has been around for a long time. So if you look at, for instance, this is a paper by Hall and Jones in 1999 already, who asked the question, why do some countries produce so much more output per worker than others? And they have in their introduction this example of the US and Niger, where nowadays the GDP per capita of the US is $56,000 compared to only $405 in Niger. So in the data that they were looking at, they cleaned that up a little bit, and they came for 1988 at a productivity difference of a factor 35. So part of that is because the US just uses more capital per worker. Another part is because the US has a more educated workforce than Niger does. But a very large chunk, about a factor 8, is still left unexplained. And this unexplained part is what economists typically call technology. So don't be fooled by that word. It's basically the part that we don't understand about the productivity difference. So in essence, there is some kind of magic going on in the US that is much more powerful than the magic that's going on in Niger. So another way of looking at the difference between these two economies is at looking at what they actually produce. So the US has this export basket. And if you compare that to the export basket of Niger, it's much smaller. So it's about 5% in per capita terms of the US one. But not only that, Niger produces very few things. It basically more or less only produces uranium ore. So whatever it is that makes the US more productive per capita is probably also allowing it to produce so many more different things. So when we started looking at the question of economic growth, we changed this question of Hall and Jones a bit from why do some countries produce so much more output per worker to why do some countries produce many more products than others? And to understand that question, we needed to abandon the very aggregate way of looking at the economy, where basically you combine capital and labor with some technology in maybe a Cobb-Douglas function or something like that. And instead look at what does economic production actually look like in the real world. So how do you make a car? If you want to make a car, first of all, you need a technology. Right? So you need to know some kind of blueprint of how this car works. Then you need machines. And not just any machines, you need machines that can make cars. On top of that, you will need workers. So you will need labor, but not just any type of labor. You will need car engineers. And apart from that, you will need something like infrastructure to move the raw materials into your plants and also to move the finished cars to your customers. And then you might need help from some research institutes, like in Germany, the Fraunhofer Institute, which works with the car industry together to develop new technologies. And you might have some institutional challenges. So this is a very nice one, which was run in the Atlantic. Basically, the question is, what happens when we all start using autonomous vehicles and we get into an accident? Who would be liable? So in this case, we need to somehow figure out the institutional settings to make this particular industry take off. So if you want to make a car, you do not just need capital and labor. You need many different things, and actually quite specific things. To make a car, you need other things than if you want to run a hospital, for instance. So instead of thinking of capital as just one homogeneous mass, we think of it as composed of many different things. And the same for labor. There are many different experts in the labor market. And this makes production a little bit like playing a game of Scrabble. That's what Ricardo already alluded to yesterday. So the way this works is the production is a little bit like writing words in the Scrabble game, where each word requires a different combination of letters. So, and if you have all the letters that it takes, you can write a word. Similarly, if you want to produce a particular product, you will to somehow acquire all of the different capabilities that this product requires. So in one way or another, this Scrabble metaphor runs alongside a lot of the research that we're doing. So I will explain it in somewhat more detail. So in Scrabble, if you have only one letter, you can write only one word. If you have 3 letters, you can write already these 4 different words. Now, if you have 4 letters, you can write already 9 words, and the words are getting longer, right? So you can write a 4-letter word now. If you have 10 letters, according to the Scrabble website, you can write almost 600 different words. Now, this kind of logic gives you a particular development path for countries. And this is a model that Ricardo developed together with Cesar Hidalgo, which was published in the Journal of Economic Growth in 2011. So let me explain to you what this graph actually means. On the horizontal axis, so over here, you see the number of capabilities that a country has. So it's basically something like the share of the alphabet that a country owns. And on the vertical axis, you see the share of overall products that a country can produce with the letters it has. So it's something like the share of the dictionary it knows how to write. And then each of these lines is a different world. And these worlds differ in how complex the words are. So how complex is the dictionary? So for instance, if words are very short, if they only require 1 letter, then your production goes up linearly, right? For every new letter, you can write a new word. And that's the lines over here. But as you move to the worlds that look more like this, production becomes more complex. So think of a world in which the shortest word is 10 letters long. In that case, if you have 1 letter, you cannot produce anything. If you have 5 letters, you still cannot produce anything. Even if you have 9 letters, there's nothing you can produce. And if you get 10 letters, if you're lucky, you can produce a word that's actually a feasible product. Now, it's very different if you have 15 letters. Because if you add 1 letter to these 15 letters, you can combine that with all of the other letters that you already had, and the amount of new words that you can start writing increases super exponentially. And that explains why poor countries get stuck, because not only do they have very few capabilities, which would allow them to write only very few, very short words, they also have no incentive to acquire new capabilities. Now, one of our fellows, Andres, I don't know where he is. Andres Gomez has been using this model actually to look at the production of cities. And what he shows is that this model also explains why the most complex activities take place in the largest cities. And not only that, he figured out that this model also predicts other kinds of social phenomena. So the most complex kind of crime tend to happen in the largest cities. And also the most socially complex diseases tend to be overrepresented in the largest cities. So this is a very rich model that helps to explain a lot of social phenomena, and this was published in Nature Human Behavior last year. So another implication of all of this is that you start thinking differently about what human capital actually is. So human capital in our world is not a homogeneous mass, L, but rather composed of all kinds of different types of experts. So they are different letters. And if you want to produce something, you have to combine different experts together in different combinations to produce the specific words or the specific products you want to make. So this suggests that this letters metaphor gives you a new approach to human capital. And I will walk you through a number of implications that thinking of workers as letters in a Scrabble game has. So first of all, human capital would have to be specific, right? Otherwise, it would be a homogeneous mass. So I'll talk about that. Second, if workers are specific, they actually become interdependent. So one way of thinking of this is, imagine you are an anesthesiologist. So you went to med school for maybe 10 years. You acquired a very valuable skill. but now you end up in some place where there is no surgical team around you. So all of the skills that you have, which would usually be very valuable, are now only useful to help people fall asleep. So there's not much value to that skill in isolation. It's only valuable if you combine that with other highly skilled experts. And we'll talk a little bit about the evidence and the implications of this. And the last thing is that to become a skilled anesthesiologist, you actually have to take a lot of training, and you have to be trained by people who already are skilled anesthesiologists. So it's when you want to set up a hospital in a new place, you somehow have to get the skills there. And because skills are so tacit, because they're, as Ricardo puts it, because it's so hard to put knowledge into brains, very often if you want to move an industry to a new location, you will have to move the people, the brains themselves, to bring the skills to a new location. So let's start with the first. What is the evidence that human capital is actually very specific? Well, to look at that, we looked at Germany, in which we had access to the social security data, which covers about 80% of the German labor force. And we looked at how people move between industries when they change careers. And I'll show you here how people move out of the car industry. So people that left the car industry, they went to a number of different industries, which were in manufacturing in blue and in orange in business services. And you can see some people going here to wholesale repair activities. So if you look at this, it seems that human capital is actually not specific at all, because people are switching all over the place. And labor economists have taken that also as evidence, this switching behavior, that human capital is not that specific to an industry. But that's actually a little bit too fast, because if you were to sort the industries by which industries absorb the largest part of these car workers, you see that the vast majority of industries don't absorb any workers from the car industry. And the ones that do are very, very concentrated. And it turns out that 50% of people that leave car manufacturing, they end up in industries that represent about 2% of employment in the German economy. And if you do that for all of the industries in the economy, the number is something like 2.8%. So that suggests that there is definitely something very specific about what people know, which allows them to be productive in some activities, but not in others. So the second part is that once you believe that workers are so specific in terms of their skills, they become dependent on one another. So my skills are only valuable in the team of co-workers that I have around me. So think again about producing a car. So I said if you want to produce a car, you need a car engineer. But that's actually not all you will need. So if you look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics, you can find that you need all of these occupations. So the car industry in the US hires over 160 different occupations. So what a firm actually does is it has the problem that the knowledge that it requires is spread out across many different people. And if it wants to make a product, it needs to put all of these people together to cover the entire range of know-how it uses. So what we wanted to know is, does that have implications for the value of your own skills? So we looked at whether the value of your skills depend on whether or not they're complemented by the skills of your teammates. And for that we went to Sweden, because Sweden has not just social security data, they add to that, the official registries in Sweden add to that information about the specific degrees that people have in the economy. So you know for the entire population what they studied, where they work and with whom they work. So for instance, this person has a degree in animal husbandry and this person in software engineering. And these two people both have a degree in nursing, but in quite different types of nursing. So the information we have was very detailed. Now we want to know which of these skills actually complement one another. And the idea we had is that this will actually be revealed in the way firms compose their teams. Because if firms want to cover the entire skill base they need, they will make teams where workers are complementary to one another. So basically to estimate the complementarity between workers, we asked how often do workers with specific skills show up in the same establishments? So I'll walk you through it. So let's say this is an establishment and we find workers with three types of education, so three letters, T, A, and C. That means that in this establishment, the letters T and C, T and A and C co-occur. So you can count that. And you can do that for all of the establishments in the economy. And then you get a measure that tells you how often do people with a particular set of educations co-occur as colleagues in the same establishment. And that tells you something about how complementary they should be. The problem is that many of your co-workers are actually quite similar to you, may have similar skills, so you have to clean that up for the similarity between skills. But once you do that, you get a measure that allows you to describe how complementary you are to your team of co-workers. And if you look at how that develops over time, so this is a plot of your complementarity to your co-workers as you progress in your career, so as you grow older. And you see that this goes up for over 20 years, meaning that workers sort themselves into more and more complementary teams over 20 years after they actually acquired these initial skills. What is interesting is that if you plot next to that the development of wages, it actually has a very similar shape. And in the paper underlying this research, we actually show some evidence that there seems to be a causal effect of complementarity, so how complementary you are to your coworkers, on the wage that you earn. What is very interesting is that this complementarity actually not just affects your wage, but affects the value of your skills. So the value of your skills, you can think of that as, for instance, what is the premium a college-educated worker is paid in Sweden, which on average in Sweden is about 57% over primary school. So a college-educated worker in Sweden earns almost 60% more than somebody who left school after primary school, which has something to do with the fact that the wage structure is very compressed. We already talked about that yesterday, about the high degree of equality in Sweden. What is more interesting is that if you split the workers into different categories by how complementary they are to their co-workers, you see that the college wage premium actually varies a lot. You see that for people who have no complementary co-workers, they only have a college premium of about 18%, whereas people with a lot of complementary co-workers, they go up to almost 5 times as high a premium, to almost 90%. And this is true for all of the educations over a high school degree in Sweden, up to the fact that this 18% actually is more or less, so the 18% return to a college degree is similar to the returns to a high school degree for the average worker. So this shows that the value of a person's skills are very contingent on what the co-workers exactly know. So the last part that I want to talk about is that because skills are so specific and because it takes so long for skills to be acquired, to move letters, to move these capabilities, you very often have to move workers or teams of workers. So the way we approach this question is by asking who changes the region most. So think of Silicon Valley, right? So in Silicon Valley is a software hub, and all of a sudden it starts producing cars. And the way this happened is that an entrepreneur like Elon Musk takes the creativity out of that he finds in Silicon Valley to produce this new industry. So our question is this the normal way in which it happens, that basically creativity from inside the region creates new industries? And for that we looked again at Sweden, because, and this is work with Matteo Hartog, who's sitting over there. Because in Sweden we not only know everything about the workers that are working in the Swedish economy, but also of the establishments that exist. So we asked, when new establishments are created, are they very related to what is already there? Or are they very unrelated? Because if they're very unrelated, they will change the economy much more than if they're very related. So the first challenge is that we need to know what is related. And for this we use, again, this labor flow network that I showed you before, but we actually depict it in a slightly different way. So we depict it like this, where we use all of the labor flows in the economy, and here the nodes are industries, and they're connected if they have large labor flows among them. And as you can see, there are different clusters here. There's a machinery cluster, and there's a financial intermediation cluster. There are some business services. And the labor market here consists of sort of loosely connected clusters. What is interesting is that you can use this space because you can say, well, this is basically where Silicon Valley was, and it wants to move here, so that's a rather large distance. So we can use this space to quantify how much transformation a given actor in the economy actually produces. And we plot this in a graph like this, where you see the agents that create new activities. If they create them in unrelated activities, they will be showing up here, and if they are in very related activities, they will show up there. So here they will create transformation, here they just reinforce the existing structure. And what we find is if the establishments are set up by existing firms, they create some change, but not as much as the establishments of entrepreneurs. So this sort of goes well with the Elon Musk story. What is interesting is if you look at where these firms and entrepreneurs actually came from. So if you look at the origins, you find that it's actually local firms. When they set up new establishments, they tend to reinforce the region a lot. But once they come from outside the region, they start transforming the region. So they bring new skills and new capabilities, like the non-local entrepreneurs. And this suggests that a lot of change that is created in the economy actually comes from outside the region. And this was sort of a test case, so we're now trying to figure out how does that work on a global scale. And this is work by Michele Coscia, who's not here right now. Because we have a new data set that allows us to map the industrial activities in cities all over the world, which gives us a new type of space, and it allows us to compare the structure of London, which is service-oriented, with a structure of, for instance, Shanghai, which is much more manufacturing-oriented. And we want to ask who changes these cities most, and that I hope to be able to tell you more about next year. Another type of research that's very related, but which I will not go into because Ljubica, the one over there on the right, will actually talk about this much more, is that a lot of the letters do not just diffuse with firms, but also with the people that move. And the final type of research that we have been doing is what happens if people move only for a short time. So we have been looking at business travel using credit card payments to follow how business people travel through the world. And we have been looking at cell phone data to see how regions are connected to each other through phone calls and through the mobility of these cell phones. So we find that the diffusion of capabilities actually very often requires moving the workers and the teams. So we also find evidence for that. So that brings me to the last part. So what is this us? What is the growth lab? Who do we define ourselves to be? Well, let me show you who is working on this. So these are the postdocs that have done a lot of this research, and you can see that they have different letters. And we have people from with a background in geography, in economics, in math, in physics, in computer science. And we combine them in different combinations to produce different research output. And these people, these postdoc fellows, are actually embedded in a much larger group of research fellows who themselves come from all over the world. And they bring their own skills to the table. And this allows us actually to do these, what we think are pretty interesting and complex research products that we do. Now, our sense of us is not given by our background in terms of educational background or the field we're from. It's also not given by our nationality, but it is given by this sense of purpose that we share, that is trying to understand economic development and how economies actually move from simple to complex products. So how individuals, firms, and regions and countries in the end acquire new capabilities and use them to participate more fully in the complex part of the global economy. Now, we have a lot of skills ourselves, but that's not enough to take on such a big challenge. So on top of that, we are very grateful for the support and collaboration with a number of organizations that are shown here who are helping us achieve this mission so far. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Frank. As we all care, our mission is about making the world a better place and trying to understand how countries grow out of poverty. So I'm going to share with you some of the insights we got from trying to get with all the research that Frank and Ricardo has been doing for a while, explaining what makes country growth faster. What have we learned from applying those into concrete policy cases and countries we have been working with? As they have documented widely, it's the diversification implies learning to do something new. You got to learn to do something you don't know how to do. And as they have documented, it's easier to bring people that knows how to do that. It's easier to move brains into countries than actually to move knowledge into brains. So diversification often entails and comes accompanied by a large proportion of immigrants. Immigrants explain a lot of how countries diversify. So the policy prescription then is obvious. We need to bring more people. And that's easy. And then that is where we stumble with the sense of us that makes that process difficult. So we do a lot of projects. We had stumbled into this in many of them. I'm just going to share with you three stories, 3 countries we've worked with, and the lessons we've learned on the sense of us. The first country, it's Panama. Panama, it's a country that has grown very rapidly over the previous decade. As you can see there, they grew at an average rate of 8% for 10 years. They duplicated their income per capita. And a very special feature that makes Panama special, it's the fact that they have done this based on the service sector. So the product space Fran showed and the investigation and research we've done, it's based on goods because the information on goods is widely available. When you check Panama, the exports of goods per capita actually stagnated, and it's one of the lowest in the world and by far the lowest in Latin America. But the exports of goods have multiplied by 8 in a period of 15 years and puts Panama at the head of Latin America in exports of service per capita, very close to OECD economies. And that makes of Panama a very special case because these services are exportable. So they allow Panamanians to purchase goods from the rest of the world that they don't produce. The key feature about Panama is that this service sector requires it's a high skill intensive sector. So it does require a lot of specialized labor that was not present in Panama before this started. And the Panamanian system, as a sort of a bad second best, does not produce these professionals. Actually, the last time Panama took the PISA test, they came out the last in Latin America in science, math, and reading. Although we suspect that it's because Venezuela is not taking the test. But the fact is, if you look at the green lines, are the services that Panama is expanding into. And the percentage of workers with college diplomas in those sectors, it's very high. So if you need to learn to do things that you don't know how to do and your educational system is not producing those skills, how did you manage to do that? So Panama managed to do it, attracting a lot of foreigners. They did a strategy based on 2 pillars. One pillar is they created in 2007 a law called the Headquarters Law, that in the streets of Panama, it's called the Procter & Gamble Law because it was tailor-made to attract the headquarters of Procter & Gamble to Panama. And under that umbrella, more than 120 headquarters have moved from the rest of Latin America, a lot of them from Venezuela, to Panama, and have brought with them a wide array of specialties and expats that are working in the Panamanian economy now and provide those skills. The second pillar of that strategy was the special economic zones. Panama took a former military base of the US in Clayton and turned that into a technology park, which is called Ciudad del Saber, or City of Knowledge, and they host today there a little bit less than 100 companies that thrive on innovation and research. And they also created an industrial park where they offer plenty of advantages, fiscal, special labor provisions for the companies there, expedient bureaucracy within that area that is hosting more than 300 companies. So that was their strategy, and that was the way they managed. The interesting thing is that Panama, as Ricardo likes to say, and it's a Venezuelan saying, killed the tiger and then became afraid of the skin. So you bring all these immigrants, and then you you have a regulation that curtails them, that minimizes the technology spillovers that derive from their participation in the Panamanian economy. So you do have a lot of restrictions to immigrants, like 27 occupations are restricted to Panamanians. That includes all the engineers, chemists, and also educators. Like, as much as Ricardo likes to say that he's a universal guy that has taught all over the world, he cannot teach in a Panamanian university. Then there's a list of 50 countries that are considered national security concerns, that if you apply for a Panamanian visa in these countries, you are expected to wait a period of a year or 2 years because they are subject to a process called authorized visas. And these countries include most of Africa, a large chunk of Asia, including India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and some Eastern European countries that are partner of us, like Albania. And at last, as Ricardo mentioned yesterday, they have a cap of 10% to the number of foreigners you can have the payroll. So these restrictions are on the people thinking coming into Panama. But on the people already in Panama, there are a number of restrictions that guarantee that the knowledge they bring is going to be locked into the gates of multinational companies or special economic zones. So all the years you spend at a company in Panama do not count for residence purposes. Your dependents are not allowed to work. So they have these people already there, but they're not using them. Visas are revoked the moment you decide to quit the multinational company that brought you into Panama. So if you want to leave your company and put up a business, you cannot do that because you're left in a sort of legal limbo from which a few lawyers' offices benefit a lot, but not everyone can pay for that. And at last, we have a technology park that needs to be innovating all the time, but the moment you want to move from innovation to selling the products of that innovation, you're left without a visa status. You can be expelled because you're not innovating more, and then you have no visa to sell that within to Panama. So this area really works for companies like GlaxoSmithKline, which we visited, that develops products there that they in turn sell in the rest of the world, but not in Panama. So all these restrictions are, you brought all these foreigners, and then you're building these walls that keep the knowledge sort of gate within special economic zones. We tested what are the most binding restrictions to Panama growing further, and what we found, it's talent. These are the premiums earned by foreigners in Panama, but in all industries and in all occupations. And as Ricardo always reminds us, this line here is not zero. It's 50%, is the average. So that means that you pick a Panamanian worker and a foreign expat of the same education, same experience, within the same industry, on the same occupation, and the foreigner earns on average 50% more than the Panamanian. And for the occupations that Panama is trying to expand into, like transport, storage, wholesale trade, the premiums can go as high as 70 to 80%. So Panama is paying dearly for these guys. And they want to reduce this gap. But the strategy to reduce this gap is allowing more to come in, not less. If you allow less and you want to keep it growing, the companies are going to fight for these guys, and the premiums are going to go very high. So they also, at the same time, have a strategy of every 4 or 5 years organize something called Crisol of Razas, where they give a legal status to a lot of unskilled workers that migrated illegally to Panama. So they had actually built a machine of inequality, because you make workers scarce at the top level, so they earn every time more. But then you allow in all these low-skilled workers that came to Panama illegally, so you bring those salaries down. And that's part of the explanation of why Panama keeps on being one of the most unequal countries in the world, in spite of having reduced inequality significantly over the previous 10 years. We have also shown that in those industries where the share of immigrants is higher, Panamanian workers make better. So, and that is particularly true for low-skilled Panamanians. So if you increase the percentage of foreigners in the industry district where a Panamanian worker is by 10%, this is associated to an increase of 11% on average in the salary of low-skilled Panamanians. So restricting the immigration of high-skilled workers will not help the Panamanians, all to the contrary. But then there's this feeling in Panama that we are full of foreigners. I mean, you guys want to bring more foreigners. We are already fed up. We want to be like Singapore. Yes, if you want to be like Singapore has 45% of foreigners in the workforce. Panama has that divided by 10, 4.5, 4.7. So they want to be like Singapore and Hong Kong, which are also economies based on a strong service sector. But they are unwilling to bring and tolerate and include into the wider national definition of who we are, these foreigners. So that's the first story. One country you see here well placed is Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia has a lot of foreigners. So by looking at Saudi Arabia there, you may have thought, man, they should be doing great. They should be diversifying a lot because they are indeed allowing all these foreigners to come in. So in Saudi Arabia, it's interesting because 83% of the workforce in the private sector are foreigners. 83%. That's a massive amount. Only 17 are Saudis. So I asked the Saudi team, how this happened? Where are the other Saudis? And they told me, well, in the government. All the other Saudis you don't see here work in the Saudi government. And contrary to Panama, immigrants make a lot less than Saudis. A lot less means like the Saudis make 225% more than the immigrants. We suspect that maybe, not sure, that has something to do with the minimum salary in Saudi Arabia. Here we just charted the economic complexity index, which is this index of how much things you produce and which other countries are able to produce that Frank just explained. We draft that against the minimum wage in the country in constant US dollars. So you see Saudi Arabia here running very high. That means that Saudi Arabian companies have to compete with countries that have the level of salary like Belgium, the Netherlands, and France, but they are not even close to have that level of complexity. So when you see this chart, you might wonder, well, is it that foreigners are taking the jobs out of the Saudis? Because the Saudis are forced to earn this very high minimum salary, foreigners not, so I hire them and I fire the Saudis, so the foreigners are stealing our jobs. So what we've come to see, and this work has been led by Juan Obach, and I think Ljubica is going to present a little bit of this more earlier. Again, this issue of complementarity that it's very important for us that Frank was mentioning, what we have found is that if you increase the percentage of foreigners in a firm in Saudi Arabia, that is associated with an increase in the salaries of the Saudis working there. And then you think, well, obviously, because you just bring new cheap guys and you fire the others. No, we have checked on the probability of a Saudi losing his or her job in a firm, given that the foreigners came in, and it's not significantly different from zero. So immigrants in Saudi are complements to the Saudis, as they are in Panama. They're not substitutes. So there's a policy that is based on the idea that they are substitutes. That is, we have to restrict those guys. I mean, if you bring a foreigner, he cannot own a business here in Riyadh or elsewhere in Saudi Arabia. We will not give him a path to residency, no matter how many years he spends here. He cannot own land. He's going to have a hard time having his dependents to work in Saudi. And he cannot move to another business without an authorization for the firm he's working in. And when oil prices came down, on top of that, the Saudis thought, well, let's increase the tax we charge on foreigner wages to get public revenue. So with this, they're threatening to destroy the few profitability left in whatever that is not oil that Saudi might be producing. So when you look at the average spell that these conditions produce in foreigners, a foreigner into Saudi Arabia, if it's a woman, it spends on average 21 months in her work, and a male, 23. So that is less than 2 years. So you put all these advertisements in the world, newspapers. We need nurses to Saudi Arabia. We need contractors, engineers. We need people to go into the oil business that has been certified by Aramco. And we even need people for a 5-star hotel we're putting there. You put all these advertisements, you attract all these people, but then you have provisions that make these people stay in the country for a very short spell. And part of the story of lack of diversification in Saudi Arabia obviously has to do with the Dutch disease and the fact that this very high minimum salary renders almost anything other than natural resources uncompetitive. That's true, but it's also the fact that all the knowledge that comes with these immigrants cannot really be assimilated and spread over the economy in a period of 23 months. It's like trying to run an organization with people that it's leaving every 2 years. So it's very hard. So that's the story of Saudi Arabia. The last story I want to tell is the story of Chiapas. Because Chiapas, it's really the quintessential sense of us issue that we have found in all of our projects. First of all, the country, it's been broken in half. The state has been broken in half. And half of the country, like the eastern side of the country, it's occupied by 5 different tribes with 5 different origins that speak 5 different languages and doesn't relate much to each other. Someone said here yesterday that the sense of us has to do with the conscience you have of what percentage of the things you are consuming are produced by somebody else. Well, these are almost subsistence agricultural communities that relate very little with the outside world. And in these places, there's something called usos y costumbres, which is the law that prevails there, that renders all the property communal in these colored areas. So it's very difficult for a private business to come in and settle there because you're going to have a lot of trouble finding land to establish yourself, and then you might have some trouble by Indians blocking the roads because they don't want you to advance faster than them. There are strong barriers to migrants in these Indian communities. First, the property your family has, it's communal. That means if you decide to move, the opportunity cost is 0. You don't get any money for that, and then you move to a urban environment where you have to pay rent. And then you lose the social benefits of being in these Indian communities of Chiapas. So this proposal, it's very tough for them, so no one migrates. But on top of that, there is something very interesting we found out on our last trip to Chiapas, is that these communities have a tax on migrants. So when you leave from one of these Indian communities to the United States, you are called to a service community. You need to do some service in the community. If you're not there, you need to pay the fine, or your family needs to pay a fine. That on average is $2,000. So one day we were there. These are the local authorities of the municipality. They appointed a team of 10 people to deal with the problem with the water in the community, which is called the Water Commission. 9 of them weren't there. Now I was surprised, like, how come 9 of them are not there? I said, well, because those 9 are migrants. They are in the United States. So they pick them in a way that their family has to pay. If their family doesn't pay, they can take away the land from there. So you can only be called to service community every 4 years. So the average spell of these guys abroad is 6 to 7 years. So they work abroad. They went, like, first time they pay the fine. And then when they're about to pay the fine for the second time, they return. So there are a lot of return migrants in these Indian communities. The few of them that go, because Chiapas has a very low migration rate, an extremely low. When you look at how Mexican moves from their states of origin within Mexico, and how Chiapanecos move away from Chiapas, their likelihood to migrate is 1/3 because of these cultural restrictions. Interestingly, the few that manage to migrate make a lot of money identically to any other Mexican migrating. If we call a Mexican worker an average 100, when he migrates to other states, he gets a premium of 15 in his salary, and in total, he gets 115. Well, in Chiapas, you make, with respect to this 100, 33% less. But if a guy from Chiapas migrates, and we track them down in the census, he arrives at the place and makes a premium of 51. So on average, this difference, it's statistically insignificant. That means that the Chiapanecos are not the problem. These guys are all fine. I mean, if they leave Chiapas and they mix their letters with more complex letters elsewhere in Mexico, they do great. So education has been a strong focus on the government over the previous 2 decades and a half after the Zapatista uprisal. Education is not explaining the gap today, because if they leave Chiapas, they insert themselves very well somewhere else. There are other barriers to Indian communities integrating. If you check the border communities, those Indian communities that are close to urban centers, Mexico has made a great investment in infrastructure. So there are great roads, great highways, but there's no public transportation. So these guys of the community of Cruzton in San Juan Chamula live 15 minutes away from San Cristobal de las Casas, which is one of the largest urban centers in Chiapas. But there's no public transportation. So they need to grab a private taxi that they share, and they spend going and return 20 pesos daily. So I took the daily wage they will make in the city and subtracted the 40 pesos they have to pay in private transportation. And as you can see, this is only worth for people on the higher end of the spectrum of wages, like director of a school, a teacher of a school. But if you're a launderer, albañil, ¿cómo se dice? Construction worker, you're a helper of a construction worker, electricist, this transport cost becomes like a tax that you don't want to pay and prevents you from bringing your letters to the urban center of Chiapas, where there's a complex economy where you could potentially be more productive. And at the same time, it delays the learning process, because these people with transportation could go into the city, get to work, and get better at what they do. But because this is so high, they don't do that. So there are cultural barriers, there are language barriers, there are transport barriers, and then there's this thing we did in Chiapas, which was asking people in a community, tell me 3 people in this community you would do business with. And they mentioned 3. And we did that to 201 persons in the community of Cruzton. And then we charged that into a network. And as you can see, there's not like a single reference guy that everybody wants to do business with. No, everybody wants to do business with the 3 guys of his family that are around. So the network is very spread. The person named the most, I think Michele identified it somewhere here, was named 3 times. You ask 200 people in a town of 1,500, name 3 people you will work with or put a business with, and the guy most mentioned was mentioned 3 times. So this will make cooperatives and this kind of get people together business, the type of thing Gustavo Grobocopatel does, very unlikely, because the sense of us in these Indian communities is us as the family. So you have like the family us. Then you have like the Indian communities us, which makes things extremely difficult. So when we put up the product space, which was that thing that very sophisticated that Frank just explained earlier, which is these are all the goods that can be manufactured in the world. And you have colors in all the goods that Chiapas, it's competitive. You see here, this is cassava, this is bananas, there are fruits, but then there's a guy there in the middle. There's a monkey, like Ricardo likes to say, there's a monkey there that in spite of not having any other of its familiar sectors in terms of technology around, it's surviving. So we pointed to that guy. Who's that guy? It's a guy that manufactures harnesses for cars. So we went there, not hard to identify, it's only one in Chiapas, it's called Yasaki. So Yasaki, it's a company that was brought into Chiapas by Ernesto Cedillo in 1994, making this huge effort of looking for a company that was labor intensive. There's plenty of educated labor in Chiapas, and asked them, what do you need to come to Chiapas? And in the end, the government gave them a financing to acquire land, not ejidos, but right in Tuxtla Gutierrez, the capital. And then the government subsidized the training periods for workers that last 6 days. And after 6 days, they are able to join this very complex production line that is right at the center of Tuxtla Gutierrez. So they started here. This is a map of Chiapas. If you remember, this is sort of the axis that marks the Indian territories from the non-Indian or non-ejido properties. They put themselves here, and then they started moving around. They put a second plant, a third, a fourth, a fifth, and then they are planning 2 more for a total of 7. So the way they expanded is extremely informative. They are expanding into first section where you can buy property. So these are not the Indian communities, but these are very close to the Indian communities because there is lots of labor. In cities like Tapachula and Tuxtla Gutierrez, the unemployment rate is 2 to 3%. So these cities are already full and there's no more labor. If you want to bring labor, you have to offer a higher salary. So they decided to move the plant away, put it in the borders, and each of these plants has a own Yasaki transport system of 30 kilometers around to bring the workers to the plants. So they have expanded in a way that it's a mirror of the very tough challenges that the region has. So that's more or less the stories we wanted to tell. So some thoughts to conclude. I didn't want to call these conclusions because I've talked to Ricardo yesterday and I felt like, man, we didn't have any real conclusion because this sense of us thing, it's a very, very tough thing. First, what we conclude for this is like immigrants are soccer referees. Like when things are going extremely well, you don't notice. Who was the referee on that game? Well, you don't notice. But if they do badly, then you have something very easy to identify because they were in black or in yellow and signal them, hey, that's the guy, that was the guilty one. So there's an asymmetry to immigrants that when they do good to the economy, they don't show up and no one talks about them. But when the economy is going down, it's a very easy scapegoat to identify. The second thing is that Ricardo was telling me, yesterday we talked and said, well, okay, how do we address this? This is a leadership challenge. He was telling me, no, this is not a leadership challenge because this is not a policy. The sense of us, it's a feeling. And because it's a feeling, it's very, very hard to change. It's like this book of the Jonathan Haidt, The Righteous Self. Like you see things and immediately you know. You see immigrants when things are going badly and you say, this guy, it's a problem. And no one will convince you of the opposite if you have or live in a community that has a definition of self that somehow excludes foreigners. It's like picking a Real Madrid fan and showing him the technology of the game yesterday that Cristiano Ronaldo was offside in 2 goals. But if the guy is a Real Madrid guy, his line in his mind will be this. So he wasn't really in offside. Even though you have the technology, you show it to him very concretely, man, he was offside. A Real Madrid fan will not see that. So this sense of us, it's a feeling, and it's very hard to overcome. Like for me, I'm a Barca fan. To write this morning, we here, was very, very difficult. Like they just see what they want to see. And I said, well, the sense of us is us. Probably I do the same when I watch Barca games. It was very tough to come up with this we here, which is only an indicator of how hard it was for me. Well, at last, what I have just told you is that places have ways to define their sense of us. And that sense of us, according to all the work we've done and we've stumbled in, it's key to the possibilities of that place of developing and growing out of poverty. So even though this is a tough topic, even though we don't know how to deal with this. Yesterday we heard explanation, this is a genetical thing. This is a thing you learn since you're very small. This is something you grow up with. This is a feeling. This is not something you think about. It's something that you feel. Well, those things are very tough to change. So we're not sure how to deal with this. But because we are concerned about making the world a better place and helping places to grow faster and grow out of poverty, we felt that we really needed to point this out. Because we understand that this sense of us, it's an essential component of that and our mission. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Frank and Miguel. I love the football analogy. My husband is passionate about soccer, and I know exactly what you mean about disbelieving your own eyes. We've heard a lot of theory up to now. We've heard theory, we've seen evidence to challenge and correct theory, but we haven't really heard from any practitioners. And this next session is all about the experience of practitioners. We've got a really, really impressive cast. We've got Sujiwa Senasige. I met him in the elevator. He did try to help me get his name right. I hope that's as good as possible. We've got Luis Fernando Castro, and we've got Arbi Mazniku. You can tell why the Brits are so pleased that everyone's learned their language, can't you? Sujiwa is State Minister of International Trade of Sri Lanka. He's a lawyer by training. He's been a member of the Sri Lankan Parliament since 2010, and he's also a Deputy Minister of Justice. Luis Fernando is president of Bancoldex in Colombia, and he's been CEO of the Barranquilla Chamber of Commerce and has a wealth of experience in both public and private sectors. And Arbi is Deputy Mayor of the city of Tirana in Albania. He was also Deputy Minister of Education and Sports, and he's been at the top of a variety of civil movements in Albania for several years. So they come from very, very different backgrounds. They operate at different levels of government, and they operate on different levels of policy making. But they all share a trademark of what we call, and it's an overused phrase, but in this case I think it's very appropriate, authentic leadership. They've chosen to find the best solutions for either their countries or their organizations, even if those solutions sometimes appear idiosyncratic or challenge a lot of orthodoxies. We're going to hear from all of them individually, and then Robert Lawrence, Professor of International Trade at the Kennedy School and former member of the President's Council of Economic Advisors, will talk to them about the challenges they've faced and what they've learned along the way. And I suspect what they've learned is going to be as interesting as the theory they started with. After that, it will be coffee time. But first of all, could the panel please come up? And we'll start with Sawiya. And let's give them a round of applause. They're very, very brave to be doing this.
You go.
Yeah.
Morning to all of you. Is it working? Is my mic working? Is the mic working? Well, I think after all the eloquent speakers, it's going to be a difficult task. I'm not a great speaker. Thank you. Politician for 15 years, elected politician. But I'll try my best to do justice to my presentation. Thank you, Ricardo. Thank you, CID, Kennedy School, and Harvard for giving me this opportunity, and especially my country as well. You're doing a great job with our progress. And how many of you would know where Sri Lanka is? That's great. If you ask 100 Americans where Sri Lanka is, I think you might get a positive, 2 or 3 answers. Anyway, since all of you know where Sri Lanka is, let me give you a bit of a history of Sri Lanka. 3,500 years of rich history. Under colonial rule for about 450 years, Portuguese, Dutch, the English. In 1948, we got our independence. 77, we liberalized the economy. It was a dream economy then, 8.2 growth rate at that stage. And we had an unfortunate civil war, which ran for about 30 years because of what you spoke about earlier. In 1948, when we got independence, the leaders from both communities, from Sinhalese and the Tamils, said, 2 languages, 1 nation, 1 language, 2 nations. So in 1956, we made Sinhala 1 language, and we created this monster, a terrorist group which had an army, navy, and air force, one of the most brutal terrorist groups in the world. So even though we had a healthy start in 1977, 30 year of war actually kind of destroyed us. And my party, which was instrumental in 1977 to bring that development, garment industry, hydropower, exhausted. 95% of the country's hydropower was exhausted by my government in the 70s, when other countries have not even imagined. And with the war, 9 of our leaders were murdered, including the president, the next in line, and we had a dark period. But fortunately, in 2009, I think one of the few countries which defeated terrorism by means of war. Now they call it, the US and the West, they call it the Sri Lankan system. And now we have a beautiful, peaceful country, and we are very hopeful for the future, and we call it the tipping point for Sri Lanka. And if I give you an outlook of the Sri Lankan economy, as you see, population 20 million, labor force 8.3, unemployment 4.3, literacy rate 93, and our main exports growth rate is about average 5.5%. Main exports to US, UK, India, and Germany. And we are located in a ideal spot in the world. If you take from the colors, population given in billion, 1 billion, the green consists of 1 billion and all the colors 1 billion. If you see where Sri Lanka is, there's 4 billion in that small region, with a growth rate of 4.5% growth rate, average growth rate. So huge potential for the future. But unfortunately, as I told you, because of the war, for about 20 years we have not grown. Hardly anything we produce in Sri Lanka. After the garment industry, a good example is in 94, Sri Lankan garment industry was about 3 billion. Bangladesh, it was about 2.5 billion. And at present, Bangladesh is about 24 billion. And ours is about 5 billion. So we didn't grow. We didn't get into perennial, only we were dependent on perennial industries, service sector, tourism, and then the garment trade. So at the moment, we made a lot of changes. Actually, we came into my government came into power under the premise of good governance, democracy, rule of law, and transparency. And we have done really well since 2015 January. My president was invited for the G7, and we were called the champions of democracy. And this is a result of Harvard coming forward, CID coming forward, ITC, World Bank, all helping us to revive our economy now. So we are in a good position. And we have things to actually rectify in the country. Approval for new investments. Our ease of doing business rating was about 80 in 2014. As you know, trying to make forms of good norms of good governance. We established 9 commissions, brought the Information Act, and with all that, trying to put the foundation right. From 80 to 105, we have gone down in our ease of doing business ranking. So working hard, we are trying to computerize all the agencies. By 2017, we'll computerize all the government agencies. And we are trying to, by 2018, we are trying to make it about, I think, ranking about 65. And by 2020, by about 55 to 20. So with this, we'll encourage more investments to come to the country. And as you know, the connection to global value chain was very minimal. And inconsistent policy making and changing of governments and the bureaucracy not being very strong. So we haven't put a solid foundation. So that is what our intention is, to put a solid foundation for the future. And we have actually done well with 3 ports being our main target: Hambantota port, and Colombo and Trincomalee port. Trincomalee being the natural 4th largest port and the 2nd largest, deepest port. And Hambantota already having a port with the Chinese government loan, and the loan interest was a bit high. So we have spoken to the Chinese government, equity debt swapped, and we are planning to improve Hambantota port with the Chinese government and to have industrial zone, 15,000 acre industrial zone in Hambantota. And use the corridor. On the highway, actually, we are trying to improve another industrial zone in Kalutara and in Kurunegala as well. Comparatively, Sri Lanka, if you take actually with all the negatives I've told you with the war, we're not doing bad when you compare Sri Lanka with Vietnam, Bangladesh, Malaysia. If you take the growth rates, since Sri Lanka is a small country, we can pick up and run anytime we want because it's a small country. And as you see, the big countries, even though Malaysia, Thailand, all developing very fast, their growth rate is slower. So we have potential to grow fast. And as a result, making this location very important, a strategic location in Sri Lanka. The initiative by the Chinese president, the One Belt Initiative, giving life to the Silk Route again, the maritime Silk Route, the air Silk Route, and the land Silk Route. We can make Sri Lanka the gateway to South Asia. And as a result, we're trying to get into FTAs with China, India, where the work is in process, Singapore, Thailand, and Malaysia, so that we can take the advantage of the geographical position that we are in to make Sri Lanka a gateway not only to Asia, but to other regions as well, because it's close to Africa, Australia, and Southeast Asia, and Saudi Arabia as well. And it can be the hub in the Indian Ocean. So we have 3 international ports, 3 international airports, and internal connectivity and mobility as well. And we are trying to develop the infrastructure within about 3 years. So if you get our act right, we can commute between the corners of Sri Lanka within about 4 hours. That you can make Sri Lanka a country. In one day, you can take 4 seasons actually. If you have, in 4 hours, if you can commute to the other end of the country, within one day you can have 4 seasons. And it's development across the country. Few I would mention to you: Western Region Megapolis, Kandy City Development, Hambantota Port and Industry Investment Zone, and 2 economic corridors: Kandy Colombo Hambantota Economic Corridor and Kandy Trincomalee Economic Corridor. And whilst improving the education, we have I think we are blessed with a good literacy rate, about 95. I think we are on the right track. And as we experience, we get a lot of advice from the Harvard team, and they're working with us with the EDB, BOI, Export Development Board, and the BOI. And with all this, with the World Bank, with the ITC helping us, and we are just finishing our trade policy, and we are working on our export policy. Whilst doing all that, we have to take into consideration the sensitivities of the country as well. I think this is what we have to take what is good for our country. And I know the economic theory sometimes in politics, when you use it, it's not easy. I will give you a good example. I think with all this good work, one thing I would like to see in Sri Lanka is by the leadership to take decisions very fast. Sometimes that is a key to success. Whether right or wrong, hopefully most of the decisions are right. But I would like to see decisions being taken fast. And I can see a little bit of a lull in Sri Lanka when it comes to decision taking. Probably it's because 2 governments in power. President is from one party and the Prime Minister is from my party. Probably that's one reason that the decisions are not being taken in a speedy way. I will give you a good example on this. We had I don't know whether you all saw it on television, on news. There's a garbage dump which collapsed and about 40 people died in Sri Lanka. And this garbage dump is close to my constituency in Kolonnawa. And whilst I was campaigning, the main complaint from all these citizens was that it's a stench, and that is the only thing that they asked from me was to remove this garbage dump. And I came and told my leaders, and I got an opportunity to go to cabinet one day, and then this came up, and I told the president, take decisions very fast, and we need to solve this. But since we didn't solve this, there were about 100 companies which wanted to actually get into this garbage disposal and creating power out of this. We couldn't take a decision. Another example is there was a LED bulb project by a company about 1.5 years ago. They approached us. And I was in the cabinet last week, and I saw even after 1.5 years, they were just still talking about the LED bulb factory. So decisions have not been taken, and I would like to see more decisions being taken by the government. I think other problem that we face is the objection by the public, especially my part of the world. People don't like change. As many of these eloquent speakers pointed out, in Asia, people don't like change that much. And when we bring industries, they always object, protest. So it's a delicate balance with the development and satisfying the masses also. So a solution for this is to have industrial zones. So a particular zone will have all the approvals. The approvals will be faster. Objections will be less. So the development will be faster. So that's one area that we are concentrating around Hambantota port, about 3,000 acres in Hambantota, about 6,000 in Monoragala, and about 2,000 in Galle, and about 2,000 in Matra. And a Chinese company, a Thai company, Roshana, just approached us, and they are in Sri Lanka at the moment, looking at about 2,000 acres in Kalutara for an industrial park. And the other thing I would like to stress, I had a discussion with actually Ricardo when he was in Sri Lanka, and for 35% of the employers are in agriculture, and it's about 10% GDP out of agriculture. So it's a very sensitive topic in Sri Lanka. Paddy fields, it's part of our culture, and it's sacred to our people as well. So Ricardo asked me, how can you get these workers to get into other industries and the paddy fields to be used for other purposes? So I said it's a very delicate balance, a sensitive issue. When we were government in 2001, we tried to do that. We tried to develop a small area of paddy fields which were not cultivated, and that was the main slogan by the opposition, saying that we were destroying the paddy fields. So it's a delicate balance always, and the solution that we had with Ricardo we spoke about was start something, take a small acreage and start something and show them that this is what could be done. I think that's a good approach, so they will feel comfortable that something better can be done with these paddy fields. And the other thing is, as the speaker spoke about, employment, protectionism, populism. And as he said, Sri Lanka is have a mentality that you have to protect Sri Lanka, and probably because of our culture, we have not seen many foreigners working in Sri Lanka. But if you don't tell them that, if you don't actually bring laws, and through the BOI I can see a lot of foreigners are working in Sri Lanka. So that way, I think very, very slowly we can progress. We need about actually 200,000, 300,000 employers, and we kind of struggling to find employment from outside, and we need to bring from outside as well, but it's again a very sensitive issue in Sri Lanka. And other thing I would like to say, especially when we are getting GSP plus, and that's a good news, by May 15th, and we got rid of the ban on fisheries ban, we got it off about 6 months ago. And I think this is a good indication that we are moving in the right direction. But this, when we discuss about, I just want to mention this factor. When we spoke about GSP, the United Nations, in the cabinet, there was this proposal. They spoke about sexual orientation, that no discrimination on sexual orientation. We have a law in Sri Lanka against homosexuality. That's an old law. So when this came up, we all agreed there shouldn't be discrimination. But what they have to understand, when they push countries like us, as you know, even in the West, even in the US and even in other countries in the Europe, that it took a long time for you all to get where you are. 30, 40 years, but sometimes the West expects the rest of the world also in evolution to follow you as soon as they reach something. They have not even reached there. So we said, we understand, but you have to think of the masses in the country, their culture, their religion, and we have to, it's a delicate balance, as you know, develop in the country, and as politicians we have to make sure that we stay in power also when we are doing good. Otherwise we won't be able to do good. Another government will come in and the policies will change, and it may be a dictatorial government as well. So the good work we have done, we have to preserve it for the future. And I thank Ricardo and the team for giving us assistance. And you all have done wonderful workshops in Sri Lanka and giving me the opportunity and wonderful forum. Thank you very much.
Hello. Okay. Ricardo, muchas gracias. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. And I think it's a great opportunity because a lot of things are happening in Colombia. I know Ricardo and Miguel have certain issues with Colombia and how the government is doing some things, and I respect that, even though I'm part of the government. And that's why I'm here. I have no problem with certain type of criticism when it's good criticism. I just want to highlight in the 15 minutes I have a combination of what we're doing at Bancoldex, which is a bank, state-owned bank, and the challenges that the country faces, and it has been facing in the past years and still faces towards the future. And I came in 2013 and tried to understand. I come from the private sector, no previous experience in the public sector. So I was like how do we call a bicho raro in the government, something different in the government, because no previous experience. So I found out that this bank, founded by President Santos when he was Minister of Commerce back in 1992 under President Gaviria's government, first mandate, traditional Exim Bank. In an economy where the exports in 1992, if in 2017 our export basket is still limited and not too sophisticated, you can imagine what an Exim Bank could do back in 1992 to foster exports out of a country with based its economy in natural resources. In 2004, the bank has its second mandate under President Uribe's mandate government, where they liquidated a financial institution because of political issues, and Bancoldex assumed its assets and liabilities and started to focus also on domestic companies and also on investments in certain companies through private equity. So when I came in 2013, 2014, we were trying to understand and under the challenges that Colombia has, and taking here some images from the Atlas of Economic Complexity, how the economy of Colombia, as you can see from 1962 to 2014, even though there's some type of diversification, we still depend, plus or minus 70% of our exports are based on petroleum in 2014, coal, petroleum, oils refined, coffee, gold, and that's why our economy took a challenge recently due to the plunging of the exports because of 70% out of natural resources. Now, how do we juggle with a bank that had its own challenges in terms of being sustainable towards the future and trying to generate impact, a second-tier bank who tried to promote growth within companies through the commercial banking system of Colombia? Commercial banks are commercial banks. They're not development banks. Mr. Garcia knows that very well. And it was very difficult to generate impact and to help the economy grow through diversification. So, as you can see, this is another illustration of how Colombia's economy, if you look at the product space, has developed productive know-how, but in low complex products, and maybe some things are happening in certain parts of the regions of Colombia. You start to see some things happening, some activities happening in more sophisticated production of goods. Now, when we started rethinking the bank, we started challenging certain paradigms and issues within the government. The government, first of all, thought that these banks need to be a counter-cyclical bank. And I said, why? These banks need to be the catalyzers of growth on a permanent basis. And who should they support? They support, and we looked at data in Colombia, and we found out something very interesting, that in Colombia, 10 years of companies that grew at 21, almost 22% at compounded annual growth rates. And this is all types of sectors of the economy, no specific sectors, because that's another thing that we did. We're not going to focus in a specific industry. We're going to be, trying to stimulate growth wherever we can, and the economy will grow if you foster growth within the companies that have potential to grow or that are growing at double-digit rates. Now, then you have another group of companies who have been growing at single-digit rates, that's not growth. They've been declining in growth. Now, those guys need another type of intervention. So this is when we start, and I took a chance to look at banks in Mexico. I saw Bancomex business model, nothing. I went to South Korea, Industrial Bank of Korea, the SBC, the Korean Financial Corporation. I saw BNDES in Brazil. And I was not looking for best practices. I just wanted to have some ideas and some insights that came out of that, because Colombia has its own challenges, and I really don't care what they're doing in the rest of the world. We need to understand what we need to do in Colombia. It's as simple as that. And our reality in terms of growth and in businesses is this. It's not what's happening in Brazil or in Mexico or anywhere else. So we tried to understand what created growth within these guys of the 22%. And we found out something very interesting. Companies, for example, that inserted themselves in fertile ecosystems grew. Companies that opened their capital structures to smart capital, to equity from new investors, when there was reconfiguration of companies, they grew. Companies that went abroad, and I had to report to a minister that Ricardo knows. She's a nice lady, very tough, and she told me, why are we going to foster companies of Colombia to go abroad if we need to generate the jobs in Colombia? I said, it's good for Colombia if we need a company of Colombia to transfer the talent to do something to implement their business model in Mexico or in Peru, and they're still based in Colombia, but they buy an asset in Mexico, that's good for the country. They're going to go, if they're going to Mexico into the automobile industry, they're going to learn about the automobile industry in Mexico, and they're going to transfer that knowledge back into the operations in Colombia. And they're going to tribute in Colombia, they're going to pay taxes in Colombia, they're going to bring divisas back, dollars to Colombia. So we understood that companies also that innovated in their business model, those were like the 5 levers of growth within those double-digit rate companies. Now, the only best practice that we adopted, and I feel that it's worth adopting the best practices, and Ricardo knows why. We received an asset and a liability of a bank that was liquidated because of political issues. The experiences in Latin America in public banks in direct lending was terrible in the decades of the 80s and the 90s. Mr. Garcia knows this very well. We went to the World Bank and to the IFC in Washington, and we asked them to help us to put in place the most sophisticated and strict governance in the bank. I had to tell the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Industry, I'm sorry, but it's not me. The World Bank and the IFC recommends that you are not part of the board of directors. You need to leave. We need to give independence, a collective skill sets. We need to have somebody who chairs the board with independence, somebody who will interpret the mandate of the bank from the owners, which is the Minister of Commerce and the Ministry of Finance, and try to implement that within the government, within the Colombia's challenges, but with total independence, segregations from executive functions through board functions, 2 different things. I had to come out of several committees out of the bank. So the only adaptation that we brought to our bank is on governance. The most sophisticated governance based on the OECD guidelines. I know Ricardo and Miguel criticized a little bit about Colombia trying to adapt to the OECD. Yes, on this one, Bancoldex did this, because we feel that that's something that we do need to bring and put in practice. but not the strategy of the bank, not the knowledge over ecosystems in Colombia and our regional realities. Now, we configured the bank. We took it from, the big change was from a channel-driven bank. We thought, or my predecessors thought, that the customer was the financial institutions that channeled our resources. And what we did is we configured the bank from the market based on the levers of growth of the economy in Colombia in the past decade. That's why now we're configured by growth platforms. And for example, we treat different, the companies are only exposed to domestic growth. We have different financial and non-financial services to companies that export from Colombia, or if we want to attract direct investments into Colombia through financing. We understand the startup and scale-ups in a different way. We understand that the private equity and venture capital industry in Colombia is growing, and it's a way how to catalyze growth. So we invest in private equity and venture capital. And also we're deliberately financing and co-investments through private equities and venture capital. Now, to multi-Latin companies. Colombia has 80 plus companies in the world with positions, international positions, which is something very interesting. They already account for 3% of the revenue, or 3% of the GDP of Colombia. And finally, something we call dynamic ecosystems, which is the regions of the country. That's not the companies who we're focusing on, but on the regions. And I will explain that with the atlas, or what we did with this atlas. And we also, one of the highlights of this transformation of the bank is that we have one vehicle for growth, corporate growth, and we're going direct lending now to them. We have another vehicle, which is a subsidiary company who will focus on access to SMEs, people who are in those companies who do not grow. They have a different challenge to this. So in public policy, it's very different to service a sophisticated company to a company who is having trouble, or people who are outside the banking system, which is about financial inclusion. In this, I just signed a mandate with the IDB in Paraguay 2 weeks ago, and the IDB is going to be part of the bank now. They're going to be our partners. And IFC is working with us right now to go into this financial vehicle. So we're going to have, within an umbrella of the development bank, 3 instruments for growth: corporate growth, access, and inclusion. 3 different worlds. I don't care what they do in Mexico. I don't care what they do in Brazil. If they have the infrastructure, rural things, we're having 3 types of instruments. Now, let me just highlight what the dynamic ecosystems, that this is where the atlas comes in, and how when we try to structure projects, work with intelligence, valuable information that's provided by the atlas in Colombia, and the consulting and guidance services. What we try to do is to try to identify through the atlas, and I want to give an example of 4 examples of how these potentially sophisticated firms, how we can serve them from the bank and the financial and non-financial services. So the Colombian Atlas of Economic Complexity, which is called Atlas Colombia, which you can go in at bankgoldex.com, which with Ricardo and his team helped us, and we're going to the second version now of this with more data. We're trying to get an intelligent diversification strategy through regions of Colombia, not even the country, regions of Colombia, to try to conquer new markets, to take advantage of the national market, which is strong in Colombia, and to try to jump into higher complexity items. One example, I had the palm oil in Colombia is one of the high productive, they produce high volume, they're not sophisticated. And this is an example. I had some people from the industry who represents them come to my office, and I had to pull out on the 3rd meeting that I have with them. Since they were complaining permanently, I brought a box of Kleenex, Kleenex because they always were crying and complaining. So I put a box of Kleenex, and the guy told me, "What is that for?" He said, "No, this is for you I don't want you to keep crying. Let me help you with the atlas and I will help you to I will finance a new strategy for the industry, but let's give it a shot with the Atlas of Economic Complexity." So what did the atlas tell us? Colombia, with data of 2014, we have 2015 coming out shortly, and 16 as well. If you see in terms of the complexity of the goods produced based on the industry of the palm oil, as you can see, you have negative complexity, and Colombia exports $269 million, and it grew from 2013 to 2014. But this is a commodity, low complex goods. Now, in that same industry, as you move down to a higher complexity. This is like the food business that you can actually produce from capabilities out of the palm oil. And also here, when you start going into oleochemicals, oleochemicals, that's how you say it, that where you have people who are doing interesting things, epoxides, inks, heterocyclic compounds, antifreezing stuff, vitamins. There's things being done in Colombia in different parts of the country. So now we worked with these guys to understand that if we have in the palm oil, we took the atlas actually, and they told us, look, complexity, this is an illustration of the complexity versus the distance, and the Colombia right now is here. Now, the potential uses. Now, we work with the industry to design a new strategy towards the future of like, and we call it what the low-hanging fruits were and what the bets in the future were for this purpose. And now, what came out? It came out not a national strategy on palm oil, but it came out a regional strategy, and we designed for each region of Colombia where we have different facilities and plants set up for in the palm oil business based on their capabilities and their know-how, what, as you see in Bogota, in Medellin, in the north part of Colombia, in the west part of Colombia, in the east side of Colombia, in the southwest, what type of products based on the industry is done. So, and just to end up saying that if we put that in practice, we will be able to, this is the commercial relationship of Colombia and the possibilities to transform that. Colombia, as you see, what's green is what exported, and what's red is what we import. If we manage to get these local capabilities to do things, we can actually do a lot of import and substitution of imports to produce based on the capabilities that we have in the country. And the same thing we did for a city in Colombia, and it'll be done in a minute. And the same thing in Colombia, in Cartagena and Barranquilla, and the governor who is out of the state of Atlántico, look what Barranquilla exports, and look what Cartagena exports. We found out through the atlas that if we put the know-how of Barranquilla with Cartagena together, we could actually produce transmission shafts. If we put that together between two cities which are 80 miles away from each other. And look what transmission shafts, this is from the International Atlas, look the enormous amount of world trade in transmission shafts. Things like that, the cosmetic clusters in Bogota, for example, 1.6, 1.7, and look at Bogota's complexity index. Bogota is by far the most diverse city in Colombia where there's more know-how, and look what the cosmetics and industry within the chemical and plastics, look at what's exported right now. The other day I was in a forum in Colombia, and I said that there was no flowers. They said, what do you mean by flowers? What does that mean? We're not going to export any more flowers. I said, no, you need to keep exporting flowers. What we need to do is see who's behind this industry, and we go down to the companies, and we go down and drill down to the industrial classification of 4 digits, and we do that and see how in chemicals and plastics, in medicaments, in medicine, in Bogota, we have companies who are very sophisticated, and we go to those companies and work with them, and we take this information to them and sit with the actual entrepreneur and tell them how, if they're aware of the situation. And look how Bogota can easily move into biotechnology. 9 companies in Bogota can move into biotechnology and have the capabilities. And it's about connecting all the financial resources and support from the government and different institutions to do that. And finally, just the last, because it's a great example in Medellin. Medellin, there was one company, like Miguel mentioned the example in Chiapas. We found out in the product space in Medellin, one company who was in the electronic industry. That's not strange. So we looked who the company was. It was a subsidiary of a large corporation, which is called Grupo Corona. It's a huge corporation. And the company is called Gama, which is Electroporcelana Gama. And we found out that the Electroporcelana Gama porcelain can be regarded as a competitive and sophisticated company in Medellin. And look at how in the electronics industry, the complexity index is 1.92, which is very high. And they have capabilities to produce electrical insulators in Medellin. And they're exporting to 12 markets. The thing is, they're not exporting to the most sophisticated markets in the world, even though that they have capabilities to do it right now. So those are the things that we're doing. We're connecting that. And what we're doing is we're trying to, for example, the bank, by law, can handle money from the royalties of petroleum and mining that the government gives to the different states. And what we're trying to do is we can structure projects based with this information. We go to the companies, identify the projects, and we try to connect the money from royalties to structure a project that will imply maybe the jumping of one industry to a more sophisticated from the bank as a structuring agent in the government. And then since as a development bank towards the future, we are able to be in the project from the day one the project is conceived to produce, for example, an electronic plant in Medellin, the bank can take a shot at financing it, at understanding that industry. Even my chief risk officer is using the Atlas now for risk assessment. Now they're looking, when we're going to go direct lending, let me see what's the complexity index from the Atlas. So Robert was asking me a couple of minutes ago, hey, how are you actually putting this into practice? I said, well, we're in the process. We just got this a year and a half ago, and we have been working now in different regions with industry, cities, and we're trying to make an effort of how can we make this a case to generate impact and make our economy on a regional basis and not on a national basis more sophisticated, and try to, take those challenges that we have ahead and put them and have our export basket to be much more sophisticated than it is right now. Thank you very much.
That's amazing.
Okay, so hi everybody. My name is Arvi. I come from Tirana. Just to put a little bit of perspective on you. I mean, I'm sure a lot of you don't have a clear idea where Tirana is and what Tirana is. But Tirana is a city. I'll tell you a bit just shortly. The city I grew up is the one on the right, the one with more colors. As you can notice, this is the center, and very little far further away from the center, the city finishes. This is the city I grew up. It was about 200,000 people. And most of my childhood until 91, 92 was actually spent on queues, waiting for bread, for kerosene, for oil, for 5 eggs a week, and all that. So the city was about 200,000 people. It had altogether about 17 cars. Only the Politburo of the political party could actually own a car in the city. So from the perspective of modern planning, was a nice city to walk by. The city we got to run about a year and a half ago, when I became deputy mayor, joining the team of the mayor, is the one on the right, the same center, but the city, you can't see the finish anymore. It's about 1 million people, and we have about 200,000 cars in the city now. So a growth that has happened in less than 20 years in terms of urban development, most of it unplanned, which creates to you the moment that you get the job, an amazing amount of challenges. So where do you start from? This is a little bit how traffic looked like. Picture on the corner, waste, spaces of where kids could play, or spaces in neighborhoods, public spaces, public areas in the city. So which was the thing from where we could start from? So this is July 2015. And one of the topics that came up, showed itself to us, was nurseries. Tirana had 32 nurseries where about 3,600 kids, children go. This is 0 to 3. And basically they are, back in the day, dilapidated, as you can see the pictures. The mayor has a meeting and says, we need to figure out a way to fix them until September. We have the bureaucrats we found in the office. They have a separate meeting, and they come and said, we can do that in a year and a half. We need to first plan the cost of repairing them, convene a city budget meeting, change the budget, then tender the processes, and then go on. It's going to take about a year and a half or two. He said, I was clear in the meeting. I want them to figure out a way how we can fix the kindergarten by September. So how do we find a solution to this issue? How can we make sure that we can fix kindergartens for kids in a month and a half? So we started making calls, and we invited people to adopt a kindergarten. So we had 32 different businesses, companies, individuals adopt a kindergarten and start to repair them. So in about actually 45 days, we got 32 kindergartens fixed. And we moved basically from this to this in about 2 months. And the response we got from that was amazing, not just from the kindergartens or the parents that went to the kindergartens, but from the society as a whole. First, because it showed that an action like that can be done. Second, because it gave people, also the companies or individuals that participated in this process, but also parents or community, a positive sense that things can change in a quick moment and people can come together to figure out a solution on how they can solve a problem that's communal. It also gave people a sense of trust that an institution can actually achieve things on their behalf if they join forces, playing a little bit with the concept of the sense of us that we've been discussing. A second challenge, quite quickly after that, was we wanted to build a playground for in our main park. So we came up with very quickly, and this is again early in our work, and we set up to create a kindergarten in the park. Funny enough, we got huge opposition from this. We got, in about 100 days that we worked for the park, about 72 protests that were against making the park. These are the renders. This is not actually the park. These are the renders from the project. We got part of the opposition there physically trying to put the works down. Some of them even armed. 100 days after the park is actually finished. This is actually a picture from the park. This is not a render anymore. This is actually the park finished. Huge amount of people showing up again in the events of the park. Kids playing. Again, the same change we noticed. The response in people when they actually saw the things happening was unprecedented, at least in our perspective, in terms of positivity and in terms of feeling that they owned somehow the park, the kids' park, and that they were willing to protect it in a way and defend it and then make it their own and make it an area that they could live around it. And it's packed from morning to night till a year and a bit after it's been opened. Now, a pattern started to create. I mean, I mentioned 2, but there was 6 or 5 of those issues. First of all, we had certain issues that obviously needed some sort of a planning or a strategy. But part of the issue is that did we have the time to make that planning or strategy? We needed to act quickly. And so part of the agenda then was we acted with what you call no-regret interventions. So things that we had quite clear and made clear that it's common sense that they actually were good things. So we acted on them, saw how those played out, and then eventually out of those things playing out, we made actual thorough strategies. For example, from the kindergartens exercise, we're setting up now a big action, which took about 1.5 years to plan, of building 20 new schools through a PPP process in Albania, which will dramatically change the way schools are made. Through the idea of the kindergarten, the playground in the park, and the fight that we had around that. Now we're just finishing up last week the 15th playground in town, which have turned into areas that are not just a playground for kids to play, have turned into areas where the whole community congregates and are turning into small islands of pride for the community to feel that they belong and that their neighborhood, it's a nice place to be. We acted through light and quick and cheap interventions, things that we could do quickly and signal that change could happen. We let the city somehow invent themselves to create some sort of creativity. A lot of these interventions were done from young people living in those neighborhoods, and we gave them the tools to actually create those songs. We acted on solving the obvious problems first, and then leapfrogging to practice smart and up-to-date policies. Again, as I was saying, this is 3 different playgrounds that we learned from the first exercise, a little bit also using the PDIA process we've been discussing with Ricardo for quite a bit, and then jumping that to massive scale exercise for the whole city. The other big change was the issue with traffic in Tirana. The big debate was, what does it do? What do we do with traffic? How do we solve the problem? It's a problem that's been debated all over major cities. Again, a city that has grown in the last 20 years in an immense amount, and without the proper means to solve the traffic. About 17% of people move with a car, but they occupy all of the streets. So how can we create more spaces for people to walk or for people to use? So one of the things we did is we took one of the spaces that we already had, which is the main square in Tirana, the square I showed you in the very beginning, and we closed it off for a day. We called it the car-free day for the center of Tirana, and the amazing response again happened. Kids from all over the town with their parents jumped in the center, and biking, skating, running. It signaled again that a center that was pedestrian, it's possible. People could see it, could feel it, and could experience it. So after a few of those events, in a way, the idea of a center that belonged to people, not to cars, started to grow into people. And that led to one of our big actions afterwards, which is a new project for a big pedestrian area in the center of the square. This is again the render from about a year and a half ago, where we started to project the center with a big pedestrian area. And this is a picture taken the day before yesterday of how actually the center will be open as a pedestrian area in about 3-4 weeks from now. Reworked and opened as an area which will be open only for pedestrians and not anymore for cars. Again, the same cycle. We tested with the events. We saw that it grew into people. People felt that this was something that they wanted. We got public support for the project, and amazingly different from any other thing or most big works in Albania, which are very much bigly debated. This has gone extremely smooth until the finishing of the works without no major public debates around it. And people are hardly waiting for us to finish it to reinvade it hopefully. On a different topic again, waste, I mentioned in the beginning. The process of waste management in Albania has been a very backward process. The municipality has been in charge of picking waste. The waste goes to landfill, but we have never thought of it very structurally as a proper waste management strategy. But a lot of people don't even think about it as a process. They just think, oh, we just put the waste out there and then somebody takes them and the waste disappears. We wanted to get again people to understand the whole process and make them feel how this is important. So we started a set of days which we called Let's Clean Tirana Up, and we got people to get engaged in the action. Young people, kids, families in neighborhoods, and we started actions, a full day action of actually cleaning up Tirana. And these were all precursors to big actions that we took afterwards, which we created a joint company with the municipality of Verona in Italy, which does now city cleanup and separated waste collection, which was like a big action in Albania. The amazing thing that happened is that because we went through this process before with kids and schools, now the kids have become like the waste separation police in households. They fight with their parents if the waste is not separated. And the process is going a lot smooth. Again, this is just the beginning. We just started a few months ago. But we noticed that a sense of the necessity of this happening has changed, not just in society, not just from the policy perspective, but has been inserted into the system, and people are accepting it as something that it's necessary and that will eventually happen. So we got then afterwards new bins which are separated. You can see the greens and the blues for recycled waste and non-recycled waste. Again, getting the kids informed, and the basic, in a way, conclusion that I wanted to make is that quite often what you hear in discussions, and from what I came, and from also from different consultants that you come, it's like you need a plan, a thorough strategy, and a long, well-planned, very big written strategy on how you act. Quite often when you're in office, and especially when you're in office in cities, you don't have the time for that. The city is there, city needs to run, you need to act. And obviously this does not substitute strategy and planning. But quite often you need to act, and then as you act, you strategize on it, and then see what works and what doesn't work, and then implement it. A lot of it is common sense, and that's why we call this an ode to common sense. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So we've had three fascinating and very diverse presentations. And I thought what I would try to do is to bring out some issues that were occurring to me that I suspect are in common, that all of you have faced. We heard this morning about the great advantages or potential benefits from absorbing new capabilities. But each of you has had difficulties in bringing these ideas into the context in which you are operating. And in each case, I suspect there are spoilers. There are people who are opposing what you are trying to do. So I was curious as to whether or not you have discovered strategies to deal with the spoilers. How do you overcome the potential opposition? I don't think it's simply, Saudi Arabia, we heard this morning, has a really absurd policy towards its immigrants. But there are fundamental opposition to that. So tell me about how you've been dealing with spoilers and what it takes to change minds and to build acceptance to these new ideas that are coming, that you're trying to introduce. Okay. Would you like to start, Luis?
Yeah,
yes.
fine. More than a spoiler, I would say that Colombia is facing, or at least I'm facing, some serious challenges in trying to get this to happen. One is that the agenda of the government has been in the peace process, in massive infrastructure, and in housing in Colombia, and as well as education. And that's something that, the ideal world will be for this to be in the center of the agenda of the government. It is not exactly. Now, Ricardo, I think, presented yesterday that Colombia, one foreigner per 400, I think that was the number. And he put it last, I think, deliberately in Colombia there, so he could highlight, that idea in Colombia, which I agree, which is that for most of these things to happen in the regions of Colombia, what I have identified is, and I've been trying to work with the regional promotion agencies in Colombia, investment promotion agencies. In the case of Barranquilla, which is the city where I come from, has a regional promotional agency that's called Pro Barranquilla. That's not only trying to attract investments to the region, but also with the new strategy is trying to attract human talent into the region. That's something very important. So we could be facing the restrictions that are real in terms of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Colombia that needs to do some policy changing and open Colombia and put those restrictions down so we can get some knowledge into.
But so who's gaining from the restrictions?
No one is gaining from the restrictions.
So why is it so hard to change?
I think it's more that it's about more to try to get this issue into the center of the agenda of the government, because I would say that the government is full of highly competent people who will understand that opening putting down those restrictions could be you could foster and you can take a shorter route to materialize the sophistication of certain companies in certain regions of the country with new knowledge.
So Sujiva, you described, for instance, that there's huge opposition to modernizing agriculture, and that you're sort of inching your way to try to have some model projects in paddy fields. So who's opposing that, and how do you deal with those opponents?
I think it's the same problem we face when it comes to employment and new ideas on agriculture as well. So discreetly you must introduce this. If you try to bring legislature, there will be a huge opposition, and because as you see, Robert, these are very attractive slogans. Protectionism, populism. If you see in a developed country like America, even America, but Donald Trump, nobody thought that he would even get his message across. Sure. And education, with the education that you have. Still, it was nobody even thought of it, but you can imagine in countries like ours, how sensitive these issues are. So we know what's the best for the country, but at the same time, we know how dangerous it is politically when you try to bring in these. So discreetly, I would give you a good example, like in my area, I see a lot of Chinese now. But there's no law, there's no legislature that Chinese can come and work, but they're making their way in. So people are not opposed to that. So once you get used to something discreetly without showing, I think the opposition will die down. It's a matter of getting used to it. So a good example is even in sports. In rugby, we had 3 foreign players can be because the competition kind of like improved our standard in rugby.
Sure.
But then again, they said they don't like competition, and they said don't have foreigners because only the foreigners play the game, and the rest. But we improved our rugby tremendously when we had the foreigners. The cricket also the same thing. So, but the slogans are very attractive when you say no foreigners, it's just for us, and we are destroying the country.
Are there, just when it comes to ownership of agriculture, who benefits from the current system?
Nobody benefits actually. Even the farmer is not benefiting.
Yeah.
So it's just like it's not the farmer who shouts. It's actually the non-farmer who's saying the farmers must be there, the paddy fields must be there. So it's not the farmer. So this is a process that it's very difficult. But it's like I don't even understand why when you say a paddy field, it's like a very sensitive issue in Sri Lanka. If you're filling a paddy field which is not being cultivated for 50, 100 years, still there's opposition. So we tried actually, we lost the election in 2001. We wanted to actually bring industries and use these paddy fields, barren paddy fields for other purposes. And that was a main slogan by the opposition saying that we are going to destroy the paddy fields and the agriculture in the country. And even industrial zones, I had a very good actual experience last week when this Thai company, Roshana, who came to Sri Lanka, and we had identified about 2,000 acres of rubber land. So there's no much of a opposition from the people. You don't have to remove anybody. So you could have started this industrial zone, the ideal location for about 200 companies to come in. But when you said this, the farmers, the few farmers, the employees who were there, about 300, 400, made a huge opposition and made a kind of a very attractive slogan saying that we are selling the country to the foreigners. But it's actually the foreigners having a partnership. It's only 40 years they want to stay there, and after that they will give the industrial park to Sri Lanka, and it'll be 40-60 partnership as well. And the business which comes, but it's, as you said, it's very attractive slogans, the protectionism and then the populism in our part of the world.
Now it sounds like you organized the children to deal with the spoilers, right? I mean, your projects, which were really fascinating, seemed to were based on mobilizing the community in a sense. Now, who were was it originally just simply no one had cared about these issues, or were there opponents as well that you had to deal with?
There was obviously also opponents in quite a few cases. For example, I take the waste case. There were companies which were doing waste collection in Albania, and they were possible opponents. There were a group of people which were doing separation of waste in the bins. So we had about a group of people who should go in the bins and then just throw the bin down and take out plastics, and then they would send them to certain companies who do recycling, which were also opponents of the possible recycling and separation of waste process. But the challenge for us was to create a sense of inception, in a way. So somehow plant the idea within people and society and families and households, and how this was good and this could change, and then spend enough time to inform people before that. And the whole concept with acting with the kids was exactly to use them as an entry point into the ideas and households. And then the second challenge was, how do you get it done? How can we create a company in Albania where we don't have the know-how to actually do waste separation, waste management, waste clean? And we saw that the city of Verona in Italy, it's smaller than Tirana, but it's one of the cleanest cities and has the best ratio of what they pay for as a cleaning tax and the services they get. So then we went to talk to the municipality in Verona, and then we created a shareholding company. So this is not an agreement between two cities. It's actually a company where the municipality of Verona owns 49% of the shares, and the municipality of Tirana owns 51% of the shares. And they also have the management. So they brought in.
So what did how did the local waste management companies react to all of this?
They were clearly not very happy about it. And there was a sense of fight, especially with the local cleaning companies and some of the recycling, some of the companies which were melting the plastics to reuse it. And we had to readjust accordingly. I mean, a little bit of stick and a little bit of carrot. First, we are the actors that are responsible for this. So we have the political wind on our side and the people's support. And it's our job as a municipality to do this. So we, by having a firm position, made it clear to the actors that this is not changing. We're decided to move forward in this direction, and then in a way they backed off. With the recycling companies, which were more of a serious actor, also because they were doing something basically good. I mean, they were saying like, what we do is that we take plastic and we make it reusable. We told them our company will actually sell you in a bid the recycled waste. So instead of having 3,000 different separation points, so basically each waste bin in the city was a separation point, we're going to have one, and then we're going to sell you, you're going to come and bid between each other, but we're going to sell you the waste. So the waste was going to still be there. So we managed again, a little bit of stick, a little bit of carrot with the issue. But the key point, I think, that actually tipped the issue was this concept of inception, of getting the idea there beforehand enough so that it becomes a used idea that people know about, that they talk about, and that it's something that they somehow accept.
You described issues, and you even alluded to having had a little friction with Ricardo about corporate governance. Notions of what is ideal and what is not. I mean, one of the themes that we're supposed to be thinking about is how you absorb and adapt ideas that exist outside the country. And apparently the OECD has some notions about corporate governance which you've adapted. So can you tell us about that?
Well, I need to be clear, there was no friction whatsoever.
Oh, okay.
I just read an article that came out in Project Syndicate where they were very clear about Colombia's position on adapting to the OECD guidelines in general as a country, and how effective that could be, that adaptability towards making the country grow in comparison to what Panama has done, which Miguel already explained that in detail. No, what I mentioned is that for us, something that had no discussion, and I think the government has been very clear in that, is that the highest standards of governance is something that you need to put in place. I mean, and that doesn't go against to having a clear strategy or something that you want to do, or having an organization that's nimble, that can be active and proactive. But in that case in particular, based of the past experiences in public banks in Latin America in general, one of the things, I mean, for us, the key to open and to absorb more risk from a bank's perspective, to absorb more challenges in the economy. As a role of a development bank, you need to be like paving the way for commercial banks to come behind and do things that the development banks do first, or to complement the financial system. For us, it was important to adapt certain things that are normal in highly developed countries. So when we took decisions we had 45 recommendations that came out of that assessment that the World Bank did to our bank, and we implemented 24 of them last year, and we're implementing the other 21 this year to finalize the exercise. You run across situations locally that because they might seem too sophisticated to put in place, but they're necessary. With that, from a bank perspective, that needs to be adapted, and I think that it's possible to do it, and that doesn't compete with the possibility of having an organization that's too rigid, or that we're trying to put a corporate governance of a organization in Germany to put something to work in Colombia. That's not the case.
Just a final, I'm sorry that I've been signaled that we've run out of time, but I can't resist. I have to ask you one final question. This idea of complexity, which has been introduced by the center, is it when you, presumably, there's some controversy when you're giving loans and when you're developing the strategy. The idea may appeal to many of us. What kind of opposition do you find, or is there, when you introduce it, or do people accept it pretty easily in Colombia as an industrial strategy?
At the beginning, people were not clear about this data put together within this tool. What can we eventually bring out of that and make? Because that actually looks back many years behind. It gives you some patterns, some trends. But the challenge was okay, what do we do with all of this? And one of the exciting things is, and one of the challenges that we're facing, but we are rapidly getting the business community to get engaged. I have the example I put in Medellin out of the porcelain group. I called the CEO of the group and I said, can I meet your plant in Medellin? I need to see and speak to the team, the R&D people. And in the middle of the meeting, there was one guy at the table who was like with this laugh that I could not interpret if he was, that was some type of bullying or something, or I don't know how to interpret his laugh when I was explaining the possibilities of their industry jumping into something more sophisticated based on the capabilities that they had, and that the Atlas gave us that information. So I think the guy was burlándose. How do you say burlándose, Ricardo? How do you say? Making fun of us and my team. And at the end I told him, hey, I have to ask you, why are you laughing? He said, no, I'm Mr. Castro, it's not, I'm surprised, positively surprised that the government institution, a public institution, is coming and telling us something that we already have discussed internally, and we're thinking on doing that. On the contrary, we think that this is very positive. And when I told him that if with the actual governor or the previous governor of the Antioquia department in Colombia, which is a real nice region of the country, and a lot of entrepreneurship going there, I connected to this idea. He said, and for the royalties that they receive and everything to get new projects, we're trying to connect things at the bottom line, and people are appreciating that, and that's the most important thing.
Well, I think we've had a wonderful session, and I think we've got some great examples that it isn't enough to have fine ideas, but it seemed to me, listening to your stories and your accounts, that the real success comes when you can get down to the people level and have them playing a role. I mean, we talk a lot at the Kennedy School about public-private partnerships, but in the back of my mind, often it's sort of big firms cooperating with big government. But I think when I listen to these success stories, it's actually at a much lower level, that you have to reach the people. And when you convince them that this is the way to go and that you can actually deliver, it seems to me that's the way you take these global ideas and make them authentic for each of your own countries. So please join me in thanking our panel.
Good. Yes, Andrea.
So the idea was that Helen would present you
Okay.
to introduce you.
Lovely.
So like a few minutes.
Perfect.
So if you want to, I don't know.
I'll just stand here. Can I stand here?
Behind her?
I'll just stand here.
Are you going to do? So, ladies and gentlemen, can we find our seats? We're going to have a game. All your hearts sink with trepidation. So, the last session raised some of the challenges about putting ideas into practice. And we're going to kind of try and get a deeper understanding of what that actually means from this man who's called Matt Andrews. And he's going to help us. He's going to help us. He's going to help us. One conversation, as I used to say to my staff. Matt's going to help us understand a new approach to something that we've already heard about called PDIA, or problem-driven iterative adaptation. And it's a mouthful in terms of a word. It's quite complex, but not insolubly complex. And it's actually helping the government of Sri Lanka, who we heard from earlier, work through some of their problems. It's giving them a framework to try and deal with the complexities that we heard about earlier. So Matt is a lecturer in public policy at the Kennedy School. He's also a co-founder of the Building State Capability Program at CID, and he focuses on public sector reform, participatory government, governance in both developing and transitional governments. And when we've done this game, and you can see the numbers, the Scrabble metaphor is being used extensively, and that's going to become a reality. It will be lunch. But I'd really ask you to come back sharply as you can for 1 o'clock after you've had your lunch, because we're going to do a bit of an experiment. We're going to Skype the former Minister of Finance in South Africa, who you may remember was a man locked in conflict with Jacob Zuma, over issues of governance, transparency, and corruption, and who about 18 days ago was sacked. He was replaced by someone who knows very little about economics but is a party loyalist. The rand slumped dramatically, and I think bonds were registered as junk value. So we're going to talk to him, because what is happening in South Africa is an example of how a sense of us had been fostered and is now being undermined. And I think we've only got him for 15 minutes. We're praying that the Skype will work, but I'd really value you being back for 1 o'clock. So with no more from me, I'll hand over to Matt.
Thank you so much. So my first boss was Jacob Zuma. I worked with Jacob Zuma in the late 1990s. Then I left and he fell apart. I don't know what happened. So it's great to be here. I think I'm going to discuss this thing of PDIA. You actually heard a version of it when you spoke about the ode to common sense. So Arby, thank you for priming it. It's actually a mouthful, and part of the reason why it's a mouthful is that we developed the work by the observation that a lot of countries were doing sexy, cool things that weren't really for them, but seemed like they were for them. So we decided we would identify a process that was what we think they should do, but we would give it a really unsexy, uncool name, so that nobody would actually develop it or apply it as a fashion, because it just you can't really say the fashionable thing is problem-driven iterative adaptation. But I'm going to describe this as a process that we use in different places. I'm going to describe today the way in which it's being used to promote economic diversification in Sri Lanka. Sujiwa is someone who is a really strong partner with us in this work and really has authorized us, has engaged with us a lot, and we've learned a lot. And I'm going to be speaking a lot less about, us as the Harvard team, and I'm going to be speaking more about us as the teams in Sri Lanka who are working with us. But before we get there, how about playing a game? Everyone's been sitting for a long time this morning, so let's see if we can do something a little bit different. It's not going to be very embarrassing. It's not going to be very difficult, and it won't be very long. Is that okay with everybody? Yeah. So first thing I want to do is let's create a sense of us. Everyone has a number on their table, and we can't really develop any identity based on a number. So what I'd like you to do is think about your number equating with a country. So if you're at table 1, where's table 1? You guys are Venezuela. And we want you to reflect. Where's Great Britain? Where's table 7? Table 7. You guys are Great Britain, so if you want to be Welsh, you can be Welsh, or you can be from Northern Ireland, wherever it is. So if everybody could have a look and see what their country is, and then I want you to now start getting into the spirit of being French or Albanian or whoever you may be. I don't think that anybody from the actual country is in these groups, so I think you're all going to have now develop a second nationality. Very good. Where's the USA? Where's the USA? And the question is, would Donald Trump be happy with any of you being in the USA? I don't know. But so everybody know what their country is. Now, here is the second thing. Please, will you grab the Scrabble letters? So if everybody could you have Scrabble letters on your table. Leave other people's tables alone. You are individual, independent countries. If everybody could grab a couple of letters, I'd like it if everyone has at least one letter in their hand. These are your country's capabilities. This is your capability. You as individuals have got a capability. Remember, please, only your table. Okay. I see you are already talking about your capabilities. So folks, if I could have your attention, I've got a couple more slides before we actually go to the game. You guys are starting prematurely. You're very excited. That's wonderful. Using the Scrabble metaphor, these are your capabilities, okay? This is the source of your country's production and their value. Now, when I say go, not before that, I'd like you to think a little bit about creating words out of the letters. The words are the products that your country produces. Now, I don't want any acronyms. You have to create proper words. So does everyone hear that rule? Proper words, no acronyms. Each product has a combined value, which you know from Scrabble. And the GDP is the total value of all of the words that you can produce at your table. Everyone clear? Now, the winning country, yes?
Is it scored by letter or by the value of the letter?
It's scored by the value of the letter, okay? So the value, if you have an I, the I is worth 1. So wait, please, everybody. Shh, please. So there's 2 measures that we're going to look at to see who wins this game. The one is, what is the value of your GDP? Folks? Sorry. You guys have started. Don't start. It's corruption. Okay. I want to know what is the value of your words, your full or your GDP. And the other one is we're going to look at the level of your unemployment. How many of the letters you didn't manage to employ. So, everybody ready? Okay, go. You have 4 minutes. Table. You speak using French words. Sorry? Oh, you can do anything. Just put words together.
Oh, just
Yeah, any words. Any words. So the words are your products. Ah, you guys are lucky. You have the blank. You can make as many as you can. Remember? Yeah, very good.
Can they be connected or separated?
I didn't create any rules. So if you want to connect them, that's fine. How are you guys doing?
Only one wallet.
Only one word. Oh, you only got one vowel? Oh my goodness. You're lucky you got one vowel. It's a little bit like being Sri Lanka, right? Jeez.
Certain countries get lower value letters. Is that the idea or not?
No, we've kind of mixed it up. Yeah, these guys have got really high value letters, but they only have one vowel. So.
We traded for.
No, I said no trading. No, you can't trade.
Should we give it back?
Yeah, you must give it back. You traded for the I. Yeah, you didn't get a vowel, you took the vowel. Yeah. Yeah, you're not allowed to trade. This is a closed economy. Okay, folks, 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute to go. Wow, you guys have done well. Have you calculated what your value is? Calculate your value.
Does this count as a word?
That's fine. Yeah. Okay, everybody, 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Okay, 10 seconds. Oh, you can make as many words as possible. Yeah. Okay, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, if you guys can stop now, please. Okay, if you can stop now, please. And what I would like you to do, I am not going to audit your words. I'm going to trust you. But if you could please calculate the value of all of your words put together. Okay? For every table, calculate the value of all of your words. And also calculate what your unemployment rate is. How many letters did you not use? Okay, where's team 1? Are you guys ready? Okay, everybody, if you can sit down, please. Please. Okay, so what I've asked is if you can calculate the value of all the words put together, which is your country's GDP, folks. And then if you can calculate the number of letters you haven't used, which is your unemployment rate. Okay, folks. Okay. Sajiwa, Sri Lanka needs to stop now. Team number 1, what is the value of your GDP? 17. And how many letters did you not use? 0. Wow. Where? And that's Venezuela. Ricardo, isn't it like a dream? Where's table number 2? What is your value or GDP? No, it can't be. Sorry? MTV is a word. No, it is not a word. It's an acronym, and I said no acronyms. No, it is not. What is your value, please? 0. I know because I set it up that way. They tried all sorts of things to make it so that it wouldn't be that way. What is your unemployment rate? How many letters have you not used? What percentage? 100%. Where's team number 3? Table number 3, what's your value? 57. What's your unemployment rate? Okay, folks. 0. Team number 4. Sorry? 30 points unemployment? 0. 5. Team number 5. 7 unemployment? 5 of how many pieces? 12. So that's about 40%. Team number 6. What's your value? 36. Unemployment? 0. Wow, you guys are impressive. Team number 7. What's your value? 56. And your unemployment? 2. 2 out of how many? 27. Oh, so that's what? About 8%. Team number 8. Where's 8? Is that you guys? What's your score? 42. And your unemployment? 7%. These are great economies, by the way, apart from number 2. We're going to have to find out from Priya and Fernando what went wrong in that country. Team number 9. $48. And unemployment? 2 out of about, so maybe about 10%. Team number 10. What? 157.
And you're not going to audit that?
Wow, that is a questionable figure. What is your unemployment rate? Sorry? And what is your country? Argentina. See, what happened is that it's the one table where there's 2 Argentines at the table. It's a strong sense of us. Wow. Team number 11. Oh, sorry. Team number 11. 42. Unemployment? 0. Wow. Team number 12. 95. Unemployment? 0. Wow. So, where is the United States? You guys are number 4. Isn't it great to kind of turn the tables on the world economic structure for just a few minutes, even if it's just Scrabble? So, here are our scores, and the winner is Argentina. For all of those from Argentina, maybe you want to take a picture over there and send it home and say, this is what could be if we actually kind of got our act together, right? So, an interesting, silly game. Now let's talk. So there's some countries here that are richer than others. We have Argentina. We have the next country has got 95. Who's that? Number 12. What? You guys were Canada. And then you have a really big fall off to 57, 56. Why were these ones so wealthy?
They have 3 times as many letters.
Okay, so one of the things is that they have more capabilities, right? So, you know, that's an unfair thing. Some places have more capabilities than others. It's a really simple observation. What else? What else? So the capabilities are the know-how, okay? But, well, what were the rules?
Well, we used the letters, we connected the letters, so
Yeah.
you can use the same letter twice.
Yeah, so you leveraged capabilities into 2 or 3 products, right? So I don't know how many other tables did that, but you could use the same letters as they are used in Scrabble, which is really, really smart, which is one of the reasons why we do things like economic zones, right? Because if you do an economic zone, the same road gets used for 3 or 4 industries at the same time, and they get to use some of their capabilities together. This is kind of how it works. What other know-how worked well at your tables? No, you couldn't trade, though. You see, so, you guys who traded, we'll have to have an investigation. This is a closed economy. It's a closed economy. So.
Lots of ideas from different people.
Right, so there's something about know-how of getting lots of ideas, because you may have lots of capabilities, but you have to put those capabilities together, right? So we think about a lot of countries that have a lot of capabilities, but people hide what their capabilities are. Their capabilities are not revealed, or you don't have really good word builders in the country to put those capabilities together. So you might have a lot of great capabilities, you might have a lot of potential words, but you don't have the know-how to put it together because you've got a coordination failure, or you don't have entrepreneurs who can see the new words, right? So, you know, these guys must have created a lot of interesting words, and they probably had some wordsmiths at the table. So it's one thing to have a lot of capabilities, you have to also be able to put them together. What other things could help countries get rich?
Using multiple languages.
That is so those guys used had some French words, etc., and you guys may have as well. So again, it gives the idea of complexity, right? So how open is your economy to using different languages? How well do you know different languages? Okay, important. These are important things to help you become wealthy. Now, what about the countries that did less well? So, country number 2, what country were you guys? Oh my goodness, it really, really works well for me, doesn't it? That wasn't actually by design. Sorry, Priyan. Who's number 5? Got 7 points. Where's number 5? All of the French. Why did you guys do so badly? And then who's number 1? Oh, you guys actually did really poorly. I was celebrating you, but before we actually had anyone to compare you with. Which is kind of like how the politics is in Venezuela, right? We're doing great until you look at everybody else around us. So let's not tell those stories. Why did you guys do so badly, Priyan?
So we had the resources.
Yeah.
13 letters, but no capability, no vowels.
Right, so you had 13 letters. That's more letters than some of you guys. How many letters did you guys have, Ricardo? More than that. More than that. Not 30. You guys had 30. Okay, so one thing is, so you guys had, whoops, you guys had 13 letters. So you didn't have nothing, but you didn't have as many as the others. Okay? But the key thing is you had no vowels. So imagine a world without vowels. Now the beautiful thing about Scrabble is that the vowels are the least valuable pieces. Every vowel is worth how much? 1. So you kind of say, in the world economy, what do we want? We want surgeons. And we want brain surgeons, and we want rocket scientists. And hey, the guy who cleans the streets is the one who puts them together. So if you had M's, I gave you your letters, right? You had some nice letters. You had some valuable letters. Did you have some Q's?
We had 2 Q's.
I thought I gave you Q's. They're like worth 10 points, but they're worth less if they don't have the other vowels, right? So one of the things is that you guys didn't have many letters and you had no vowels, so therefore you couldn't write any words. So it's an interesting question for countries that you might have some letters, but if you don't have the way to put them together because you're missing key letters, you actually just end up with a large unemployment rate, which is a problem that many countries have. Why else are countries poor in this game? What else? So not enough letters, no vowels, imagination, maybe the ability to put something together. You guys tried, right? You guys tried. You tried MTV route. You tried then to steal from your neighbors, all sorts of things. I bet it doesn't really work. Tim?
We had an interesting dynamic in which one person wanted to maximize the number of letters used, so maximize employment. That was one policy objective, and another person wanted to maximize that the high-value letters got used first.
Yeah.
So somebody wanted to maximize value, and somebody wanted to maximize GDP, and somebody wanted to maximize employment, which came into conflict a little bit
Yeah. So one of the things that does happen oftentimes is if you have that and you have you have a finite set of capabilities, and then you have a policy disagreement on how to use the capabilities, and you only have 4 minutes. Now, this is a realistic situation, right? You have to make a policy decision and say, how do we mobilize them? Are we going to create an industrial park? Are we going to create some kind of a hub for new entrepreneurs? Or are we going to just create one giant smelter and hope that everyone comes around the smelter? How are we going to do this industrial policy? That can impact what kinds of words you create, but it can also create a stalemate if you have disagreement. And we find that there's many countries where there's a lot of disagreement about how to do things. So these are good ideas about what goes wrong. Now this is not a game, of course, and I mustn't push this over the edge. It's a major problem for countries, and it's one of the problems that we are particularly interested in here at the Kennedy School. Chuck, let me hand this down to you. There we go. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. It's one of the problems that we are really interested in kind of invading here at the Kennedy School. And you know that this is one of the things that Ricardo in particular has spent a lot of time working with. We were hearing about how Colombia is dealing with this issue. And we've been working in Sri Lanka on precisely this issue, right? Is when you're a country that has capabilities, but you find that you can't seem to put those capabilities together in ways that show you clearly what your future is, you're in trouble, right? So it's not that you don't have letters, it's that you can't create words. Or the words that you have are words that are not necessarily going to take you into the future, which is the issue with having oil or having oil in Colombia or having coffee. We want something else. We want more complex products, something that has more value. Now, the common advice that we find from a lot of agencies when they come to a country like Sri Lanka is they would say, so you can't create those words, and what you really need to do is you need to improve your doing business indicator scores. Anybody heard of the doing business indicators? It's one of our kind of favorite bugbears here. It's an indicator set that says here are 13 or 14 things that you should do to make your economy more competitive. It's the same things for all the countries, no matter if they're different. Let's do that. Let's get more transparent. Let's improve our governance. Now, these things may be the things we need, and I think the example from Bunkeldex about taking best practices on governance indicators was a very good one of where the best practice addresses a specific problem that you have. And in that case, it's very, very well chosen. But if you think about it, if you want to take the Scrabble metaphor, if you have the World Bank come and say, what we want you to do is we want you to write the word doing business or the word transparency, how many tables could actually write that word now? Just have a look at your letters. Doing business. I don't think Venezuela can. Probably not the USA. So one of our points is, these things take capabilities too. And actually, you go to countries that don't have the capabilities to put together into new products and to create business, and you say, here's a bunch of solutions that you should introduce, but those things actually are beyond the capabilities of many of the countries we work with. So we don't particularly like this approach. And it's not that the ideas are bad. The doing business indicators reward you if it's easy to start a business. That's not a bad idea. They reward you if it's easy to get the permits to build a warehouse. That's not a bad idea, right? It's just that many countries struggle with these things, and they spend a lot of time trying to do them when, in fact, they are not the things that they need to do. We find that oftentimes we go into countries and we'll say to them, what are you doing to help do business? And they say, we're going to do well on the doing business indicators. And then it becomes very apparent that, our first question is, what problem in your country does that solve? And they say, well, what do you mean? Say, well, do any firms have a problem with the things in the doing business indicators? And they say, we've never really thought about that before. So one of the things that happens is that you have an external solution that actually crowds out and disempowers the us. Because it's a solution that people say, well, it comes from the World Bank, it must be right. So I don't like it for that reason. The second thing that I don't like it is that they don't address the problems in most countries, which are just much more complex and very specific to contexts. So when we started doing the work in Albania, and Arby has left, the Albanian government a few years ago said, we want to grow one of our sectors. It was a sector called the façon sector, which is like a clothing sector, clothing and shoes, but it's a little more complicated. And the number one sector in Albania, and they needed it to grow, and it was in decline. And they didn't know why. So they said, will you come and help us? So I said, well, what are you doing to help the façon sector? So they said, well, we're trying to do better on the doing business indicators. And then the conversation was, does that have anything to do with the façon sector? And they said, well, you know, why would it not? We said, why don't we go to the façon firms and ask them what their problems are? And so we went to the façon firms, and they identified 42 things that were holding them back, and none of them had anything to do with the doing business indicators. And we found out that the problems were very Albanian specific. So one of the problems, for instance, was that they got material from Italy, and then they would process that material, and then they would export it back to Italy. But when they got the material for the clothes coming from Italy, it would go through a part of Albania, and the border was in an area that was very rainy. So they would find that oftentimes the truck would get wet, and all the merchandise would get wet, and when they paid the customs would be determined by the weight of the truck. So the firms were saying, can we do something about this, because we end up paying more than we should because it's wet? And the government said, well, we've never really heard about that before. We thought they would just complain about the customs rates, right? So you need to find out what the issue is, but because you have these solutions from other places, you can't necessarily work out that actually you're just missing some vowels. So what we think about is, how do we invade these complex problems that are context specific, and how do we find local solutions by empowering the people in the local place to find their own solution? See, the other thing we think about is, if you solve it once with an outside solution, you don't build the capability to solve the problem when it comes back to you again. So we have the Sri Lankan table with 0. And the solution for them isn't to write the word doing business indicators, because you can't. So there has to be some other strategy to think about solutions for you. Now, problem-driven iterative adaptation is the strategy that we have introduced. It's a process strategy. It is a mouthful, but it's actually just common sense. And I want to describe a little bit how we help countries think through this process, specifically in respect of the question, how do you go from 0 or from 17 to 50 or 60 or 100 in this game? I'm going to describe what PDI is, how it works, and then I'm going to conclude with one slide which says why you should consider it for your country. So what is PDI? PDI is a process to build capabilities by us, for us, given who and where we are. Very important. We're in Sri Lanka, and we're not trying to tell the Sri Lankans that they need to be German. Why? Because it's pointless. They're Sri Lankan, right? And it needs to be developed by them where they are with what they have. One of our assumptions with PDIA is that there are always more letters than we see. There are always more capabilities, and there is a challenge of leveraging the capabilities so that the capabilities can find the future. We do this while addressing complex problems that we don't know how to solve. Now, when Arby was describing the work that they're doing, he described the process that was very like PDIA. Let's identify a problem, let's get to action, let's act while we plan so that we actually learn and we get stuff done. The one difference between the work that he's doing and the work that we're doing is that the problems that we're addressing are problems that are really thorny, really, really difficult, really complex. This isn't like building a playground where you know what you need to do. The problem with economic development, the problem with diversification, whether you're in Saudi Arabia, whether you're in Venezuela, whether you're in Sri Lanka, is that we don't know how to do it. And how we know that is that all of these countries have had 5 or 6 5-year plans to try and do it, and they haven't succeeded. So you're dealing with a situation where you have a problem that is pressing on you, but you don't know what to do, and it's also in the spotlight, and it's politically sensitive, and you really need to have delivered on it last year. So what do you do? So how does PDA work? The first thing, and this is the slide that I have lots of writing on, so I'll just read it through for you, is that we say these problems are problems that you need to get a lot of political authorization for. And when we had the session earlier where Robert Lawrence was asking the question, how do you deal with detractors and spoilers, etc., I thought what he was trying to get at also was the idea of how do you create an authentic message about what you're doing. Authorizers who are willing to stand up and say, we have a problem, we're really going to create what we call a holding environment in which you can solve that problem, are not a dime a dozen. And so you need to find them where they say, this is really politically thorny, it's been here for a long time, we're not going to pay lip service to it anymore, we're actually going to do something. They're the beginning. Now, a lot of people say, why do you have to work with political authorizers? Because most of our work is in governments, and governments are political and they're bureaucratic. So you don't mobilize people without getting somebody at the top with authority to mobilize them. Right, Sujiwa? Somebody has to be saying march, or else they don't march. And it's not that they don't want to march, it's that they don't know if they're allowed to march. Right? So we start with authorizers who identify their problems. It's not us. And usually that'll happen in a meeting like this. Someone probably after the session will come to us and say, we have a problem in our country. Would you like to come work with us? Right, Ricardo? Or our exec ed programs. I think both Sri Lanka and Albania came out of executive education programs where people came after the program and said, we really have a big problem. The next thing is that they convene teams of the local us, their people. This is not about McKinsey, and it's not even about CID. It's about their people. And those people essentially will get together with facilitators, who we are, and they will start to engage with the problem. They start interrogating it. They start breaking it down. They start saying, why is this a problem? What is causing it? Why haven't we been able to solve it? What are the parts of it? And one of the reasons we do that is we find that these complex problems are so big and so scary that you can't solve them with one step. So one of the things we want to do is say, can we break them down into the 50, 60, 70 parts to them so that we can empower a starting point? Does that make sense to you? You break them down so you empower a starting point. When we started working in Albania in the Fason sector, one of the things that was so difficult and why the government wanted us there is they said, what we see is that the exports from the sector are going down. It's really bad news for us and we don't know why. And we need a solution, but we don't know what the solution is. So the first thing is to say to them, you don't need the solution. Let's break it down and find out of that one problem, are there 42? And when they're 42, maybe we invade 3, or we invade 4, or we invade 6. We find entry points and we break it up and we build up our solution as we go. So the second thing is you interrogate the problems, then you identify practical ideas to act on quickly. And this is, I think, what Arby was speaking about. You want to move into action fast. We spend, in the workshops in places like Sri Lanka, we spend about 3 hours developing plans. And the plans are, where would you like to be in 6 months' time? And what are you going to do on Monday? That's it. And the teams say, what do you mean, what are we going to do on Monday? They say, well, what are you going to do on Monday? And they say, well, when the World Bank comes, they don't come back until 3 months' time. We like it that way. And they say, but they also bring consultants. It's not about us doing it. And it's like, this is the story of you. It's not the story of us. Right? So they introduce, they identify practical ideas, they get to action, and then they stop regularly. In Sri Lanka, we stop every 2 to 3 weeks, and they stop to learn. What did we do? What did we learn? And then how can we adapt into another step? They do this again and again and again and again in multiple iterations so that they can learn how to do the thing. Now, let me give you an example of our work in Sri Lanka. We started there last August. We worked for a few years before that in Albania. I worked before that in Mozambique. So we don't choose easy places to work. And we choose places that are really struggling. And we started with a conversation with ministers in August that went kind of something like this. What's the problem? Growth is slowing. Why is growth slowing? Well, because exports are down and we don't have FDI. Why are exports down and why don't you have FDI? Well, because our traditional export sectors are slowing and we're getting a lot of competition from other countries in those sectors and they're just cannibalizing us. And we don't have any new export sectors. We haven't been able to do that for a long time. And in FDI, it's just, we can't attract new FDI sources. We haven't been able to do it for a long time. The FDI that's come in the last few years came in and built a whole lot of buildings, and it hasn't really generated any production. So, okay, that's a nice problem. Can you mobilize a team? Sure. When? How about 3 weeks' time? Great. For how long? 6 months. So this happened in August. Then in September, we came back, and we met people who I know now know very, very well, about 40 professionals from in the government, people who we had been told months before didn't know their jobs, couldn't mobilize anything, couldn't do anything, and were just really dead wood. Have you heard the term dead wood? It's, I'm a big fan of government, and I think that government is the most underutilized thing in most countries of the world, including the United States. And we got a bunch of government officials, and it's just a wonderful thing. And these guys, the first thing they did is they said, we need to break the problem down even further. So they broke it down into 4 key areas. One, we don't know which sectors to target. So in both exports and in FDI, we can't just have a blanket process of kind of promoting exports, because if we want to get new exports, we need to really understand the industry. We need to understand what's wrong with it, and we don't know which industries to go for. If you want to go after investors, you don't kind of just put a flag up and say, Sri Lanka is open for business. You have to say, what business do we want? Where are the investors? How do we find them? I said, we don't even know what we want. We don't know which industries we should go for. Now, my sense is that I see a colleague from Kazakhstan kind of nodding his head. This is a big issue, right? A big issue in Saudi. This is a big issue for a lot of countries, big issue for South Africa. So the second group said, well, even if we knew which sectors to target, we don't even know how to support those sectors. So if we have new exporters in this country, new entrepreneurs who are trying to break into new sectors, we don't even know what to do for them. We know how to work with we know how to work with the garment industry. Why? Because they've been here for 20 or 30 years. We know what they need. We know they're an animal that we're familiar with. But when we think about printed circuit boards, there's 2 companies. Those companies are headed by Japanese guys who decided that Sri Lanka was a great place to be. But we don't really know the industry at all. We don't know them at all. They don't speak our language. We don't really know how to increase their exports from $7 million a year to $40 million a year. Right? The next one said, well, we don't know how to attract new investors. Even if we knew the sectors, our investment strategy at the BOI, the Board of Investment, has been wait for people to come, and when they come, try and jump around as much as you can. Is that a good description, Sujiwa? It is, right? And they've been successful at that in some sectors. But generally, the sectors that you're going to be successful are the ones that are already there. Because the investors are coming because you make garments, and they're thinking, let's come here. But if garments isn't the future, how do you get an investor somewhere else? And they say, we don't know where they are. We don't know how to speak their language. We don't know how to engage them. Another one says, well, we don't even know how to create an attractive investment climate. We've done the doing business indicators thing. We've gone up and down on the doing business indicators, and we haven't really seen that it changes things. Within each group, they then deconstructed their problem even more. So the group that was looking at attracting new investors, they said, we don't know which sectors to target. We don't know where the firms are. We don't know anything about their industries. We don't know how to engage with them. We don't know what incentives they want. We don't know why they're not here in the first place. And it's kind of, this is a great conversation, because you'll notice that what we aren't doing is telling them what to do. We're saying to them, understand your problem as the starting point, because that is what you own. So these guys did this. And then they also identified actions to take really fast. And we don't say to them, develop a big strategy. We say to them, now you've identified the 3 or 4 or 5 or 40 dimensions of this problem. Which ones can you do something in next week? And again, they say, what do you mean next week? What do you mean us? No, which ones can you start acting on? And what we're trying to do is we're trying to push them into what we call push periods. Now, people who are familiar with agile management theory would recognize that this has something to do with agile, and in agile they call this a sprint. We call it a push because we've never seen anyone in government sprint, and because what we are really doing here is we're pushing. Individuals are pushing themselves to work harder than they have before and to take risks that they have not before. Their authorizers are pushing them in ways that they have not before, right? So we call it the push period. And then we have a check-in 2 weeks later where we ask, what did you do? What did you learn? What else are you struggling with? And what's next? Having the check-in period creates accountability. It gives people a time bound for, we're coming back. And it also creates a period in which they can act so that they can learn. So the aim is to get them acting in a rapid, motivated, accountable way, because action creates the basis of learning. If you don't know how to do something, you can't learn it from a book necessarily. You have to try it and you have to see what happens. Learning is the key to putting the knowledge in the brain. Right, Ricardo? So what happened? We've been doing this for about 6 or 7 months. We engage with the teams every 2 to 3 weeks. We engage with the authorizers like Sujiwa as often as we can. And I'm going to give you a brief rundown on what's happening just with one of the teams to show you how the process works. So I actually have 2 teams up there, but I'm going to focus on the investment promotions team. So when we started, as I said, the BOI's investment promotions approach was really, let's fly a flag and say Sri Lanka is a great place to come to. And when people come here, then we'll engage with you and we'll try to get you to come here. They used an elaborate series of incentives to attract people. About the time that we were coming, or within the 6 months, because of an IMF arrangement, all of the incentives were taken away. So the investment promotions team was saying, the way we promote investment is by giving stuff to people. And now we have nothing to give, so what do we do? So he said, well, how about you kind of develop a promotions approach which is about targeting, chasing, wooing, and bringing new people because you've worked so hard to get them that they're saying, how can I not go to this country because these guys are so damn persistent? Where did we learn about this? Well, this is what Singapore did in the 1960s. This is what Costa Rica did to get Intel. This is what the Czech Republic did to get companies like Volkswagen, right? When they didn't have enough of their own letters, they said, we're just going to go and find those things as quickly as possible. So we got a team of about 6 or 7 people, headed by the head of the promotions agency. His name is Prasanchit. And they came into the first session and we said to them, so what's the problem? Why can't you get investors? He said, well, we don't know where to go. We don't know which sectors to target. Even if we knew the sectors to target, we are civil servants. We don't understand those sectors. We don't understand the language of business. So we said, okay, what do you start with on Monday? I said, well, I don't know. So he said, well, how about in the next 2 weeks, you guys go and you choose 3 or 4 sectors that you think you can get an investor in, and you come back and you tell us what was the basis of choosing them. How do we do that? Well, go look at the internet. Go look at the way the World Bank targets. Go look at the way they target. Go look at whatever. Came back in 2 weeks' time, and the team had said, well, we kind of like solar panels. Solar panels for Sri Lanka? I said, yeah, we like solar panels because the biggest consumer of solar panels at the moment is India in the world. And there is a huge drive for solar energy in India. And the solar panels mostly come from China and they come from South Korea. So they're saying, they're shipping these solar panels from China and South Korea and they go right past Sri Lanka to India. Maybe we could get a Chinese firm to come and locate itself here so that then they can sell on to India. Now, maybe that's not a perfect solution, but that's an interesting idea. So they start looking at solar panels. They started looking at solar panels. They started looking at logistics. They started looking at airport hotels and a few other things. And then they said, well, what do we do now? So, I don't know. What do you think is the next step? well, we need to learn a bit about solar panels. So, okay, why don't you go learn about solar panels? 2 weeks later, came in and they said, well, we've learned a lot about solar panels, but, you know, we don't know how to communicate this thing about solar panels. So we had a workshop and we introduced them to a crazy Belgian who is in Sri Lanka, and this guy said to them, why don't you create a pitch book where you can describe the industry and why Sri Lanka makes sense? So they said, that sounds really good. So 2 weeks later, they have a draft of a pitch book. So they say, well, we have this pitch book that we can give to an investor, but we've never given anything like this to an investor, so we don't know how that's going to work. So we said, well, Priyan Fernando and his friends are in a board, and they are all in the private sector. They work in really big firms that invest all the time. Why don't you pitch it to them? So you have these civil servants going in front of the titans of Sri Lankan business and pitching a pitch book that they know nothing about. And the titans of business say, you know what your problem is? Your problem is that you've never been in a factory that makes solar panels. You don't know the industry. So what do? Next 2 weeks, find a factory that makes solar panels. So a couple of them went off and they went and visited this factory that made solar panels. And they came back with solar panels in their hands, so excited. And they said, you know, these guys are interested. They say that we have the right raw materials. They say this, this, and this. But they also told us that they would need land that has access to water, and we have a problem with that in Sri Lanka. So they came back saying, there's a whole lot of positives we learned, and then there's a whole lot of negatives too. But that's good. Let's keep moving. So they said, well, this is great now. We have the pitch book. We know what's wrong with the pitch book. We've learned about the sector. But now we need to pitch to solar panel companies. We don't know where they are. Okay, why don't you go and find out where they are? Oh, okay. So they went and identified who are the biggest solar panel manufacturers in the world, and they came back 2 weeks later with a list of the top 100 manufacturers. A lot of them are in China, a lot of them are South Korea. Now, I'm just telling you about solar panels. They're doing it in 4 other sectors at the same time, right? And they come up with this list. And then the team says, here's the list, here's all these contacts. Now, how do we engage with these people? So he said, well, how would you engage with them? How would you find them? Let's make a list of all the ways that you might run into them. So they said, well, maybe they're going to come to the country. Great, let's see. Whenever there's a Chinese delegation in town, you go to the Chinese delegation and say, is anybody from any of these companies? Maybe we could speak with our economic attachés in the embassies. Great. Maybe we could speak with people in the diaspora. Great. Let's get lists of names. Let's start talking to them. So they start to do this. And the next time we went back, and this was about middle of December, the lady on the team called Ganga was tremendously excited. I said, what happened, Ganga? And she said, well, there was a Chinese delegation in town. And because we had identified that whenever there was a Chinese delegation, we would go and hound them and ask them if anyone was from the firm, that's precisely what I did. Someone put their hand up. And she said, I got to take him back to my office. I got to show him the pitch book. And now we have an engagement with the number 2 Chinese firm producing solar panels. So over the next 3 or 4 months, they carried on doing this kind of work and dealing with a lot of problems in government and stepping aside sometimes to build their authorization. They've managed to bring their work in front of the Prime Minister's office, in front of their Minister's office. They are actively pursuing firms. At the moment, they have a visit in 2 weeks' time from the top British solar panel manufacturing firm coming to Sri Lanka. They've had 2 visits from Chinese and South Korean firms, and every single visit is new learning, right? Now they've moved past solar panels. They're now looking at autos, auto parts. They're looking at medical instruments. They're looking at screws and bolts and washers. And when you get into this world, you'll find that, you know, the granularity of trade is very specific. But the point here is that they are mobilized, they're learning, and they are producing. In this industry, there's a rule of 300, 30, 10, and 1. 300 calls, 30 get responses, 10 lead to leads, 3 lead to serious conversations, and 1 actually invests. At the moment, they're at about number 80 on their calls. Now, we started in September. If we carry on like this and if the numbers hold, then they are going to get an FDI deal sometime in January, February next year. Now people say, well, that sounds slow. Hey, they've never got one before. It's never happened. And this is not us, and this is not McKinsey, and this is not the World Bank. This is Ganga. And what's happening with Ganga is that once she gets that deal, she's going to go and get more. And that is how you go from 0 to 157. You build the capability of us to do the thing we need to solve the problem. And then they can solve the problem again and again and again. So I have to say something people say, what's the counterfactual? How do you know that this really works? Well, there's another team that was working on a targeting mechanism that essentially started off saying, we don't know how to target. We don't know how to choose which sectors to go after. So we said to them, okay, let's do it. By January, following exactly the same process, they had a targeting mechanism with over 100 pieces of data where they had 3 different criteria. What would the value of a sector be for Sri Lanka? What's the market demand and investor interest in the sector? And then what's the strength of Sri Lanka today? And that's probably the most elaborate model that I've seen, and they are informing all sorts of people about this. At exactly the same time, the World Bank was developing a targeting mechanism on behalf of the government of Sri Lanka. They came in January, a month after the team that developed this, with a targeting model that has no data, that is essentially focused on sectors that Sri Lanka already has, and that, most importantly, has not involved 1 second of time from anybody physically in Sri Lanka. It was developed in Washington. So these guys were faster, they were better quality, and everything that they have is theirs. The team that I described with the investment promotions, when we started the work in September, we started 2 months after the World Bank began a private sector development project with $100 million. And that team, one of the things they were focused on was investment promotions. While our guys are developing these capabilities and are out there speaking to firms and are out there making the calls that are needed, the World Bank was developing a strategy for Sri Lanka to do better on investment promotions, and I think they delivered it last month. And their idea is hire 50, 60, 70 more people to do this. My experience is that hiring people takes a good few years in every government. And then what are they going to do? Who's going to train them? So I look at the work that these guys are doing, and I'm like, these guys are going to train them. And if they weren't here, nobody would be there to do that. So why should you consider this? A lot of countries are looking for the solution. And they're thinking that the fastest way to develop is to take someone else's idea from some other country and to just ram it into your system. A lot of countries are also saying, let's bypass government, because government doesn't have the letters and they certainly can't write the words. They are there. They have capabilities. You need to work with them. See, the thing is that if your country is facing a complex problem, where you actually don't know what to do, and where you actually have to take a lot of risk to get there, then you need a process that allows you to learn as you go. Exactly what Arby was saying. You can't pretend that someone else gives you the answer because they're not you. They don't know your politics. They don't know the story of us in your place. They don't know what capabilities you have. What you need is a process that allows you to learn as you do so that you build the capabilities and the solutions at the same time. That's kind of what PDI is. That's why we work with it. And that's why I was excited to share it with you today. I hope the story was interesting and granular enough. We are being very true to our boring name, and we are writing our stories up. But every article that we write is about 60 or 70 pages long, and basically says on day 1 they did this, on day 2 they did this, on day 3 they did this. And even my team is saying to me, this is really dry and really pedestrian. And what I'm saying to them is, it's time that people realized how things get done, that it is step by step by step by step by step by step, learning, putting the brains in the head, trying the brains out, adapting again and again. Right, Miguel? So thank you very much, everybody. And Let me remind you, at 1 o'clock, you have certainly one of my heroes hopefully going to be on the screen. Please come, even if only to see somebody who seriously is a hero in my country at the moment. I used to work in the Ministry of Finance, and the thing that I'm loving the most about what's going on in South Africa is that the newspapers are running stories about Treasury officials as the government heroes. Like stories like, this guy runs government procurement, and he's the one who won't let the nuclear power deal go through with the Russians. And it's great to see people being elevated for their courage and for their commitment to doing real work in countries that need real work. So thanks, everybody.
So this should be going to you. If test. Yep. So everything's already up. Yeah. Go right ahead. Do you want to talk to him?
So this is for. Okay. Hello? Hello?
Hi, Douglas.
Oh. Okay, you. 1 second, please. Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Let me turn off our video. Hello, can you hear us?
Looks frozen.
No. Okay. Let's give it another shot. Hello.
Douglas.
Ooh. Hey, can you listen to me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah, we can hear you too. But sorry, I think the setting
Is
is.
the image a problem?
I think the place where you are is okay. But is there any way to connect physically to internet, or are you in Wi-Fi, or are you connected with a cable? No, not good. Just gonna look for a cable to see if she can connect with that. Yeah, they're wireless.
Okay, there was something wrong with that. How's your line?
Oh. Yeah. Hello, can you hear me? Let me see. Call quality. Connection.
Hi, Douglas. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you. But it is very, very spotty. I was asking if you were able to connect, use a cable to connect to the internet, or if you have to use Wi-Fi.
He doesn't have an existing line.
No, she doesn't have a live, so we have to do Wi-Fi.
I mean, how's the connection? It doesn't look too good.
Yeah. And is there any way you can move perhaps closer to an internet router?
Yeah. Bring it. Let me do this. Let me see. Let me know what the lighting looks like. Hold on.
Okay, yeah.
Let me get closer to it. Hold on.
Yeah, sure. Well, that was better. I mean,
What's that?
we have had a.
How's the audio sound though?
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, you want to try it?
Let's like listen, yeah.
Yeah.
This is as close as I could get to it.
Okay. Hi, this is Chuck. I'm on the other end. Can you just speak a little bit so we can get another sound check?
Okay. Hold on. Let me just increase the side.
That sounds pretty clear, actually.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah. Can you tell me, just give me, tell me what you had for breakfast or what you had for lunch?
Spaghetti.
Spaghetti? What else?
I think that was it. Fruit salad for breakfast.
The audio sounds pretty good. I'm going to I'm going to do one more test, okay? I'm going to hand it over to my audio tech.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you give it a shot?
Well, listen, I think it sounds pretty good.
All right. Hello. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. How are you?
Ah, perfect. And you sound crystal clear, and all is good. So.
Oh, great stuff.
All right. Are we gonna hang on the line? Or?
Yeah. So what we should do? Should we connect?
See her, but we won't hear her, right?
Correct.
Yeah. We're just checking the image right now, in the monitors.
Okay. See, I'm busy with the connection. Can I call you back? All right. Bye.
Can we ask her to go a bit lower so that light doesn't show, or is that okay?
Yeah, that light's a bit of a distraction, but...
Perfect. Would that be okay?
Yeah, I just don't know about his height. I'm quite short, so I'm
Well,
sure it will be fine.
if he needs to open it up, I think that would be okay. It's a bit of a distraction, but that's okay because here the connection is really good.
Is it? Oh, I can do this. I can do this. I put it.
Okay, yeah.
I think here.
Yeah, I think that's good. That would be great.
And
Yeah,
the volume also
he's
fine?
taller than, but if he needs to open up a bit the computer, I guess we'll have to live with that.
Okay, I'll try keep it this.
Yeah,
This.
perfect.
What's he gonna wear? Does he have like a headset for the computer, or is he just gonna speak?
He's gonna be similar to this.
Just like this.
Yep. Do we want to stay online, or do we want to call again?
You can we can try call again. It's fine. It's up to you.
So
Yep.
at like 12:50.
Yep. So I think what we'll do is that we'll call you again in 20 minutes.
That's fine. That's about 12:50.
Yeah, and then we'll start at 1. So we had to move it a little bit later. So we'll
It's
start at 1 p.m., but we'll call you at 12:50 p.m. just to make sure that
That's
everything
fine.
is working.
Okay, that's perfect. That works for me.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Blessing.
Thank you.
You have a good one.
You too.
Great. Okay. So you can hear her. So Helen's going to hear her through the. Yeah, I just have this. Right. But that's it works.
Are we gonna play the camera too?
So I think we'll shut off our camera because it takes a bit of like bandwidth. Yeah.
Anything that's in here.
What is that? What I don't understand.
Like any of the mics that are in here, not just this one. Anyone that's speaking or anything.
Yeah, but we're not gonna have any of them on, right?
No, we don't.
No,
I'm saying if you did want to
okay.
talk or what have
Helen's just gonna be asking the
Yep.
questions. Okay.
And
That was pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm happy with that.
Yeah,
Quality of both.
and we should keep our video off. It's what I did between 1 or 2 is that I shot our own camera, so they can see us.
So they will not see us.
We can
Which isn't a
try,
problem.
but
No,
that
I
takes a.
don't-
I think it's okay.
Yeah. So as long as they know that.
Yep.
And then we'll. So again, you'll come back here. You'll establish contact with her.
Perfect.
And then starting
Perfect.
So we got.
I mean that last location.
I think it works.
It worked. Let's see how long we can keep it working. Okay, I'll leave this here. Thank you.
Can I hear her? Son of a gun, my bad.
Hello?
Hello, this is Chuck.
Hi, Chuck.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great, we see you. The audio sounds very clear.
Okay.
Great.
And is the picture clear as well?
It's the same as it was before. It's pretty good.
Okay.
It's pretty
Okay.
good. I mean,
Okay,
we're
that's perfect.
expecting there may be some lag, but that comes with the territory with Skype.
Okay.
So we'll just we'll keep the line live. I'll put the
Okay,
I'll
that's
put the
fine.
microphone down, and then I'll come back. I'll come back and maybe, I mean, we're shooting for 1, so maybe I'll come back in a few minutes.
That's fine.
And then I'll be handing the mic over to Helen Bowden, is the moderator. So
Okay.
she'll be the one handling the interview.
All right, that's fine.
Okay?
All right, that's perfect.
And then once we bring her in, then he'll be live in front of the whole space.
Okay,
Okay?
that's fine.
All right, great.
Okay.
I'll be back in a few minutes.
All right.
in the end got annihilated. Tough batsmen as they try to play Rashid Khan. They'll have watched many videos of him, but still a struggle to read him and therefore trying to read him off the pitch. It's only because well, his performance is so far. It's a good power play. The Delhi Daredevils, 56 for 1. Highest power play score against the Sunrise.
Hello. Hello.
Hi.
Okay, we're a couple minutes out.
Okay.
Can we have
I'm
him?
also just.
Can we have him
Sorry?
seated? Can we have him seated?
Give me 2 minutes.
2 minutes? Okay.
All right.
Helen.
Mr. Gordhan, he's in a meeting at the moment. Can I take it? It's Stacy. Yes, sir.
She's not there.
She's not there. This will be the mic Helen is using.
Helen
Yes,
has
sir.
the mic on. So I just use
Oh, okay. Great.
The number's on. The number's on his phone. Yeah. It will be my email address. BUSR .SOKH ULU. Please hold the line for me, sir. Hold the line for me. Good evening, sir. Connection was bad. So, it's okay.
Hello, sir. Oh, I've lost the audio. Hello?
There you go.
Great.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Could I get another microphone check, please? How was your day?
Oh, no, I'm coming to the end of my day. You were heading for lunch, I believe, on your side.
We're just finishing up. Yes. Okay. The audio sounds great. You'll be speaking with Helen Bowden. She's our MC.
Right.
I think we're about a minute away, maybe less than a minute. So when I say you're live, that will indicate that we've punched up the signal on all the projection screens here, okay?
That's fine.
We are ready. We are ready. Okay, we're ready to go live. You're live.
Aha!
Good afternoon, Helen.
So thank you very much for sticking to the one-ish agreement. You can probably see our guest there. Excellent. I shall move out of the way for those who want to watch this. Just a bit of context. This is sort of all of you know this, but just to remind ourselves that when Nelson Mandela emerged from prison and preached that extraordinary message of peace and reconciliation, I think everybody in the world saw this as a rather exceptional way of dealing with a very, very bitterly divided history of colonial exploitation and racial hatreds. I think the Rainbow Nation idea caught the imagination of a great many people, and the hearings, that explored some of the terrible things that had gone on were clearly a way to emotionally evacuate a lot of what had happened in South Africa, and to try and develop that extraordinary sense of us, which Mandela clearly saw as very, very fundamental. But the reality is, however brilliant that was, and I think none of us underestimate its integrity or its importance, there are still very, very profound tensions in South Africa. Tensions you see as soon as you get off the plane in Johannesburg, for those of you who've been. And they're emerging, I think, in new and extremely challenging ways. And to help us understand what's happening to the sense of us in South Africa, we've got Pravin Gordhan here on Skype. He can't see us, but he can hear us. We've eliminated us visually for him because it improves the quality of the whole the whole experience. He's a very, very highly regarded figure. As we know, we've had one of our dear colleagues from CID say he's a bit of a hero. You missed that, Mr. Gordhan, but you were talked about as a hero by a fellow South African. And until very recently, you were the Minister of Finance in South Africa. You held that position initially from 2009 to 14, and then you came back in 2015. And then 18 days ago, you were sacked, and someone was given your job, someone who didn't appear to have an O-level in maths. And as we know, the rand collapsed, and the economy's been profoundly damaged internationally and internally by that decision. But really, this is our chance to ask you about what the aspiration of the sense of us in South Africa is about and what's been happening. So can you just first talk to us a little bit about the ongoing tensions between you and President Zuma, which we don't assume were personal, we assume they were political, ethical, and ideological?
Well, good afternoon, firstly, to all of you, and it's a great privilege for humble South Africans from the tip of the African continent to share some thoughts about what is still, I think, a wonderful country, a country with huge prospects before it. And although we are just a 23-year-old democracy, we ourselves have a lot to learn, but I think there's a lot we can teach the world as well in terms of what you described as Mr. Mandela's ambition for this country as a reconciled nation emerging from a very cruel history that we know as apartheid. Secondly, notwithstanding whatever tensions there might be now within the country, a 23-year-old democracy like the South African one has done a remarkable piece of work in lifting the vast majority of South Africans to a new level, lifting millions out of poverty, increasing the size of this economy 2 or 3 times, and changing its fiscal picture in a formidable way in a very short period of time, notwithstanding some of the difficulties that we face right now. So if you take some of the basic human needs that the vast majority of South Africans were deprived of for centuries in South Africa, sanitation, water, education, health, and housing, or what we might call the social wage in broader terms. There's been, on the one hand, a remarkable investment in this area over the years, but secondly, a huge change in the kind of conditions in which people live, notwithstanding a frank admission that we still have a lot to do as a country.
So in terms of the lot to do, and we had schools being burned down by black youths in the Cape about 9 months ago. I was in South Africa when that was happening. So a lot of the underlying tensions and dilemmas bizarrely echo what happened in apartheid. In terms of what was necessary, the necessary future steps, what was the difference between you and President Zuma about how that should be approached?
Yeah, I think one of the difficulties with the way we portray some of the narratives turns into a kind of individual do you agree or do you disagree thing. And I think what we have here is an instance where I still am a member of the National Executive Committee of the African National Congress. The policies of the ANC, which is Mandela's ANC, and the policies of the government are still fairly clear. Firstly, if you talk about the question of us and who us is in South Africa, the Freedom Charter, crafted in 1955, which opens with the line, South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white, remains an important lodestar as we create every single day a new sense of us, a new sense of common purpose, and a new sense of a national purpose in what we actually try to do. And in that process, you've had various administrations under various government presidents, the most recent in 2009 up to 14, and 2014 up to now under President Zuma. And in the first 5 years as finance minister, we had no difficulties in the way in which we had to steer this economy, and in particular its fiscal capabilities, in a post-recession environment. So South Africa in 2008 and early 2009, prior to what I say Wall Street visiting us rather than us visiting Wall Street, was growing at about 4%, had a budget surplus for the first time in its history. The debt to GDP ratio was below 25%, and the interest payments on our debt was extremely low compared to what we have today. And throughout those 5 years, we had a very common approach as a government and as the ANC, and indeed as a country, together with the business and labor sectors, in terms of how we needed to deal with the post-recession environment. As you know, I then moved away from finance, and when I returned and was asked to do this job in December 2015, after my predecessor, Mr. Nene, was relieved of his responsibility. You can see I'm trying to be more polite. I don't use the word fired.
I know.
I say relieved of the responsibility. I was asked to come in and help to stabilize the situation together with Treasury and the broader government team. And I think in the last year, during the course of 2016, we, as a collective, did a remarkable piece of work. We created a common sense of purpose with business and labor. We worked together through what is called a CEO initiative to create a new level of trust, a new level of cooperation, get concrete projects off the ground where the largely white-dominated business sector reached out to other sectors of society through a small business fund, a current plan that is being worked upon to employ 1 million youths over 3 years through a youth employment service. Hopefully that gets off the ground by the middle of the year as well, is another project. A third is to look at new investment possibilities, where the private sector in South Africa would commit itself to investment within the country. And then the fourth was to ensure that we avert any ratings downgrade to the junk level, so to speak, or sub-investment level, which we successfully navigated during 2016 as a government, business and labor team as well. Regrettably, as you pointed out in the last 2 weeks, I've now been told to move off the position of Minister of Finance. That's created a bit of a difficult situation because we've now had 2 of the ratings agencies move South Africa's ratings to a sub-investment grade. The rand didn't depreciate to the same extent as it did post the Nenegate situation, as we call it, in 2015. But certainly South Africa finds itself in a bit of a difficult spot. I'm optimistic that whilst these were decisions made by the President within the powers assigned to him in the Constitution of South Africa, the public is asking some serious questions about whether these moves were necessary on the one hand, and on the other hand, we have to move on and continue to ask the question, how can we work both as individuals and as groups of individuals in civil society, in business and in the labor sectors to get South Africa back on track, notwithstanding the events that have been unfolded.
So Howard, sorry to interrupt you, but how would you...
I'm not aware of any personal differences between the President and myself. We know each other from 1974, when he came off Robben Island after serving a 10-year sentence. So there's no personality issues as far as I'm concerned. And I will continue to do what I can as an individual, working with other sectors of society to ensure that we enhance our national interest.
So do you see, as a loyal ANC Executive Board member, any difference now between the philosophy the ANC had about the Rainbow Nation, the sense of us, and what the President is currently developing as an ideology, particularly around economic privilege and race?
Yeah, I think firstly there is a regression, if you like, on the question of race. Non-racialism has always been an important foundation stone, as much as non-sexism and democracy is concerned, in the African National Congress. And it seems that when we find ourselves, or some of us find ourselves in difficulty, we begin to dilute our commitment to fundamental principles that the Mandela generation had committed itself to, and young activists like myself and others had committed ourselves to as well. So that's the first thing. Secondly, as is happening in many economies around the world, and I'm sure you have many who can give you this narrative from different parts of the world, including the United States itself, you now have a level of consumerism, a level of greed and insatiability, as some would describe it, penetrating our society, which results in rent-seeking and corruption in certain sectors. I think we must be careful not to get the proportionality wrong in this particular case, which is regrettable because that's not the kind of ANC that our founding fathers, or particularly the Mandela generation, would have seen for South Africa. And there's a very healthy discourse taking place in South Africa right now, involving millions of people across the country, a much bigger middle class that is concerned about where is South Africa going and how does it impact upon their future and their family's future as well. And that's a very healthy sign that our democracy is alive, our democracy is vibrant, and it's a democracy that is engaging more and more citizens in vital questions that are affecting us. What kind of economy do we want? How do we ensure that we have a greater sharing economy than the lopsided economy that we have currently? So whilst our numbers have been good over the past 10 or 20 years, one of the facts that the rest of the world is sometimes not too aware of is that the apartheid character of our economy and the level of exclusion of millions of black South Africans from any meaningful ownership or participatory role in our economy remains the same. And so in the next 5 or 10 years, one of the crucial challenges that my and other the younger generations have to confront, hopefully in a coherent, cohesive and purposeful way, is how do we restructure this economy so that there are indeed more jobs, more young black entrepreneurs, more business owners that come from the black community, and greater levels of participation in every sense of the word, because that's going to be the big challenge that determines the kind of ownership, if you like, in the broader sense of the us that you actually describe.
So
challenges there are, I think we must be frank about that, but those challenges are not insurmountable if we go back to the basic principles that guided the ANC over the years. And as you know, there's no guarantee that an organization with good foundations 20 years or 30 years or 40 years hence is going to be always the favorite amongst the electorate. So there's a very vibrant conversation taking place within and outside of the ANC about how do we actually go back to those sound principles that the Mandela generation left us with, so that the ANC can continue to play its historic role in uniting South Africans, reconciling them, and in reconstructing our society and economy.
You see, I think Jacob Zuma, if he was here, would say his economic philosophy, his philosophy for his country, is exactly aimed at the black excluded. And actually, the earlier generations didn't quite understand how intractable that problem would be. How would you respond to that idea of his?
No, I think one of the realizations that all of us have had, if you like, in the recent past, is that the 1990 to 1994 period, the period between the unbanning of the ANC, the early negotiations at CODESA 1 and CODESA 2, the breakdown in the negotiations and the resurrection of those negotiations in 1993, which led to the first democratic elections in April 1994, looked at the question of the democratic or political transition in South Africa in a very effective kind of way. And by 1996 gave us the wonderful constitution and the foundations for a new legal system that ensured basic human rights and other rights that South Africans would enjoy like anybody else in the world, but did not look at the other dimensions, the dimension of reconciliation. Again, Mr. Mandela laid a good foundation for that. And for generations to come, we will have to work on that particular question. And the third element, which didn't get sufficient attention, was the economic element, as you point out. But the earlier years found South Africans and the ANC in a difficult position because there was a particular ownership pattern in South Africa, which had to be reassured that it would remain in place and not be disrupted by the political changes. But I think that the experiments that we've had with black empowerment, and I see you have the word empowerment in your GEMS program as well, didn't sufficiently restructure the economy to get the levels of participation that we actually require. So where Mr. Zuma and many others would agree today is that we need a new paradigm to work within. And today the world, I'm sure it's in your program as well, is now talking a lot more about inclusive growth, about addressing issues of inequality, which we have in a very extreme form. It's talking about structural reforms. We have them in two senses. In the one, about what we do in relation to regulatory issues, state-owned enterprises, and the issues of delivering on some of the basic infrastructure that we require in this country. But in the second instance, is to rectify the kind of historical structure that our economy has retained even 24 years or 23 years after democracy. And I believe that today we are driving towards common purpose amongst the big business sector, the many sections of small business and black professionals, the trade union movement, and vast sections of civil society and amongst the political parties that a new formula needs to actually emerge. You can call it radical economic transformation if you like, or economic transformation or restructuring if you like. But the purpose has to be that a new foundation needs to be laid, building on what we've achieved thus far, which will give us a different kind of economy, more enterprising, more inclusive, more dynamic, and one which can take its rightful place both on the African continent and in the globe.
And one final question, because sadly we have to move on, although we're incredibly grateful for your time. This process, this day that we've been having at GEM, has been looking at the idea of iterative learning, of pausing when you've done something and thinking where you need to go next, not rushing into the most obvious. Looking back on the evolution of an incredibly young country, I mean, South Africa is a blink of the eye as South Africa as we know it. What's the biggest lesson you take from the last couple of decades?
One, that human beings have huge potential to meet each other and extend solidarity if they're given half a chance to do so. So I believe that amongst the 55 million people in South Africa, there's a huge amount of goodwill, good sense, and a national purpose that we can tap into. Secondly, that as the rest of the world is also learning, perhaps relearning, that the relationship between political decision-making and economic policy and economic direction is a much closer dynamic that needs to be both watched carefully, but also managed in that iterative way that you are actually describing, so that there's a common purpose that we develop there where the population and the citizens of the country are the main beneficiaries of the way in which we actually unfold an economic program. And thirdly, that values and culture and, if you like, the leadership ethos does matter. And constantly reminding new generations and younger generations in particular about where we come from as an inspiration about what they need to do into the future actually places South Africa in an interesting position given the kind of legacy that the Mandelas and his generation have actually left us. So difficulties there are, as I've said before, but they're not overwhelming. And in the next few years, if we navigate this country carefully, we can realize the potential that the South African populace has within it.
Thank you very, very much. You are marvellously diplomatic, but I think we've all read exactly what you're saying, and we're incredibly grateful for your time. You can only hear us, but we will give you a round of applause. Thank you very much. So our next session is about how ideas and innovation are transferred within societies and what that does to the sense of us. And I'm delighted to welcome Enrico Spolaore, Sari Pekala-Kerr, and Ljubica Nedolesco. And I should have practiced these before I started. Enrico is Professor of Economics at Tufts University, as well as a research associate at the National Bureau of Economic Research. He works on growth and development, political economy and international economics. Sari is a senior research scientist at Wellesley College. She focuses on applied microeconomics, specifically labour markets, entrepreneurship and education. And Ljubica is research fellow at CID. Her research looks at regional structural change and the transferability of skills across jobs and occupations. As before, we'll hear them speak individually, and then Lant Pritchett, Professor of International Development at the Kennedy School and co-founder with Matt Andrews of Building State Capability, will talk to them about their work. And after that, we take a quick break before our final session on the sort of underlying current of a great deal of discourse today, and something that frankly mesmerizes people at the Kennedy School, which is the apparent rise of populism. So we've got an interesting afternoon ahead. Could the first speaker come up, please?
Thank you very much for inviting me. It's a timely topic, talking about the spread of knowledge and how it is connected to movements of populations and movement and migrations. And as the first speaker, I think my job will be to give a sort of a bigger picture, sort of historical background, because after all, the history of the world, of humanity, starting maybe 100,000 years ago, even 50,000 ago, it's a story of people moving, and moving of populations, moving from out of Africa, moving all over. And more recently, of course, we have big flows of populations going to the New World, coming right here. So this ancestral history of our ancestors has affected more recent patterns of development, more recent patterns of spread of innovation. And I'll try to give a sort of an overview of some recent research that is, personally, I have done work with Roman Wagzer, who is at UCLA. So most of what I'm going to speak about now is going to be based on my work with Roman, in particular 2 or 3 more recent papers. But this is part of our research agenda, but it's part of a much broader agenda about, let's see, how do I, yeah. About deeply rooted factors in development and in economics. Now, when we talk about deeply rooted factors in deep history, of course, there is always some reason for concern, because we say, oh, there is a strong correlation between deep historical factors that go back hundreds, sometimes even thousands of years. People have worked on the legacy of colonialism, but even pre-colonial traits and institutions might matter. And then we have this question: if the past casts a long shadow on the current outcomes, how can we get out of this straitjacket of history? Are we to be concerned about historical determinism? Maybe what happened a few hundred years ago is determining why some countries are rich and poor today. Now, the reason why sometimes one could be pessimistic in a way that I don't think is warranted, in fact, by the data, is because a lot of research has focused on direct effects. You inherit some traits from past history or from past societies, and then you're stuck with those. But I would say that if instead of focusing on direct effects, we focus on barriers, it's a more hopeful way to consider the legacy of history. It becomes a sort of half a full, half empty glass, in the sense that there are barriers to the diffusion of knowledge, and they are deeply rooted. They are based on past history, and very often on ancestral traits, but they are not permanent and immutable. It's something that can change, and I will show you some examples of how, by measuring some specific ancestral barriers and looking at their effects, so we can see both how they matter, they have mattered, but also how they stop mattering, and they were overcome. And so in a way, this, I would think, also opens some more room for policies that will help us to overcome barriers. And in these policies, the movements of population, the movements of migrants, the fact that population can learn from people that are not directly related to themselves, I think is an important mechanism. So there is so we'll emphasize long-term historical barriers between populations, and the fact that more divergent is the historical paths of different populations, the greater the barriers when one population comes up with some innovation. Or it could be the Industrial Revolution, could be some new behavior in fertility, and then the spread of this innovation depends on how far or close different populations are in terms of these ancestral dimensions. But then eventually, historically, most of these barriers have been overcome, as I will show in. In 3 examples. So first I will briefly say something about measuring ancestral barriers, how we can measure these ancestral barriers. Then I will show very briefly 3 examples that are based on 3 different papers that Roman and I have written recently. One about the spread of technologies, where we have worked, in fact, for a longer time, and we have older papers about it. The spread of institutions, in particular of democracy, and the spread of new fertility behavior, which is, of course, is a major change historically that just happened recently, in the past 200 years. Our ancestors used to have a lot of kids, even as recently as my great-grandparents were all kids, or maybe 12 families, 12 kids, 14 kids, and then of course my grandparents had 4, and then my parents 2, and I have only 1 child. So it's a whole, and I blame the French for that, as you will see. So we will see how these innovations that come, the idea that now we have lower fertility, we control fertility within marriage, we only have 1 or 2 or 3 kids rather than 10 or 12, it's also something that depends on these ancestral barriers, but in a way that eventually spreads, so that even eventually populations that are very far from the innovators, the British in the case of the spread of technologies, British but also I would say Americans in the United States in the sense of spread of institutions, and the French, in particular the Northern French in the case of fertility behavior. So these are the innovators, people that were closer historically, culturally to these populations, adopted the new innovation earlier, they imitated and adopted innovation earlier, but then eventually it spread gradually to other populations that were historically, culturally, ethnically farther from the innovator. And so how do we measure these ancestral barriers? So there are different ways to measure. They all capture how close or far we are in time, really, across all populations are related. We are all cousins, so we can be first cousins, second cousins, third cousins. In order to see how closely related different populations are, you have to look at where are our most common recent ancestors. So for example, in the case of genetic distance, that's one measure that captures really how two populations are related in terms of most recent common ancestors. Very often there is the misunderstanding that if you see a correlation between genetic distance and some current outcome, it's an effect of the genes. This is a big misunderstanding of what genetic distance is really about, because genetic distance captures neutral genes that do not really affect outcome per se, but capture how related I am. So I'm more closely related to my sister than to my first cousin, because our more recent common ancestors are our parents rather than our grandparents, and the same is true for populations. So you can see, but of course the reasons why this measure could matter to understand the barriers, why it might be easier for me to learn something from my sister than from my third cousin, is because as we are more closely related, we inherited a lot of traits that come from our parents, or that come vertically, as anthropologists say. And we learn a lot of this traits mostly culturally. So in fact, we have measured now cultural distance by looking at how people answer surveys or other ways in which people show their values, their beliefs, they express their values, their beliefs, which are very closely correlated to these measures of relatedness, as well as language. Language is also very useful, even though people can change their language. And in fact, I'm not speaking now, and you might be fooled by my perfect Bostonian accent, but it's not my native language. I really spoke Italian originally, and so I've changed my language, but still, the ancestral language, it might also be a good indicator of how closely or far the populations are. Now, they're all correlated to each other, and they can have explanatory power, but I will try to understand why is that the case. So this is a tree of human population, how they are genealogically related to each other. For example, the Danish and the English, I don't know if you can see, it's very small. Danish and English are very closely related. Italian, strangely enough, are more closely related to the English than to the Greeks, something that surprised me very much. And also, so this is how populations are related to each other. Now, this is a map of ancestral languages, which we find very useful. In fact, a lot of our research now on fertility behavior and the decline of fertility in Europe in the 19th century and the 20th century is based on data from this map. These are ancestral languages, so they are dialects, basically. So you have Venetian different from Lombard, or Bavarian different from Northern German. And so when the French, at the beginning of the 19th century, started to reduce their fertility for complex reasons, and then this behavior spread across Europe, it spread across these cultural linguistic lines. And you can predict, even controlling for human capital or controlling for economic variables, showing that there were sort of cultural barriers that made it, some populations that were closer in terms of culture, history, and said to the French, more likely to say, okay, it's okay now, it's not a stigma anymore to control your fertility within marriage rather than having as many kids as you can once you get married. And so this is an instance, for example, of a cultural barrier based where language, the ancestral language, captures this sort of this longer term relationship. But there was a role for immigrants here, in fact, interestingly, in England, that strangely enough adopted this fertility transition 1 or 2 generations after the French. The first areas that started to reduce their fertility at the second half of the 19th century were areas where there were French immigrants that were teaching basically the English to do it, basically. And it's not only, of course, a question of technology or using contraception that in the 19th century was not that widespread, but it's also a cultural thing of it's okay to change our behavior. It's okay to control fertility within marriage. It's no longer something that we, for religious reasons, we should be concerned about. And there are interesting cases also where there were trials in the second part of the 19th century where some activists in England tried to diffuse a sort of knowledge, especially among the working class, about how to have less children. And during this trial, the activists, Anne Besant, for example, she was very active about that, was saying, you see how the French are doing. The French are really spreading this knowledge. It's okay for the French to do this. While here, we have these barriers to this behavior. So this is another instance where the barriers were also overcome through learning from others, and of course migrations of people, physical migration was important, as well as communication. Communication, of course, at the time through books or through newspapers. Now, so the three examples. The diffusion of fertility transition in the 19th century I mentioned. There is also the diffusion of technology of the Industrial Revolution. There was England that was really at the forefront. And here, the diffusion of institutions more recently, the diffusion of democracy during the third wave, where is the distance, the ancestral distance relative to the United States that predicts the timing of adoption. Now, one point that I wanted to stress, given the theme of this session, and I think the other speakers will provide, I think, much more micro evidence about the role of immigrants and the role of specific ways to overcome barriers. But one thing that we found is that when we try to use ancestral distance to the United States, and we just use the ancestral distance from the predominant population, the European population, we get worse results than if we use a weighted average of all the different groups in the United States. So if you put together also the fact that in the United States there are African Americans, Hispanics, people from different parts of Europe and so on, showing that it's the fact that the United States is made of very different groups of people has helped, in a way, the spread of innovation from the United States to other parts of the world, because you can imagine an Italian say, oh, I can learn from Italian Americans something. Somebody in Africa say, I can learn about democracy from African Americans, and so on. So the fact that the United States is a mixed population, in a way, has fostered this kind of innovations, and I think it works both ways, I suspect. Now, here's some data, the diffusion of the Industrial Revolution. So this is the beta, for those of you who like econometrics. So these are the beta effect, so it's the standardized effect of the ancestral distance, of genetic distance relative to the UK on differences in per capita income over time. You can see that this was at the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, of course, was not that important because nobody had the Industrial Revolution except for the English. It peaked during the second part of the 19th century, but then it starts to decline. And the decline is as important as the peak. So it shows how important it was during the 19th century to be closer rather than farther from the English. But eventually, even population farther from the English in Japan and elsewhere, they adopted the new technologies, so that these days, even though you can still find an effect, it's much smaller than it used to be. So this is something that also we like to stress. It's not a permanent effect. The barriers eventually are overcome. Same with the diffusion of democracy. More recently, of course, this is during the 1970s and 80s. The third wave of democracy started more in countries that were not democratic but were closer culturally, ancestrally to the United States, but then it spread also to other countries that were a bit farther from the United States. So there is both the importance of the ancestral difference, but also the fact that eventually they are overcome. And finally, the diffusion of fertility transition also starting in France. Here we only have the second part for the data, but of course there would be a U-shape if we had the first part. Our data started in 1876. It goes down in 1857. I don't think I have much time. I will just say a few things, therefore, about policy. This is just, a drawing or, so no. So this is a metaphor. Policy is a drawing error. Okay, what should be here is that policies could foster, how can we actually address that? That will be directly addressed by people by the speakers who will follow me, but I would say that we don't need to reduce cultural diversity or to try to make people more similar in order to overcome this barrier, because this old history that matters, but eventually we see that as people learn from horizontally rather than vertically, as anthropologists would say, across different groups who are not directly ancestrally related, there could be a spread of innovations as long as we have the ability to translate, learn from each other, and so on. And so the time is out, so I will leave the rest of this policy for the discussion, and after that comes after me. Thank you very much.
So I hope you can hear me. Yeah, sounds like it is indeed on. I love that map. I'm from Finland originally, and I look at all the European language families in your map, and there's Finland all alone in the middle with absolutely no relation to anything. So thank you very much for giving me this most useless language that's not related to anything. But alas, I'll stick to English. Thank you so much for all of you for being here. Thank you for inviting me. I'm really excited. This is my first time at the GEM. And I'll be talking about global migration of skilled immigrants, or skilled individuals today. It's based on at least 3 papers, sort of a large research agenda that I'm doing with co-authors from World Bank, Harvard Business School, and University of Western Australia. So again, a sort of diverse group of people that we work with. So I'm just going to try to make sure, since this is based on a lot of research, I'll try to give you some broad outlines of what we find, and then hopefully conclude with some policies that maybe my policies will work or not. We'll see at the end. The interesting thing about skilled migration, so first of all, it is a big data challenge to study this topic, because we generally don't know very much about these flows going back and forth. So people move to one country, then move to another country, and then may move back to their home countries. The data we use is based on people residing in a country other than where they were born, and then we know what their skill level is, but we don't necessarily know where that skill was acquired. So that's the sort of data that we're using. Based on the data, I'll show you some graphs. Historically, migration has sort of always been an interesting topic for study and for policy, but the pace, especially of the highly skilled migration, is definitely rapid. It's definitely increasing. And most interestingly, it's actually increasing much faster for women than it is for men. So women have obviously outpaced men in terms of educational attainment in many societies, including the United States. And so perhaps not surprisingly, also in the international skill flows, now women are representing a larger share than men are. And then, so you can imagine these flows coming from a broad set of source countries, and the set of source countries where the skill flows are coming from, leaving from, is broadening. So that's happening over time. I'll show you some evidence on that. And for some countries, this is quite a significant factor. So some countries are suffering less from this brain drain, others are suffering a lot more. And then on the receiving end, then the concentration of countries is much more narrow. So we basically have 5 major countries receiving skilled migrants in the world, US being the top one. US a little bit less than it used to be perhaps in the past, but nevertheless still receiving the vast bulk of all of world's skilled migrants. It's so that concentration is not becoming less over time, but we can see that if we look at the very top of the skill distribution, say go to top to any of the fields like big innovators, Nobel Prize winners, sports stars, their sort of flows are particularly concentrated to small, narrow set of countries, narrow set of regions. Within any destination country, the regional distribution of skilled immigrants is also very narrow. So England, obviously London, hosts the vast majority of skilled migrants into England. The US, I'll show you some data in a minute, also has a pretty narrow distribution of places where these skilled migrants reside. And even within those, we see more concentration in the very top universities, very top firms. Okay, and so what we find is obviously the more talented the group we look at, the more likely they are to migrate globally. They're sort of footloose. They have a lot of talent that's in high demand. They can go anywhere, and it's not hard for them to find a place globally where they can sort of maximize whatever they're maximizing. And then So US again receives a exceptional share of this inflow of talented individuals, but also it sort of doesn't send out a lot of skilled individuals on the other end. So you can think of countries like Germany. Germany receives a lot of skilled migrants, but also sends out a lot of skilled migrants. US is not like that. US sort of just receives, keeps them, and doesn't send out much at all in terms of its own natives. US and other big immigration receiving countries are actually very, very dependent on these skilled migrants for a variety of measures that we can look at. And so even if you hear today some policy discussions where we're going to try to make life better for the average American Joe and sort of improve the possibilities for the average Americans, we still are sort of heavily dependent on the skilled immigrant guys rather than the average American Joe for a lot of things, including innovation and all of the technology development. Okay, and then finally, we also see that these flows are often very much timed in terms of where a country becomes a leader or a region or whatever. If you think about Silicon Valley, for example, when Silicon Valley became the leader of technology, then you see these immigration flows often being very much timed with that. So here's some data from the database we're using. We're comparing 1990 and 2010. I just want to point out a few facts. So we're comparing high-skilled migration and low-skilled migration, showing that the pace of the increase in the pace of high-skilled migration is much faster than it is for the low-skilled migration. I think it increased by 130% for high-skilled and only 40% for the low-skilled migration. This is actually migrant stocks in the OECD countries only, so I'm not looking at the non-OECD. Turns out also that the non-OECD countries have become a much more important source for skilled migration into the OECD. US used to be sort of by far the biggest receiver, but now if you look at the migration flows going to other OECD countries than the US, they're actually increasing their share, sort of the receiving share of skilled migrants, a lot faster than the US is. So US is not, I wouldn't say US is losing the race, but it's definitely winning less than it used to be winning in the past in these sort of relative shares. And there's the sort of female migration is especially increasing very, very, very rapidly in terms of the stocks of skilled women residing outside of their countries of origin. Okay, and so this is trying to show you just the distribution of both the immigrants as well as the immigrants. So immigrants is now the receiving countries in terms of their ranking on the x-axis. I'm ranking the countries in terms of the number of skilled immigrants that they're hosting. And the line starts at about 36%, so that's US hosting 36% of the stock of skilled immigrants in the world. That's just massive. And then I can add the next several countries. So there's going to be Canada, UK, Germany and Australia, and then that gets us to 66% already. So 66% of all of the skilled immigrants in the world are residing in these 5 top countries. So that sort of receiving side is much more concentrated than the sending side. If I look at the top sending country in the world, top sending country is India in this graph. China is closely second. They're sending altogether about close to 20%, I guess, of the world's skilled migrants, not quite. And then the top 5 sending countries are sending about 30% of all of the skilled migrants in the world. So both of the flows are very sort of stocks are concentrated, but it's much more concentrated on the receiving countries side of matters. And then this is I think a graph that's worth spending a little bit of time on. So we're trying to look at sort of the impact, or think about the impact of sending these migrants away. And it's actually not an easy thing to measure, since we don't necessarily know where people are educated. So we know that, for example, I'm here in the US, I have a doctoral degree, I came from Finland, I must be a skilled migrant from Finland. But nobody knows in the data that whether I was educated here or educated in Finland. From the data's point of view, it doesn't really matter. I could have been educated in either country, and so probably I was sort of a brain drain. Maybe somebody would disagree in Finland, but I was sort of a brain drain loss to Finland nevertheless by coming to the US. US is happy to have me. Finland is a little bit sad to see me leave. And here we're looking at, again, on the x-axis, the countries by their total population size. It's a little bit goofy because we start at 100,000 individuals total size and go to the billion individuals. We're only looking at the the working age population, so India is less than 1 billion people in the working age group. And then on the y-axis, I have the immigration rate of individuals, of skilled individuals. And so there are countries actually where you look at the Guyana, Barbados, Haiti, Trinidad and Tobago, that have sort of close to 80% or above of all of their skilled individuals residing abroad. That's not necessarily, they may have left as children, they may have been educated in the US, but nevertheless, like, imagine what it might look like if all of these individuals, the skilled individuals, were still residing at home. There's some maybe positives to the sending countries who are at this very, very high end of the immigration of high skilled. They may receive remittances from the migrants, they may have networks that are being generated by these migrants, and some of these people may move back over time. In fact, many do. But nevertheless, in the short run, this may not look very optimal for these very high immigration rate countries on the sending side. And even though for every individual, the maximization may seem perfectly rational, they're thinking about their own options, finding the best place to do science, for example. But for the countries, it's definitely not socially optimal to be losing that large of a share of their skilled individuals. Okay, so I have one final one of these sort of descriptive graphs. We're also trying to understand a little bit about the distances that people go. Low-skilled migrants generally move much shorter distances than high-skilled migrants. And so here I'm again looking at sort of a cumulative distribution of low-skilled migrants versus high-skilled migrants. You'll see some sort of big jumps in here. If you look at the darker green line, which is the low-skilled migrants, the big jump there about, it should be distance in kilometers from capital to capital. It's actually the sort of jump is the Mexico to US low-skilled immigration. So maybe, I don't know, if you want to start building walls, there's like whether that's sort of a group that could be walled out. I don't think so. But so some of those big jumps in, again, on the high-skilled distribution side are the China and India high-skilled migrants to the US. So they're moving further distances. The low-skilled migrants generally move to the next country or not too far on average. So high-skilled migrants move more frequently, move further. And then, so most of our papers they're international in scope, but we try to derive some lessons that might be useful for the United States as they think about these policy issues and think about sort of responsibilities in terms of receiving all these high-skilled migrants. So some of the interesting things in the US is that the regional differences in immigrant shares are enormous. We could look at it in many different ways. Just look at the stocks of skilled individuals in counties. We could look at, for example, the rate of entrepreneurship, immigrant entrepreneurship in different parts of the US. In some parts of the US, more than 50% of new firms are founded by immigrant founders. So they're extremely dependent on these immigrants for job creation, for economic growth, for all kinds of things. We argue in the paper that agglomeration effects are a major driver for this. So there's many externalities that agglomeration effects create. So they're important. And we also do think that the competition for global talent is intensifying. And the US, like I said, we're at least winning less than we used to be winning. We used to be winning a bit more. So looks like we may need to worry about at least our image or some of the policies that we use. So immigration policy does matter greatly, and US is having a very hard time coming up with an immigration policy. I think part of the reason may be sort of in this map. So if you look at the darker areas, they are the ones where we have very high concentration of high-skilled migrants. Oftentimes those areas are also very happy to consider more migrants coming into the United States. They're not sort of opposed to having high-skilled migration programs that work, whereas the areas in the middle, the sort of very white-collared areas with almost no international skilled migrants, they might be less prone to being excited about having migration. They're not very dependent on them. They don't see necessarily the benefit of having more skilled migrants and definitely don't see necessarily the benefit of having more less skilled migrants. And here, so the policies matter. So we do have we have neighbors, we have gatekeepers, and so the gatekeepers of high-skilled migration to the United States are no longer just the politicians in DC. You can think about international firms. They have a lot of choices. They can hire skilled individuals in many of their locations. They are often responsible for finding these highly coveted H-1B workers who could migrate to the United States to work here. And universities is another big major gatekeeper. Again, a lot of young individuals see that one way to arrive in the United States to perhaps stay is to get an education here that guarantees you at least some kind of an initial work visa, and sort of these other gatekeepers than just the politicians or immigration policies matter. And like I said, we do have neighbors. I personally witnessed what the H-1B visa system is like. Once we run out of visas for the year, then you're out of luck. No, nothing will get you into the country, even if you have an employer who wants to work for you. Canada happily looks at my paperwork and says that I'm welcome anytime, and sort of I spent a very nice year in Canada. Thank you, Canada. But this is an actual advertisement in Silicon Valley, so they are advertising for people who can't have workers coming under our one and only really sort of mass high-skill immigration program, and welcome to Canada therefore. But I think I'm gonna pretty much make myself out of time, and I would happily talk more about all of the questions that arise here. I didn't have time to talk about the sort of policies related to the brain drain. What do we do in the high sending countries? I'm happy to return to that in the discussion. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Sari and Enrico. This is the last talk of this session. Good afternoon, everyone. And now that we talked a lot about the trends in migration, we'll talk a little bit about why it really matters. And we think it matters for learning. So I'll talk about learning from migrants. An important fact about knowledge is that we know more than what we can tell. Let's say I know how to fix something. It's much easier from a learning perspective and teaching perspective for me to demonstrate to you how to fix it than to write it down in a manual, send it to you online, and you need to figure it out. This is why in organization science, people make this parallel to an iceberg. They say 70 to 80% of our knowledge is tacit, or how we like to call it, it's know-how. Now, the more complex our know-how, our knowledge is, the more important face-to-face interaction becomes, because knowledge moves with great difficulties through codified materials like books and manuals. Now, countries where know-how is scarce have a chicken and egg problem. How do you start producing something if there is no one there to teach you how to do it? And this is where migration starts playing a role. Ricardo likes to say it, and I think most previous speakers said this, that it's easier to move brains than it is to move know-how into brains. And I can twist this saying just a little bit to say that you need to move brains in order to move know-how into other people's brains. So you need to move people from know-how rich to know-how scarce places and integrate them into joint work programs, work projects, in order to facilitate learning from one group to the other. You heard from many of us that we are engaged in projects in many different countries, and we learn tons about migration policies and migration issues in these countries. One thing that we have been doing, we have been looking for natural experiments of migration, both within countries and between countries, and return migration, in order to learn about our question, which is, does know-how diffuse through migration? And I will not do justice to all the work that has been done at CID on this topic, but I've, on this question, selected two cases. One is on return migration from Greece to Albania, and the other one is on return migration from the United States to Mexico. So I'll tell the story the other way around. And then the other, some other countries where we work have a different kind of issue with migration. Here they actually here we have countries where skilled foreign workers come at their doorstep, something like the United States. So do these countries make the best out of it? Do they learn from one another? And here I will talk about two projects, Panama and Saudi Arabia. Miguel Santos already covered pretty well these two countries. I'll summarize some of what we find and put it in the perspective of what I'll say about learning. Just to mention some names, the work on Mexico and United States was done by Dario Diodato and Frank Nefke, who talked this morning. Albania and Greece is joint work with Ricardo. Panama is work, among others, by Luis Espinosa, Ricardo, Juan Obach, where is he? There you are, and Miguel. And Saudi Arabia is led by Tim Cheston, and the work that I'll present will deal with migration is mainly done by Juan. Okay, so the first case is Albania. Albania is a small country on the Mediterranean. It has 2.8 million people about, and very large migrant communities. So the circles that you see here are the countries in which Albania has migration. And I've zoomed in, so I cut out the United States where they also have a large migrant community to show you the big circle in Greece. So in 2008, there were some 600,000 Albanians living and working in Greece. But these things changed very rapidly in 2009 when Greece was hit by the sovereign debt crisis. So what you see on this chart are the unemployment rates for Albanian national and Greek nationals in Greece. And what you see is that although they were very similar until 2009, by 2013 they depart, and the one for Greek nationals reached 27%, but the one for Albanian nationals reached 40%. And this spurred a wave of return migration from Greece to Albania that was estimated at a lower bound of 120,000 Albanians, or 5% of the Albanian labor force. So in 2013, we were already in Albania, and we were pretty worried about this. We were seeing that the economy in Albania was also slowing down, and we were thinking, what are they going to do with this excess labor force that it's returning home? Probably what will happen is that unemployment will go up and wages will go down. And what we saw was not that. What we saw was that return migrants were very different from the people that never migrated from Albania. Return migrants, for instance, were male prime-age workers. They were the breadwinners of the family that went abroad. And when they returned, they turned out to be twice as likely to start a firm than were the non-migrants. So what you see here is the share of entrepreneurs among return migrants, those with and without employees. As you can see, this is larger. This is actually twice larger than the one for non-migrants, and it's only becoming stronger over time. So the result of this was that in the places in which migrants returned, instead of wages going down, they went up, especially for the unskilled non-migrants. And the way this happened was through job creation through entrepreneurship, mainly in the agricultural sector. And they pulled workers from non-participation into participation and from unemployment into employment. So that's Albania. The next case is Mexico. And Mexico, you can see by the asymmetry of the circles that most people that leave Mexico end up in the United States. What you probably don't see, what many of us don't know, because it was a surprise actually for many people I talked to, was that since recently, the number of people returning back to Mexico is larger than the number of people coming from Mexico to the United States. So the dashed line here is the number of people going from Mexico to the United States, and it has been dropping since 2004. And the full line is the number of people returning back to Mexico. And now if you decompose this line into voluntary and forced returns, you will see that most of these returns are actually forced. So again, unfortunate for the migrants, fortunate for us, we have a natural experiment to study what happens back home when large population is forced to go back to the country of origin. And this is where Dario and Frank give a very interesting twist to the research. They look at the industrial specialization of Mexico when they're in Mexico, when they're United States, and when they come back to Mexico. And what they find is that when Mexicans go to the United States, they kind of blend in. They try to, they mimic their specializations, although somewhat different. They mimic the economic structure of the United States. When they go back home, they mimic the economic structure of the United States, not of Mexico. And this is how they cause structural change. And this is the conclusion of Dario and Frank. Also, if you're wondering about the effects on employment, they also don't find negative effects on employment of the non-migrants. As a matter of fact, they find that if you double the returnees in a place and an industry, employment growth increases by 9%. All right, so what Albania and Mexico had in common is that these are countries that are relatively poor. They send their people to richer countries, to say countries that are closer to the technological frontier. Their people learn things that are closer to the technological frontier. When they go back home, they transfer this knowledge. In the case of Panama and Saudi Arabia, we have countries that don't have to send their people abroad because they attract a lot of skilled foreigners at their doorstep. And the question is, are they making the best use of it? So the first case is Panama. What you see here is a map of the Panama Canal Extension Project, which was completed between 2007 and 2016. And in this period, Panama had spectacular growth. And not only growth, but also diversification. It diversified even further into financial and logistics services. And as Miguel spoke this morning, these are very hungry on skilled labor. So in this period, Panama doubled the share of foreign population into Panama from 2.5% to almost 5%. Not very much. But the remarkable thing about this migration is that it came from all over the world. These are all the countries from which Panama attracted people. And if you see what they specialized in, so on this chart, these are occupations, and everything right from the red line, everything right from one means that foreigners specialize in these occupations. So foreigners are overrepresented among managers, among professionals, and among technicians. So again, as Miguel explained, when foreigners come to Panama, they do the high-skilled jobs. So Panama, interestingly, if it wants to maintain the growth into these high-end, sophisticated sectors, it will either have to maintain high level of migration or will have to transfer the knowledge, the know-how from these foreigners to their local people. And is Panama doing this? Not really. So famously, it has this 10% limitation on employment, foreign employment in FDI. Professional visas are very expensive. They're north of $7,000 plus renewal fees. If you're in a foreign company and if you're a foreigner working in a company in Panama and want to switch employer, well, you cannot do this. So if you want to transfer your know-how from one employer to another, you cannot do this because visas are employer specific. and permanent residency is excluded, is not possibility for 3/4 of the countries in the world. And for those for which it is, it's north of $10,000. And the last country that I want to talk about is Saudi Arabia. So Panama has the Panama Canal, Saudi Arabia has oil. However, while we are expecting further growth from the Panama Canal, especially into these complex services, many are working on making this a history. So Saudi Arabia is very aware that it needs to diversify its economic structure, and it's thinking of finding out ways how to do so. Now, we think that it is very well positioned to learn from its skilled migrants, not only skilled, but all sorts of migrants that come into their country. After the United States, actually Saudi Arabia is the second largest hub of international migrants, and currently hosts 10 million people. As Miguel spoke this morning, 83% of the private sector is composed of foreign migrants. Now, if you look at the specialization of these foreign migrants, it's kind of the mirror opposite of what we saw in Panama. So in Panama, these were the occupations in which they specialized. In Saudi Arabia, they specialize in the low-skilled occupations. However, the sheer size of the foreign population in Saudi Arabia means that Saudi Arabia hosts about 70,000 foreign managers, 300,000 foreign professionals, and 500,000 foreign technicians. This is a wealth of know-how that's arriving at the doorstep of Saudi Arabia. And as Miguel nicely explained this morning in much more detail, is Saudi Arabia making the most out of it? We don't think so. The social structure is very stratified, making it difficult for know-how to flow from the foreigners to the domestic people, and not only that, but also from foreigner to foreigner if you happen to be from the wrong country combination. Similar to Panama, it also has employer-specific visa. So if a foreign worker wants to move from, let's say, a foreign firm to a domestic firm, that's not possible. So to conclude, we show that migration is a channel for know-how diffusion from know-how rich to know-how poor places, even if they are GDP-rich places. However, to make full use out of it, they will need to make it easy for people not only to come in, but also to move around among employers, and also integrate and aspire to become permanent residents, or at least, not at least, but also citizens, so that they can invest the full potential that they have in the country in which they work. Thank you very much.
Here, I'll sit here. What?
Did you sit there?
Why don't I sit? I want to sit there?
Yeah, that's what I was.
Is that what I was, okay?
Mm. I think we're in the middle.
So I'm Lant Pritchett. I'm the moderator of the question and answer that follows these three really, really interesting and presentations. I was just reminded the other day by something else of there's a movie called Shine about a concert pianist who has mental illness and descends into insanity. And at one point he is a student and trying to learn to play some extraordinarily difficult piece by Rachmaninoff. And his teacher says, "You'd have to be crazy to play Rachmaninoff." And the student says, "Yes, I know. Am I crazy enough to play Rachmaninoff?" So they're sort of crazy and crazy enough. And I have to say this session overall is pretty crazy. In the sense that if you said, what are the 10 things that are under discussion in your country about how we would promote economic growth? like going out and getting foreigners is not in the top 10. Infrastructure, monetary policy, trade policy, investment, education, I can name tick, tick, tick. Just haven't heard anybody in Peru saying, we got to get us some foreigners. Just not sort of huge on the agenda. And if you look at the political environment of country after country after country, I mean, not to put too fine a point on it, but what's her first name? Le Pen?
Marine.
Marie?
Marine, yeah.
Like, Marie Le Pen, guys. It's like all over the world, like hostility to foreigners politically and its manifestations in politics seems to be on a very sharp upward rather than a very sharp downward trend. So, so we're definitely into something new and different in this session. We're not like repeating the conventional wisdom about the importance of infrastructure or the importance of a stable education system. This is really new and different relative to the conventional wisdom about what promotes development and what promotes country prospects. So I would like to start with 3 questions, and one for each of the panelists, and then we'll throw it open to questions from the audience. I want to start with Enrico. A question, one of the tensions that you kind of mentioned of the kind of let's look at the long-term historical determinants is it's sort of like studying earthquakes. Like nothing happens, and then a lot of stuff happens, and then nothing happens. So, how do you relate the dynamics, which seem to often be very short-term? China's gone from being a desperately poor to a quite rich place in 40 years after 4,000 years of history in which it remained a quite poor place. How do you reconcile these long-term diffusional dynamics with the short-term dynamics of fertility? In Italy, for instance, stayed very, very, very high, very, very long. They were close to France geographically, at least for hundreds of years, where France had replacement fertility, and then all of a sudden fertility, as you know, in Italy just fell off a cliff, more or less. So how do you reconcile the long term with the dynamics? And let me ask all 3 questions. Sarah? Sorry, Sarah. You sort of ended with recommendations for the United States, which kind of as development people, we're not so concerned about.
Yeah, not too.
It should be.
United States is plenty rich. Not that we couldn't be richer, but I think of a Peru or a Tanzania or a Ethiopia. Like if the U.S. is having trouble continuing to attract skilled labor, and there's agglomeration effects, like what would I even imagine doing to attract high-skilled labor to specific industries in countries that want to make progress? So I'm Ethiopia. What would I do to bring the kind of talent that I would need in order to be competitive, in order to make progress, when in some sense not only am I losing Ethiopian talent to the rest, I want to not just lose Ethiopian talent, I want to attract talent, and what would anything from a poor to a middle-income country imagine doing in which you could overcome the disadvantage of agglomeration effects? And maybe it's impossible. Feel free to say, you're screwed. And then finally on just if we could draw a few more lessons about even when you're attracting foreigners, about how you overcome the political obstacles to actually benefiting from the spillover effects. So to some extent, Saudi Arabia has a bunch of spill, but they're not getting any spill over. It's not diffusing. And that a lot seems to be hinged back to political effects. It's like, we're really nervous about having these bodies of foreigners in our body politic, and hence a lot of the restrictions are treating them as if they were an invasion into the body politic, and we have to surround them with an immune system that prevents them. How do you overcome that? Can you overcome that economically without overcoming it politically? Can you really get the economic spillovers of high-skilled labor without actually integrating them into body politic? Thoughts you have on that? So just quick responses.
That's a very, very interesting and deep question. A way to think about it is that it's very, very hard to predict onsets of new phenomena, so where it starts. So the Industrial Revolution started in Britain, but Britain was not the frontier even 200 years ago. Some people might say maybe it was northern Italy or the Flanders, and even before it was China, and even thousands of years ago was in Mesopotamia the frontier. So the frontier changes. And it's very hard because sometimes these are one-time phenomena, and they are overdetermined. There are 1,000 theories of why the Industrial Revolution in Britain rather than somewhere else. So that it changes. So that's very hard. What it's a bit easier, although still challenging, but it's easier once you have a new frontier, then you see how the diffusion spreads, and then you have a long pattern. Now, we find that on average, you can predict reasonably well, of course, on average, statistically, with exceptions. That said, you still have this sudden phenomena. Now, one way that now we are trying to capture some of this, building on the literature on social interactions, is that very often it's social influence. So take the fertility behavior. Until I see, it's not contagion. Contagion, I just see somebody having less children. Oh, I could do the same thing. That's contagion. But sometimes you need social influence. I need to see a critical mass of people that behave that way, that are in my group. So I see a lot of people that I trust or that I interact with that are adopting the new technology or the new behavior, and now they are in favor of democracy. Then suddenly I will join. Once you join, it becomes a cascade. It becomes, and it can happen very quickly. It can happen not even in less a generation. It can happen in a few years. So in that sense, that's still part of the diffusion. But then you have these sudden things. And that makes it fascinating. I think that now more and more economists are using these tools of social interaction, social influence, and now the challenge, of course, is how you measure these things that typically you don't measure in economics, and in order to understand things that we want to explain in economics. So that's where I think, but it's a very interesting dynamic, onset versus diffusion and the speed of diffusion. So I hope that more and more micro work will shed light on that.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So that was a hard question. So I think the first short answer is that I think to some extent many countries are sort of screwed with this because what people are looking for are those sort of high-skilled teams they want to join with high payoffs, and you can't sort of just suddenly form, say, a new Harvard in some place where there wasn't a Harvard before that would attract a lot of that kind of talent. What countries have done and what sort of remote regions in specific countries have done is, for example, they fund somebody to go abroad to get their doctorate and then have an agreement that the person will return for a specified amount of time to their home country before they're allowed to leave again to sort of pay back for the investment that the country makes. So that may work to some extent. But I think the more hopeful thought would be to go back to a little bit what Lübecker was saying. It seems like the skill diffusion that can happen, and it could happen even across international borders. A lot of immigrants carry kind of ties to their home countries, sort of either sort of family ties or other ties, as well as sort of emotional ties. And the knowledge diffusion can happen, and it in fact happens much more readily within people who share the same sort of ancestry, history, whatever. That maybe instead of sort of trying to attract people physically to be there, you could try to attract some of that know-how, some of those networks, some of the stuff that people have. Finland is trying to sort of build some of these networks as well. Nobody's very worried about Finland probably either, but a lot of countries could also think about it more strategically in terms of how can they gain from the migrants who left, who may or may not return, but they're helpful even when they're gone.
But just to follow up, in some sense, the scope of agglomeration economies is very worrisome, because if there's both agglomeration economies and they have broad scope, then even places like Finland that only has 4 million people?
I think we are even up to 6 now.
6, okay.
Yeah.
6 million people. You can imagine maintaining within Finland narrow agglomeration. We're going to have the world's best pottery design. But do you think agglomeration has large scope, or do you think agglomeration has narrow scope?
I think, I agree with you that it's the problem of some of the scope is hard, and it may be hard to overcome, but maybe we have to go back to now what you were saying, that things may change very quickly, so places do gain an advantage sort of sometimes seemingly over all of a sudden, so there are sort of these turnaround cases that were narrow scope and then it can sort of build. So in Finland, for example, Nokia was producing tires, and then all of a sudden they became the leading manufacturing of mobile phones, and they developed a whole network of small companies, huge sort of, from Finland's base scope, agglomeration of joint industries and companies, and actually drew a lot of international talent. Lots of people wanted to work in that industry. So it can happen quickly and sort of need to be strategic.
Hard question as well. I guess one thing that I've seen since I started working at CID and engaging with different countries is that a success of a policy does not only depend on how good the policy was, but how did you tell the narrative around your policy. So on this issue of migration, I recently listened to how Singapore presents its policy of openness to so many migrants and foreign companies. And what they would do, they would openly and generously tell about the foreigners that come to them and the kind of knowledge they brought in. And I was just telling our Sri Lankan partners how they honored the Sri Lankan doctors that work in Singapore, and acknowledging how important this was for all the surgeries that were done and all the health issues that were solved because we have the Sri Lankans in Singapore. So I think the way that we have seen unjustified attack on migration through unjustified narratives, you can put forward these positive narratives to go along with the policy. And probably you know better than anyone else that places actually that have more migration are, even if it's not because they chose to be, even if they're not the hubs of California and Massachusetts, they tend to think better about their migrants, right? It's the places that don't have them, that they haven't experienced them, that are most afraid of them. And this is something maybe we should talk more about.
Okay. Let's throw it open to questions. Have we got a mic, or what are we doing? I don't know. We have a mic, so why don't we start 1, 2, 3, 4 questions, and then we'll start with another round with you.
Hi, I'm Maura O'Neill. I'm at Berkeley. I was with USAID. I have a question about the Mexican workers, if I've understood this correctly. When they return to Mexico, they mimic essentially the U.S. economy and the jobs that they do. So 2 questions. Do you have any data on whether they actually start businesses or whether they just meld into the existing businesses there? And if I read your slide correctly, they increase employment goes up by 9%. Have you calculated at all what the multiplier effect is of those numbers coming back?
Why don't we take all 4? I think it was there and then back there.
Isn't there some sort of a major conflict between the concept of the sense of us and bring more foreigners in? Because the sense of us takes a bit to create culturally, where people share a set of factors with each other, and then bring more people in, the time to absorb them into the culture. So, and how does that conflict can be resolved, and has to be resolved?
I think you presented convincing evidence that moving brains is...
I'm hard of hearing, so if you could stand up and project, I'd appreciate it.
No. I think you made a convincing case. It's easier to move brains than skills, to bring skills into brains. But I'm concerned about the implications for skills formation policies, precisely because I think it's immigration policy is politically difficult to do. And even if all countries were to liberalize migration, I'm not pretty sure that all countries arrive to the same outcome. There would be a self-selection into certain industries and regions. So I think we should not be forgetting about the difficult task of creating the right skills for different industries, for different countries.
And then one last question in this round.
Juan Carlos Zapata from Fundesa in Guatemala, a country that is actually increasing migration towards the U.S., not as you mentioned in the case of Mexico, unfortunately. There are a lot of migrants coming into the U.S., most of them just trying to get jobs at the end of the day. What would you recommend to policymakers in Washington, D.C.? Because at the end of the day, U.S. is increasing economically, demanding more jobs. Guatemala is not creating that many jobs, so there's always going to be people trying to migrate. What would your recommendations be because I know that the political aspects, we know about it, but from the technical point of view. Thank you.
Okay.
One more? Okay.
So why don't we take another round? Because we have 4 on the table, and why don't we handle those 4 and then move on? One very specific on Mexico, one on us versus them, one on skills, and one on U.S. politics.
I could take the one.
Why don't we start from?
Yeah. So I will particularly answer the question on whether bringing people that are different culturally, historically, would bring conflict and political conflict, or in group versus out group. That question. If I have to say, partly the answer as an economist, I would say yes and no. And in fact, if I can advertise my own work again with Rome, something that I didn't mention in the slides, but is very closely related. We have done work on war and relatedness, whether populations that are more closely similar culturally, genetically, historically, are more or less likely to go to war with each other. And we have a new paper on the heterogeneity, the political economy of heterogeneity and conflict. That the bottom line of that is that it depends what you're fighting about. If we are fighting about public goods that we have to share, and if we have different preference about the public good, like this panel itself is a public good. Everybody has to listen to us, whether you like it or not, in this room. So if you don't like us,
there's a lot of cell phones out, actually.
Yeah, well, that is true. But if you want a live discussion, it's us or nothing. So in that sense, if you have diverse preferences about what you should going on here, there could be conflict. And if you could change the channel, if we were a television channel, you could fight over the remote control with somebody different from you. But if it's about rival goods, which if I consume it, you don't consume it. If we have different sandwiches and some are with ham, some with chicken, it's good to have diversity. When we talk about skills, talents, everything that has, that's why with gains from trade, it's all about diversity and the gains from immigration. So there is a trade-off. It's not all one thing. There are cost and benefit from heterogeneity, and they have to be weighed against each other. But very often, you have the most conflict over territory, over things, between populations that are more similar with each other, not less similar. Sometimes by bringing heterogeneity, you reduce conflict. This is also, it depends on what you're fighting about. Sometimes you increase it. So in that sense, I think it's an empirical question, but there is no a priori answer that having more diverse people would necessarily increase political conflict. And also very much depends on how it's framed, of course, political, and how it's used by political entrepreneurs. I mean, that's a whole, so that would be my. And I will let the other members of the panel answer the specific questions about immigrants and Mexicans and so on. That were also very interesting.
So that's very interesting. And I will recommend that you later also speak to Dario, who sits there, because he can give you like the details of the study. So I read his study, so I'll tell you what I know from reading it. They looked into the channel of entrepreneurship, and they didn't find that it's a significant channel. So I think what they're more seeing is that complementarity between the people at home and the new skills coming in. But this is anecdotal evidence. It's more like by reading the news. Something that's happening, it's judging by the news, is that when you make it difficult for American firms to bring the Mexican workers in, they consider moving to Mexico. So, and sometimes these connections, where they choose to go to Mexico, would be based on where the people that worked for them return to. So you may have some decisions that have been made to just follow where your workers went. So if they went to a certain province, you follow them there. So there might be something of that going on, but I don't know how significant that is. And regarding the multiplier effect, I don't think that this was done. If Darius study is similar to the Albanian one, it's difficult to distinguish how many jobs were created because of more demand, because there's just like larger population now in a place, and how many jobs were actually created because of this entrepreneur, creating X number of jobs. So I think there is a little bit of both more demand and also more jobs being created.
Oh, so I'll sort of try to talk about the policy. Although, like, I agree with the people who ask, it is very, very difficult, and I'm like at least a three-handed economist when I start thinking about policy, because it sort of starts to lead you down a path that's very hard to think about. So all countries have obviously some kind of an immigration policy. They don't at all sort of work hand in hand with each other. So I think, sort of trying to even understand what the global immigration policy of the net of immigration policies of all of the countries is doing is, at least for me, it's practically impossible. And the way things work, it certainly doesn't guarantee that every country has a chance of getting some skilled immigrants, or that there's any kind of a perfect distribution of skilled immigrants globally. So I think there's definitely room to try to discuss this, and with the current sort of climate regarding immigration, I don't know if it's a fruitful climate to discuss immigration policy. Maybe it is, because at least there's not a sort of seems to be common agreement that this is a topic that should be discussed. But there's no sort of, I don't see an easy answer to that. In terms of the DC guys and sort of how they're thinking, how they should be thinking, most of the stuff we have worked on is mostly related to skilled immigration, and generally that's sort of the easy one, because it's picking like the Finns say raisins from the bun, and we have most of the studies on skilled immigration show that they have on average positive impacts on the receiving countries, and they don't seem to have any large negative impact even sort of among competing workers. There's a few people who would disagree in specific cases like computer programming. Perhaps we see some of that, but in most cases we sort of think that they generate so many positive externalities that that's sort of an easy one to deal with. But even though the US still doesn't seem to find it very easy, but most other countries would find that the easy part. The hard part is sort of on the less skilled side of migration. So US certainly does have jobs where that labor is highly in demand. Whether stopping low-skilled migration into the US would somehow increase jobs for the American workers is a more complicated question. I don't think it necessarily would, because a lot of the jobs available at the going wage rate, the Americans are not willing to do, so migrants will do the jobs. And then if you then decided that you're going to cut down migration in large quantities, perhaps, you would assume that maybe the wages would have to adjust in order to attract more American workers, but that might also mean that certain sectors would be entirely kind of they wouldn't be even any more competitive to do in the US, but might sort of all move abroad, which may or may not be a bad thing, but it becomes immediately such a complex chain reaction that I'm bad at giving advice to the DC politicians, but my general sense is that making the life of migrants in the US as hard as possible is probably not going to be the best possible answer to anything.
I know I'm moderator, but if I could, I think the us question is the, in some sense, central question, and if I could just say like two things about it. One is a little bit less the United States, but Europe has to solve this problem, because otherwise it dies. Mm-hmm. The fertility transition has been excessively successful.
Yes.
Blame the French. Blame the French.
Yeah. No, not the French. Interestingly, the French France's fertility today.
Oh, no, these days it's okay. No, they started. It's much worse in Italy than in France now.
Exactly. No. I mean, French fertility has roughly what it was in 1870. They got to 2 very early in the state of 2.
No, they started, but they
other countries have dived. But the point is that, you know, to have anything like the current support ratios of retirees to labor force, you need 120 million more workers in the next 35 years in Europe, and what the indigenous production of natives is going to produce is 60 million less. So you need 200 million more labor force aged people in Europe over the next 35 years. So Europe doesn't have an immigration problem, Europe has an integration problem. If Europe can't solve the integration problem, it's really headed for like truly difficult times because it just can't sustain its current way of life with an inverting demographic pyramid. It needs these people much more, as much as they want to come, and yet Europe hasn't defined an usness that's broad enough. And if I could say one other thing about usness is the social construction of usness as national, border-driven is an extraordinarily recent innovation in human history. Like nation as a strong social identifier is maybe a century old, not much more. And so the idea that usness and Venezuelan or Peruvian or American is a strong and historically inevitable usness is, I think, is just not on. And it's going to change in ways that we probably can't predict. And I think having a variety of usnesses within a national border, I think allows the creation of multiple usnesses. So just to give a personal example, I happen to be a Mormon, which is a small Christian denomination that's quite insular in many ways, but half of the Mormons in the world don't live in the United States. So if you look at the political dynamics, Utah is an extremely conservative, you know, Reagan got 76% of the vote in Utah, but Trump got his lowest vote share in Utah of any red state because the whole you just can't have a anti-immigrant sentiment around a religious community that sees a religious usness, right? So again, I think the usness problem has to be solved, but B, I think it's going to be resolved by sooner or later the exclusive association of us with national identity is going to erode in super important ways, but in ways that we probably can't predict. But I think one of the ways it's going to erode is the creation of multiple usnesses and the vision of nations as being collection of usnesses in a bigger us, and then we can tolerate lots of us's. Wow, that was terrible. But so roughly terrible, but roughly accurate. Okay, so we're going to start 1, and then 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we'll take 5 questions this round. So we'll start with the one we had left over. Hi. If everybody could stand up and project, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, I just wanted to know in the studies, how much does the urban design or the quality of cities within these countries correlates with the migration patterns? Because, like, you know, as humans, we like to live in like very nice places. It might be very hard for a country that doesn't have the money or the nice cities to attract talent. So you might want the high skill, but you don't have the quality for the people to say, I'd rather live in Paris than live in Sri Lanka somewhere.
Second question.
It's not. First of all, I want to make a correction. Saudi Arabia does have a way to get a citizenship in Saudi Arabia, although be it in the recent years a bit more strict, but a big portion of Saudi is people with citizenship rather than originally from Saudi Arabia. The question is actually, it's a dilemma that we are facing in Saudi Arabia, which you just pointed out. I mean, the tendency in Saudi Arabia during the boom days, what we call the boom days, was to get unskilled, very low paid workers, and those are composed the bulk of the 10 million that you referred to. And these typically come from the subcontinent and the Far East. and these typically don't speak Arabic or don't, integrate into the society. So generalizing, I'm working these things, but what I'm trying to say is that how to convert that, how to make it a high-skilled job. Today, if you make a policy, you are going to get, by the way, we do some fixing and give permanent residence to some specific groups that have political problems back home or something like that. But generally speaking, how do you do that? I mean, how do you fix that? I don't have the talent that I want to keep. The talent that I want to keep typically leaves Saudi Arabia. They come, get trained, and then they leave because they could have a better prospects elsewhere. That's my question. Thank you.
3?
Yeah, I want to share a few numbers with you that are seldom talked about, probably because we all feel guilty for slavery, and we don't want to put a dollar amount on what is an educated human being worth. In the United States, to bring a child from birth through high school, lower middle class child, minimum education, it cost around $500,000. To bring a child between society and family, to bring a child from birth through Harvard, it cost $1.5 million. And if you want to bring it to a graduate level, it's more like $1.7 million. Exactly what the right weight of an immigration force is, I don't know, and I don't know what is ideal. But let's say the United States imports human capital to the tune of 1.5 million immigrants a year. That is equivalent in terms of social savings for the country to about $1.5 trillion per year of savings. So if you want to push those numbers, you can push them for every country in the world. The fact is that we've been discussing forever whether we should bring $2 trillion of corporate savings that have been stored away outside of the United States in profits that have not been repatriated because people don't want to pay taxes on them. But the immigration flow currently from other countries into the United States is equivalent to $1.5 trillion of savings. So if you want to have growth when you do not have savings, the one way in which you can act, which is the case of the United States, the one way in which you can assure growth rates through human capital savings produced by not having to raise so much human capital, that is the one sure way of doing it.
That's interesting. We had 3 and 4 over there somewhere, so. Oh, 4 is here, 5's there.
I really like the example with the returning migrants from the United States to Mexico and how they bring new culture, new know-how, new capabilities to the country. So I have 2 questions. First, do we distinguish between, why do we distinguish between returning migrants and just immigrants? Because from the economic point of view, they're more or less equivalent. Except, yes, now we've discussed this question of usness. Yes, those are our people who are returning, and those are just, others who come and take our jobs, even though, I don't care if my job is taken by someone returning from my tribe or someone else. That's one. And second, this comes back to the question of importing know-how and institutionalized know-how. Do we distinguish between people who come and work here and who come and teach us to bring new capabilities by teaching it? Because one teacher could substitute 5 people coming and just doing this for us.
Hi, Arturo Jimenez from Colombia. I heard some of you saying, how can poor countries do to attract this type of high-skilled talent? And I was wondering, is it always necessary to have a high-complexity project, like, for example, in Panama City, to bring high-skilled workers to this type of low-income country? high-skilled, high-complexity projects require high-skilled workers. And I believe it will generate higher, different types of innovations inside the cities. Innovations that won't replace work of people with lower types of skills. So that could be one of the solutions. And what other solutions can they have? And another question was, is it a short-term solution? Because when you bring high-skilled workers permanently, you said you started depending on that permanent flow of high-skilled workers. But when there's a political change, like for example in the US, that may stop. So that may be a temporary solution. Does it need to become complemented, for example, with a permanent solution, like actually higher skilled education, when you implement this type of policies? Thank you.
So, may I take make a comment that I think touches on many of the general questions here. A big issue is, how do we take advantage of all these benefits of mobility, of this back and forth? So a big challenge is to attract people to countries that typically don't have a lot of flows. If I go there, how would I be able to come back? Would I be able to keep back and forth? A general theme is national borders. Ideally, as economists, we would like national borders not to be economic barriers, to disentangle national borders from economic barriers. This is traditionally done for trade, where we have the gains from trade. We would like to do it also for people, ideally. But the problem is that my feeling is that if we do it in a way that is perceived by people that have control over national borders, that feel they should be sovereign by the people that vote, and there is no democratic legitimacy about policies that have to do with the national borders, then we have a backlash. We have backlash. Then we have people wanting to build walls and to make national border barriers. In Europe, much more than in the United States, there has been a complete lack of democratic legitimacy perceived by the population about European policies. Migrants come, and sometimes they come on boats in ways that is perceived as not part of a policy, it's just reactive. And then they move across national borders that are being eliminated to create a single market and so on, in ways that the local population perceives as not their decision, and it's not us, right? Going back to the question. So we need democratic legitimacy. Now, and this is about, and it's very often national borders are public goods, and going back to the question, where people do really have conflict. Now, at the same time, a lot of the benefits are huge in the aggregate, but comes with winners and losers, which is traditionally what we do in trade. So how do we compensate the people that might potentially lose from the winners so that the pie is distributed? So the two things are clearly related. So democratic legitimacy, ability to redistribute the benefits, that is really the political challenge. And then, of course, it builds with, it links to the narrative and a lot of the specifics. So this would be, my general comment. But in general, I love the fact of going back and forth. One of my favorite drinks is Caffè Americano in the United States, because it's a Italian interpretation of an American drink that now I can drink in the United States. So I want the back and forth. I would be probably more likely to go back to Italy for a standard period of time if I knew that I could keep back and forth. At some point I had an offer from an Italian university. I said, if I go back, it's irreversible. And I don't want the irreversibility. Still, there are people who went back to Italy, economists like Guido Tabellini and Giavazzi, that have built great institutions like Bocconi, building on this back and forth. So I think there are models, but a lot of this has to be democratically legitimate. And maybe sometime there is to be an understanding that some groups have a legitimate concern about losses, and we shouldn't just despite that, but we should integrate, and so that would be the general comment. But please.
Do you want to speak to the issue of cities and
I was going to say something about that. So the cities, that's actually a very big discussion in economics. So we have this whole idea of amenities mattering, and for highly skilled migrants in particular, I think cities are a big amenity. Like people do want to have nice places to live with, like-minded people to talk to, like nice restaurants to eat at, nice, like all these kinds of stuff. And if you don't have that, again, how do you sort of build, I don't know, a Paris out of nothing? It's not. It is a significant detriment for moving into certain areas of a country and certain countries even. And then so there's a lot on the amenities. I don't think we have resolved the issue by any means. The other question was related to the savings coming from the skilled migrants. I completely agree. I think the high-skilled migrants are the ultimate free lunch. Like that's what everyone wants, the ultimate free lunch, to sort of take something that somebody else paid for, and then good for us for receiving it.
So there were a few things. I'll try to be short on all. Very, very interesting issue on Saudi Arabia. My comments were more on the skilled migrants and the issue of diversification and how you can how integration could bring about more spillovers from the people that are already there to the local economy. But the language issue is really important. So if you have foreigners that come in, they don't speak your language. It has been shown in many studies that this is the first major obstacle to not just integrating, but being productive at all in an economy. And it seems that the United States have been very successful. I don't know whether it's the feature of the language or the availability of teaching. Yeah, I mean, once you learn the language, the social mobility, it increases enormously. And this is something that Europe has been doing wrong with the migration of the 70s and the 80s. And today, for instance, in Germany, it's mandatory for migrants to learn the language for the case they stay in the country. So this is something that that could be arranged, that in free time people learn Arabic, so that if Saudi Arabia needs this mobility upwards, that's made possible. On the issue of whether we should distinguish between migrants and return migrants, not really. I think that a lot of the things that happen, so for instance, what we're seeing in Albania, actually it's happening in the United States. Sari's own research shows that also in the United States, migrants are like twice more likely to start a firm than others are. So a lot of the entrepreneurial patterns we see. But then also, yes, it does matter. And it matters for issue like what we discussed, language. Cultural proximity. We have seen a lot of diaspora connections in China, in Taiwan, in India, in Israel, that technology moves, and this goes back to Enrico's research, that technology moves easier along cultural and ethnical lines than between cultures, for reasons that Enrico explained very much. So some of the behavior is it's common to both migrants and return migrants, and then how you integrate and what kind of activities you engage in depends on some cultural issues.
If I could just address two of the questions that have gone sort of unaddressed. One about, and they both have the same nature of what about skills building in the country and what about the long-term solution of education. I want to make the very negative point that everybody's been trying that for a long time, and I think a lot of reasons are coming up of why that's just not going to work. Because if knowledge is tacit, you really can only transfer it by moving people. And so the idea that, you know, we're going to create, you can create skills training at relatively low levels, but if you don't have somebody in your country who has the skill, you can't bootstrap your way into having the skill, even at the low level. And then second, with agglomeration economies, you can't bootstrap your way into having a lot of people enough that you can do the skill. So low levels of skills, you can talk about skill formation to be masons and skill formation to be plumbers, but you know, if you're going to move into biotech, just the bootstrapping your way into biotech just ain't going to happen. And there's a huge array of industries. The second is the kind of, you look at Colombia, right? I think we haven't been brutally honest enough about the gap in skills. You know, Colombia participates in the PISA exam. the PISA exam, the average OECD country, the student scores 500. And in an OECD country, a student that scored 400 would be borderline placed in remedial instruction. The average score in Colombia is 400, right? And the distribution, the equality in Colombia is actually, it's more equal in its scores, which is terrible. Which means if you took the number of global top 10% Colombians that emerge from the high school system in a given year, you can put them in one room. There just aren't thousands of global top 10% cognitive skill Colombians being produced by the system. So it just, you have to think of ways of complementing that. And then the long run's very long. If you calculate the average pace at which countries are converging in the scores of their children to the OECD, the typical developing country can expect to converge to the average OECD level in about 100 years. So the grandchildren's 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 grandchildren will roughly be at OECD levels of education from which you could think of building the skills base out. So the long run at current paces of progress is very long because, in some sense, countries are very far from producing the raw material out of their education systems that could even become the kind of global high-skill talent. And then, as Sarah pointed out, you're losing lots of those. So I do think these aren't, short-run year or two things. These are an integral part of what a long-run strategy has to address, and it has to be addressed, I think, in a way. I think we've been a little namby-pamby about really owning up to just the massive gaps there are in these areas, and that over-optimistic in the extent to which you can bootstrap your way into a whole bunch of tacit skills. So with that, we will conclude our session. Thank you very much to the speakers.
That's exactly what
Did you just...
Okay, that bell is a bit forlorn, isn't it? Desultory ringing in the distance. But the finishing line is approaching, and our final session is three thinkers on the rise of what we loosely call populism and its potential impact on a sense of us. And I say loosely because it's a tag which has been applied to all sorts of political movements in a wide array of geographies and on very different policy agendas. Chavez, Trump, Le Pen, Erdogan and Putin have all been called populist leaders, and Brexit has been seen by some as suggesting a very British populism. What are the main drivers for this phenomenon? What does it mean for the globalization agenda? And what should we expect moving forward? Our panel is Mark Blythe, Peter Hall, and Eric Bergloff. Mark is a professor of political economy at Brown University. His research focuses on how people cope with uncertainty and randomness, and how randomness impacts complex systems. Peter is Professor of European Studies at Harvard and a co-director at the Canadian Institute for Advanced Research on its program on building successful societies. He's currently working on the political response to economic challenges in post-war Europe and the impact of social institutions on inequalities in population health. And Eric is the director of the Institute of Global Affairs at the London School of Economics, the LSE. Before that, he was chief economist and special advisor to the president of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. So a very high caliber panel. After we've heard from each of them individually, I'll be talking to them about what they've talked about and where they see the future. So this session should end about 4:20, and then we'll have some closing remarks from Ricardo, and then there'll be more drinking for those that want it. But first of all, I'll invite Mark up to... Is it Peter? Yeah. I'm sorry. I've got my directions wrong. Peter, come first.
Thanks very much, Helen. Is my mic turned on and can you hear me? I'm glad you didn't say we have three of what are loosely described as thinkers to discuss populism. All the way around, but that might have been just as accurate. So I'm going to use my 15 minutes. Andy Warhol gave us all 15 minutes of fame, and the organizers have given us 15 minutes to make an opening statement. So I'm going to use my 15 minutes to talk about the rise of populism and to propose 6 theses about populism, which I hope will generate discussion. I'm a scholar of the developed democracies, notably Europe, and although I think that populism is a transnational phenomenon, I think we can clearly see commonalities across Poland, Britain, even the US, Italy, France, in this regard, as Helen suggested, perhaps in Turkey, perhaps in the Philippines, perhaps in Russia as well, although these elastic concepts have the problems that overly elastic socks sometimes have as well. But of course there's also, and I want to emphasize this at the outset because I'm going to talk about commonalities, I want to emphasize that there are nationally distinctive features to each kind of populism. If Tolstoy was alive today, he probably would have said that each nation, every nation is unhappy, but it's unhappy in its own way, and I think there's some truth to that. So here are my 6 theses. First, in most places, there's a hard core of populist supporters of populist causes and candidates, and they're typically drawn from the white or native working class, and they're often, but not always, male and older. But where populist candidates or causes, such as Donald Trump, and I think he qualifies, or the supporters of Brexit, where they win elections, that is invariably on the back of a broad coalition, which assembles groups with diverse motivations. And I think we shouldn't forget this. So remember that 89% of American Republicans voted for Donald Trump. Many of those Republicans disliked Trump intensely, but they disliked Hillary Clinton even more. They wanted to keep the Supreme Court out of her hands, as the Americans here would know. And I think much the same could be said for Brexit. Much the same could be said for the National Front in France. So that's my first thesis. Remember that if we actually wanted to explain electoral outcomes here, we have to go beyond populism and its hardcore to understand that these are politicians who are assembling broad coalitions. Second, I think, and here maybe some of the other commentators will disagree with me, I think that in order to understand the factors that lie behind the resurgence of populism, we need to go beyond this familiar question of, are they economic or are they cultural? Because I think populism is essentially a phenomenon that, in which cultural phenomena intersect with economic phenomena. It's a development with both cultural and economic sources. And we don't yet know how to model this particularly well. These relationships are complicated, they're difficult to estimate, but I think it's clear that both kinds of factors are involved. So support for populist causes in Europe, for instance, is concentrated in regions where people have experienced economic distress, maybe the loss of jobs, in particular economic insecurity. But those populist causes are supported by people who believe that they face cultural threats, whether from immigrants, from Muslims, from the contemporary celebration of a diversity that clashes with their traditional values. And so in some recent work on populism that I've been doing with my colleague Noam Gidron, we find that even after a range of economic factors and demographic factors are controlled, a person's subjective social status influences their support for populist causes. Subjective social status is where people think they stand in the social hierarchy, so to speak. It's measured in the work we do on a social ladder. People are asked to put themselves on a social ladder between 1 and 10. And so as subjective social status declines, support for populist parties grows, even holding economic factors constant. And we think that cultural as well as economic factors feed into this sense of subjective social status. And so this chart, for instance, which takes just 4 countries, we have about 14 in our study, shows you shows you the decline in relative social status among white working class men in these countries. It's sharper in some places, Poland and the UK, than the USA and Sweden, but there is a decline in most of the countries that we examine. And I think, interestingly, the gray figure, the gray line, shows you changes in the subjective social status of women in these countries. In this case, again, working class women with relatively low levels of education, namely their analogs to the men in this sample. And we see that the sense of social status among women rises over this period from 1985, whereas it falls among white working class men. And while I don't think that men's sense of social status has to decline when the social status of women rises, there's some evidence that in some countries there is a relationship there. So although I can't prove it to you today, my own view is that if we want to understand the rise of populism, we should regard economic factors as fundamental, probably at the heart of this, but I think they interact with cultural developments. I think economic distress, for various reasons we could talk about, heightens a sense of cultural threat. That's the second thesis. My third thesis is that the complex roots of populism can and should redirect our attention to the spatial dimensions of politics. So political scientists, I'm a political scientists tend to explain populism. They tend to explain any kind of attitudes or voting behavior in terms of the attributes of individuals, such as their age, their gender, their employment status, and the like. But there's an important spatial dimension to support for populism, I think, rooted in the economic trajectory of regions and sometimes in rates of immigration there. So that individual attributes alone don't explain this outcome. Something about the surrounding community and the social networks in which people are embedded also matters here. As the work of Kathy Kramer and others has shown, there's a way in which she talks about a kind of rural consciousness that develops in parts of the country that is an oppositional consciousness against the elites in the metropole. So even if you haven't personally lost your own job, if lots of people in your locality have, this is likely to affect your attitudes, and it's especially likely to engender cultural attitudes that reflect a kind of us and them approach. And you can see this to some degree in the regionalization, in the regionalization of the vote for Brexit. Where are we here? And I think everybody knows Brexit was resisted in Scotland, it was resisted in Northern Ireland, it was indeed endorsed largely in Wales, notwithstanding the large amount of EU structural funds that goes there. It was resisted strongly in London. It's a highly regionalized phenomenon. And something similar can be seen in the vote for Trump, and you can see something similar in, for populism across Europe. In the work that I've been doing with Gidron, we find that, again, once you control for a vast number of other factors, a place of residence matters to whether you're likely to support populist candidates or not. And it turns out that support for right-wing populists is strongest in the countryside and in small cities, and support for left-wing populists is strongest in the cities. And I think that makes intuitive sense probably to a lot of people here. So I think there's a way in which we need to think about populism in spatial terms, and that has particular resonance for economists and how we think about the economy, if you like. Think about the character of economic development today. It's not altogether distinctive in this regard, but as the developed countries move towards knowledge economies, the cutting edge of economic development tends to cluster in large cities. This chart suggests, shows, I think, that half of US GDP is produced in 30 large countries, 30 large cities in this country. So if economic development and prosperity is moving to the cities, it's not altogether surprising that some kind of resentment that can give rise to populism is more likely to be found in the countryside. And this is worrisome because these patterns of economic development, as I'm sure many people in this room know, are difficult to shift. That's my third thesis. My fourth thesis is it's commonplace today to observe that populism is a revolt against globalization. And in some sense, I think this is true. The policies, the economic developments of a globalized era surely lie behind the resurgence of populism, and I imagine you'll hear more of that this afternoon. But I think this observation is true only in the broadest and vaguest of senses. At the heart of support for populism, I can't prove this, but it's a strong intuition, and maybe in a few months I will prove it. At the heart of support for populism, I think, is the loss of what I would call decent jobs, namely jobs that are relatively well paid, relatively secure. And my reading of economics is that this loss of jobs is only partly, maybe only tangentially related to more open flows of goods, capital, and people across national borders. A lot of it, as I think we all know, has to do with the development of new technologies that require higher levels of skill and eliminate routine jobs. And you can see the US figures here for rates of growth of different kinds of occupations. And this is a point of consequence for those who think about these issues in international development, because many analysts have said that thinking about populism as a revolt against globalization, that this revolt is a reflection of the failure of governments to provide adequate compensation to the losers from globalization. And there's some truth in that too, I think. But what is that compensation meant to be like? If we think of that compensation mainly as a more robust social safety net, better social benefits, our thinking is not going to be adequate to the problem at hand. France has one of the most generous welfare states in the world and one of the most robust populist movements in the world at the moment. It might well elect the next president in a couple of weeks. What these people want is not particularly social assistance. What they want is decent jobs. And this is a telling fact, because it's much easier to expand social benefits than it is to create decent jobs, especially for people with modest or low levels of skills. That's my fourth thesis. Fifth, as I suspect we all know, populism has political as well as economic sources. And I think one of the most striking facts here is that across countries, people who support populist causes and candidates typically say, no one has been listening to me. Typically, they feel that the mainstream political parties have been unresponsive to their problems, to the grievances in their lives. And they're not entirely wrong. As this chart suggests, in Europe, in the OECD countries, the political platforms, not to mention the policies of mainstream parties, have moved. The line to look at is this middle blue line. This is a scale of economic liberalism. Moving up on it, the platforms are more economically liberal in the European sense of the term, that is to say, more free market oriented. And we see through the 1980s a movement towards economic liberalism on the part not just of the right, where there hasn't been that big a movement, but particularly on the left, mainstream parties of the left in particular. So there's been a kind of convergence in party platforms, and I think that's an important background factor for the rise of support for populism in Europe and elsewhere. And if we take that fact seriously, then we can see that populism poses a profound challenge for mainstream parties, whether on the center right or on the center left. In Europe, certainly, and also in this country, mainstream center left and center right parties are coalitions between the working class, the middle class, so to speak. I was just looking at the latest polls for the support for the Conservatives and the Labour Party in Britain. I'm sure you can't imagine why I would be interested in those at the moment. And it's really very striking. Both parties are supported almost evenly by voters drawn from the middle classes, drawn from the working classes. So, but of course what populism does is drive a wedge through the heart of those parties, drive a wedge that potentially can pull apart that coalition, and I think we should all be grateful that probably there are some exceptions to this. If there are politicians in the room, you have my condolences, since this is a very difficult time to deal with it. We can be grateful we're academics. Sixth, and finally, we can ask whether this resurgence of populism is a threat to democracy. And this is a genuinely open question, I think, because although we may not be, I am not particularly enthusiastic about populist candidates and causes, they speak for large segments of the electorate. And there's a way in which they've given a voice to people who feel they haven't had a voice over the last 30 or 40 years. But I do think that populism poses a genuine threat to democracy for three reasons. First, the politics of populism is a politics of friends and enemies. It feeds on a divisive nationalism that undermines the social solidarity and tolerance on which well-functioning democracy depends. Second, I think the scorn that populists evince for experts and their willingness to say almost anything, which is of course not unique to them as politicians, but is, I think, extreme in this regard. Their willingness to say anything, regardless of how true it is, in order to influence their supporters, inflame their supporters, sucks the last vestiges of credibility out of political discussion, like a vacuum sucking air out of a bottle. And I think that will ultimately destroy the already low levels of trust in politicians and in democracy, a trust that's required if democracy is to function. And finally, of course, in countries like Poland and Hungary and Turkey, we're seeing populist leaders dismantle the checks and balances, freedom of the press, an independent judiciary on which well-functioning liberal democracy depends. I think that in long-established democracies, the threat of that is much reduced, but in countries that have moved towards democracy in the post-war years or recent decades, I think those are very real and frightening threats. So there are many issues for us to discuss. I hope I've raised a few that will generate some comments later on. Thanks.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mark. I have a Scottish accent. Does anyone have a problem with that? Here's how you clear into this one. Has anybody seen the film Shrek? Right, watch this, right? Donkey. I have exactly the same accent as Shrek. That's what 26 years in the United States has done me. I've turned into Shrek. All right, let's turn to populism. Time is short, let's get going. Populism is busting out all over, everywhere. In fact, there's so many of them, it's hard to fit them all on the map, so I didn't. I put them here. And over here you have the right-wing version, and over here you have the left-wing version, because there is a left-wing version of it too. It's the right that gets all the attention. Short version of how we get here. Two economic regimes. Basically, over time, the way that capitalist institutions fit together to produce income, wealth, growth, the whole 9 yards. Cold War era was defined by a full employment target. We had national economies. There was no real globalization. Financial markets were restricted. They were locked up in the US in their New Deal box, and there was an equivalent everywhere else. We had COLA contracts, or corporatist bargaining. We had big labor. We had big capital. We had agreements that panned entire economies in terms of wage setting. Inflation control was done through those types of contracts. Nobody had a clue who ran the central bank. There's a lot of information in that, right? And then finally, we had high taxes and transfers, which balanced out the system. Jump forward another 10 years, what we call the neoliberal era, 1980 to 2008. Price stability, not full employment, because the way we think about the economy has radically changed. Target R-star, get the interest rate right. That'll happen automatically if you have enough flexibility in your labor markets. Globalization of product markets, supply chains, and particularly labor markets is very important, because what is labor's ultimate power? The power to hold up capital's profits. The minute you globalize labor markets, you take that power away. You open financial markets, which gives capital mobility a huge boost, whilst restricting labor mobility at the same time. But you make your labor markets flexible domestically, because the two of those things together, globalization and open financial markets, constitute, with independent central banks, your anti-inflationary control mechanism. On the back of this, you cut taxes for everybody who's got anything, and everybody, strangely, knows who runs the central bank. Because rather than being the check cashing agency for the Treasury, which is what it used to be, it's now the most important institution in the world. Two distinct regimes, really. Have a look at this. US corporate profits, 10-year average. You were losing money hand over fist, inflation was killing you. You do a system reset and it comes back up. US inflation, exactly the same thing. That's what was killing your profitability. And then here's the real kicker. Have a look at Treasury yields. Isn't that beautiful? So what ended the first one? Inflation. So inflation destroys faith in paper assets. You had a portfolio of gilts in 1961, you were getting 4% real. It was fantastic. It was safe as houses. The Bank of England, you were making money. By 1971, you destroyed 70% of your clients' money simply by holding it because of inflation. So you needed a system reset. There was your reset. Rise of independent central banks and also neoliberal politics. A completely different software to run on the hardware of capitalism. That system failed. It wasn't bailed, it was restructured politically, argumentatively, intellectually, and sometimes violently. What ended the second regime? Debt and leverage. That regime ended, the neoliberal one, in 2008. Have a look at those numbers, if you can see them. Not even just Iceland's the funny one, 623% of GDP in a single bank. Have a look at Britain. You even have a look at Germany. Deutsche Bank had 86% of GDP as assets, but it was running a 2% capital cushion with 66-to-1 operating leverage on an average Tuesday. It was a giant accident waiting to happen. So what's happened between those two regimes? Well, when you let finance out of the box, it plays one trick and one trick only. The 1970s produced historically high and unprecedentedly high real interest rates. And as they declined over time, precisely because you're integrating capital markets around the world, that real interest rate falls. So how do you make money on a decline in spread? Pump up the leverage. That's the leverage crisis. So you built an incredibly fragile, tightly intertwined, tightly coupled micro market structure across the global financial system. It was just waiting for a crappy mortgage to come along. But this time we bailed it. There was no Reagan, there was no Thatcher, there was no intellectual revolution. Instead, we turned to the central banks and said, please deal with this. And we did. And in doing so, you created a giant liquidity and volatility constraint, which has been holding the system together ever since. Now, do you think that might have something to do with populism? What do you think? Let's have some clues. The red line is bank assets to GDP. Given that banks are essentially a pass-through, I like to call them the plumbing system of capitalism, there's absolutely no reason for them to grow at 3 times the rate of everything else in the house. And yet they did. That's the great levering up that happened because the interest rates are going down and you're building up leverage. Where did it all go? My favorite picture, pre-crisis picture. Can you see this one? Open a cravings account. No, not save up and buy yourself something nice, right? Open a cravings account. That was a $100 million advertising campaign from Citi called Live Richly. Let's just think about that for a minute. Live Richly cravings account, right? So where did all the leverage go? Right into here, here's Euro area consumer credit from 96 to 2017, which is a 300% increase. And here's US consumer credit, which basically does exactly the same. Wow, we're loading up our personal balance sheets like no tomorrow. That must be because we're all expecting huge wage growth in the future to do intertemporal consumption smoothing, like we all learned in school, right? Yeah, except there's no wage growth. So what you've been doing is filling in the gap that wages haven't actually allowed you to do. So you lever up on the expectation of future wage growth, but there's no future wage growth, so you continue to lever up. And when the system becomes fragile and goes bang, then you bail the system. And when you bail that system, what you're doing is bailing the creditors and doing an intergenerational and interclass put option on everybody else known as the taxpayer. This panel here is the most interesting one. The black line is the OECD average wage share, wage to capital ratio, beta in Picari's terms. And that's at its all-time high, 1970s, because of inflation. That's where it is now. That's 2011. It's down to about here. It's not going anywhere. Now, if wages are related to productivity, which obviously they are because bankers get paid so much because they're so productive, right? Then have a look at the different panel growths, because what you find is 2008 to 2016, productivity has collapsed. So if that is your main hope, that we're going to become more productive, then wages really aren't going anywhere. Now, what happens when you bail out this massively levered system in 2008? The first thing is, public debt to GDP goes through the roof. Because basically you've taken private sector debt and socialized it and dumped it on the public balance sheet. Shh, don't tell the children, but that's really what we did, right? Here's the really surprising bit, however. Despite $13 trillion in central bank intervention directly on a cash basis, despite bailing the cost of the recession, despite the build-up in debt, despite $13 trillion in long-dated assets being issued since 2008, which are negative yielding, setting the long end of the curve globally, there's no bloody inflation anywhere. Now, this little pike up at the end, this is what Brussels is getting excited about just now. Don't worry, populism's gone, growth is back. Really? Watch this. Here's a problem. The 1970s was noise, it wasn't signal. Everything that we learned, me too, everybody in this room, generalized from the wrong part of the distribution. I'll show you why. This is the best graph in the world. I had to smuggle this out of the Japanese Prime Minister's office. It's fantastic. The Bank of Japan made this. That's why it's all in Japanese. I didn't write this. So what have you got here? You've got global real interest rates since 1350. Dutch perpetual bond, high, 10%, 8%, etc. What happens here? The Italians show up. They create secondary markets in debt. So once you get intermediation in debt markets, what happens? You've got a secondary market, so the rates go down. So then it starts to join up, and you join up those markets, and slowly but surely, what's the long-run real rate of interest for the global economy? Between 1.5% and 2%. So you get to the 1970s, and you've got 13.9 on treasuries. You've got gilts at 14.2. It's a crisis. It really is it's a crisis for profitability. It's a crisis for functioning capitalism. We did a system reset on that, and we thought, never again to inflation. Well, there's the end of that series. Go back to there, this bit here, right? That's going nowhere. And here's the policy rate since 1980, the big four. That's going nowhere. So your long run rate of growth is 2. Your long run rate of inflation is 1. Get used to it. Now, what does this do with populism? Add all this together and you get populism. People's debts are too high, their wages are too low, and their inflation's too low to eat away any of the debt. The left response is to blame capital and globalization, and the right response is to blame immigrants and globalization. As they say in Scotland, same shit, different smell. The results of this are creditor-debtor standoffs played out in party politics. The losers are actually the creditor classes who got bailed in 2008. The real value of debt goes up, but your ability to collect goes down. Big problem. Why is that? Well, those political parties that were identified with building that order, of which New Labour in Britain is the most emblematic. Think of Mandelson's line that says, I have absolutely no problem with people getting disturbingly rich so long as they pay lots of taxes. And then we get to redistribute, which is fine, but your entire model is completely fractured. I mean, it's based upon nothing but leverage, right? I mean, it's got to go. That's not a sustainable model. So those parties which abandon their core constituents on the left in favour of this trade-off with basically finance, get hammered at the polls because they're correctly identified as basically shorting their own constituents. And they move to the middle sometimes takes them, but sometimes doesn't like them, so their vote share gets squeezed. What do you see on the right? Well, they're the winners. Can't pay, don't pay, will vote. And there you get nationalist right parties. And think of the discourse they all have in common. Taking back control. Renationalizing markets. Globalization has been bad for us. Anti-trade, anti-euro, and crucially the one difference, anti-immigrant. You want to see how this affects left parties? Have a look at this. This is Matthew Gooden's work on this. This is the average vote for left parties. Pretty solid. And then basically you get up to the financial crisis and it falls right off a cliff. Here is social democracy at the polls today. When I went to graduate school, these guys, the Swedish SAP, they could honestly take a dead Labrador, stick a red rosette on it, put it in soda mom and get a majority of 40,000. Today, they can't get 25% of the vote. They're all dying. So your left's dying because your populists of both the left and the right are eating that part of the vote share. Your centre parties are still holding ground, as Merkel is showing, but at the cost of the left being unable to move in with any other types of policies. So you have pro-creditor alliances locked in place, central banks pumping endless amounts of money into the system as a forced liquidity and volatility constraint, and there's no solution at the end to the fundamental problem, which is essentially that beta, the capital labour ratio, has gotten out of whack and there's no way to redistribute back, precisely for the reasons that Peter talked about. Last slide on this one, and then I'll stop. There's the predicted probabilities basically for the latest poll versus the last election. As you can see, we correctly got the fact that the Danish People's Party were going to lose. I like the fact that the Dutch are smart enough not to vote for someone who looks like Willy Wonka's evil twin. But the French is still something to worry about. And run this one out a little bit longer. Go to Italy. Go to any place in Europe where the real fault line is. The minute someone says, let's have a referendum on the euro, something happens. Everybody who doesn't have rocks on their head wants a German bank account. And as that money floods into those deposit institutions, and those deposit institutions are already paying at negative rates, it becomes catastrophic for them. The only thing that can happen at that time is basically the finance ministry, under Dr. Schäuble, incredibly unlikely, issues tons of boons to basically sterilize the flows, which would be awesome for Europe and they're not good, but that's never going to happen. So what you'll do instead is you have to put up capital controls. The minute you put up capital controls in that zone, you have blown up the euro. It is that fragile. So populism, as Peter said, is a threat to democracy, but it's also a huge economic threat because that's 40% of world GDP in that area, and it's had a crappy 10 years. It's resting on very fragile market foundations and has been held together by a liquidity constraint and volatility constraint. So you know what? Things suck. Thank you.
That was great.
Is it working? Yeah, great. Yeah, that's a hard act to follow. And I'm not only referring to his fantastic accent or dialect. Thank you, I really enjoyed that. So I was asked to say something about a relatively new form of populism, or a new area where populism has spread. Of course, populism is an age-old game, and when I grew up, it was really a sport dominated by Latin America. But you know, we have some new players. Russia in the basically mid-noughties. So I think if you look at what Putin did in the first Putin administration, was not really populist. There was genuine economic reform and massive improvements in material living standards and so on. But something happened in the second Putin administration. But maybe, and I can draw very much on where Peter ended. Peter ended with this image of Orban and Kaczynski, and I think that's what I'm going to focus on. How could this happen? So it's really about less about Russia. We can come back to Russia in the discussion. But it's more about Central Europe. How could these countries that had made this transition into democracy and functioning market economies, how could they turn in this direction? And I think I'm not the only one who asks that question. So what I'm going to argue is that this is really a tale of two crises. It's the crisis of the initial transitional recession, and it's the crisis that came after the global financial crisis. I'm going to focus on sort of an economic perspective on this, and I'm not at all claiming that economics can exhaust this. I'm also going to approach it more from a policy maker's perspective, because I haven't really done a lot of personal research on this, but I have some data that I think can probably help you think about what happened in Central Europe. So I'm going to provide some observations, and then I'm going to try to end with sort of a framework for how to think about this, at least as an economist. So here we have the two crises. So the initial transitional recession, this is just Central Europe and the Baltics, but if you took the former Soviet space, you would see that this transitional recession was much deeper and much longer than this shows. And the second one were more or less the same, I would say, for both Central Europe and the former Soviet Union. So let me focus first on the transitional recession. So I'm going to rely here on data that when I was at the EBRD, we were fortunate enough to build this data set. It was one of the first things that I managed to do, was to build a survey that combines a household survey and an attitudinal survey. And this is the kind of things you can't really do anywhere else than in these international financial institutions. We had 36,000 interviews with households and individuals in households. So it has been running for 3 rounds, and the timing of those fits very nicely with the story that I would like to tell. So basically what they showed, and the first round showed, was that people in Eastern Europe were much unhappier than people in Western Europe, but particularly they were much unhappier than people in other countries at similar levels of GDP. And I think what we observed about unhappiness or life satisfaction or dissatisfaction in these countries is really a precursor of what was to come later on. There were some elements there that were inspiring and gave hope. Was that, unlike in Western Europe, most people said that our children would do better than we did. And so there was some sense that things were moving in the right direction. That's probably not so true any longer, and I'll show that later on. So there's a very good paper by Sergei Gurev and Katya Zhuravskaya that tries to explain this first round of observations of the Life in Transition survey. They're using also some other data. But what's interesting is that they basically can explain most of this from 2 level effects and 2 shocks. So the level of GDP and the level of public services, not very surprising, but the 2 shocks are quite important. And so it's the volatility in GDP. So people don't like insecurity very much, and that will be a core thread through what I want to say. And the other one, which is sort of related, but it's a shock to human capital. So a lot of human capital that was valuable under socialism suddenly does not become valuable. With a fundamental change of relative prices and depreciation for various skills and so on. And so those four effects together explain basically all the countries. Hungary is actually the only country that really doesn't well explain. So that's all I was going to say about the transitional recession. Come to the global financial crisis. So the global financial crisis, of course, started elsewhere, and it hit with a little bit of a lag, but very little lag, because they were financially very integrated into the Western European banking system in particular, and also had built up a lot of trade dependency. And here are just some sort of measures that we could get from this Life in Transition survey. So what was the responses of households to this drop in consumption? Well, they reduced staple foods to a much greater extent than people did in Western Europe. They reduced consumption of luxury goods, a little bit more than people in Western Europe. But maybe what's most striking, and really what struck me when looking at this data, is people skipped hospital visits, and they deliberately economized on managing their health, and of course they delayed payments, which is maybe less surprising. So the shocks were approximately the same size, but they had very different impact on people's households. And why is that? Well, first of all, the sort of initial shocks, because of these vulnerability of these systems, the job losses, bankruptcies, and wage reductions and so on were greater. These official safety nets were not really around, so you couldn't fall back on unemployment insurance, or at least to much less extent than in Western Europe. The informal borrowing was quite widespread and effective, but it was widespread, but it was less effective and quite costly. And of course, a lot of countries had also very large borrowings in foreign exchange by the household sector, particularly for mortgages. So that was something that really hit the household. So what were the impact on attitudes? Well, here's attitudes towards democracy. I agree this is, there are a lot of issues around asking that question, but over time, maybe comparisons are still somewhat meaningful. And what you see here is comparing now the 2006 and the 2010 rounds of the Life in Transition survey. You see that in the 2006, there was a bit more support for democracy in the Western Balkans and in Turkey than in the new EU members, and a bit more in the new EU members than in the former CIS. But if you look what happened to 2010, massive drop particularly in the new EU members, and a significant drop also in the Western Balkans and Turkey, while in the CIS and Georgia and Mongolia, you actually saw an increase in support for democracy. Here is support for markets. Again, we can have all kinds of questions about what that kind of question really tells you, but again, comparing over time, you see massive fall in support of markets in new EU members. You see in the Western Balkans a little bit of support, but in CIS, Georgia and Mongolia, actually an increase in support for markets. So what can explain this? Well, basically there are three key drivers. The first one is that basically the new EU countries were hit harder than former CIS, because they were more integrated in the world economy, both financially and through trade. That's not so hard to understand. But maybe more interesting, those countries that had a very deep crisis in the early 90s, this long and very deep transitional recession that most countries in the former Soviet Union experienced, they actually view this as a smaller crisis. So there was some kind of shock resistance or resilience in these households. The third one, though, is I think also quite important to understand if you want to talk about populism, is that people, when they saw this shock and they saw this deterioration in the economic conditions, they said, you know, what kind of systems do we have? Well, the countries that were most advanced in terms of introducing markets and democracy, they blamed the markets for not having a job or, you know, for not being able to pay your bills. They blamed the markets, while people who lived in former Soviet Union, in Georgia and Mongolia and so on, they said, actually, we don't have enough markets. This is actually the responsibility of those state institutions that still play such an important role. So I think this is you're starting to begin to see a story here that could emerge. So this was comparing the 2006 and 2010 round. So the next round was in 2014. And now we had a little bit more information that we can use, which were sort of health related. And one thing that really hits you when you look at this data is that it's not only about perceptions, it's very much about things that are real. So if you look at the kind of transition cohort, people who are born around the beginning of transition, they today are 1 centimeter shorter than those that were born before and after. And that's essentially the same effect as you get from living in a conflict zone. So these people actually went through something very real, and that we should not forget that it happened. When you look at life satisfaction, these countries have now caught up with what you would expect given their level of income. And, but what you also see is that more than half of the population in these countries has not seen a closing of the gap to Western Europe. So yes, some people, you can see maybe here, this is how different percentile or in the income distribution has done since 1989. And you can see people at the top distribution, so those people who earn the most, they have benefited tremendously from, or very significantly. So they have had earnings increases of 100%, while when you look at those at the bottom, they have done much worse. And if you look at the period, the first period that we looked at, 1999 to 1996, you can see that they basically all lost, and all percentiles lost in that period. So it was a very significant impact. Here you have Russia, actually. In Russia, it's interesting, the scales on the vertical axis are different now, because so before it was slightly close to 100%. Here you can see the best, the highest percentile, or the highest decile, they have almost increased by 200%. So that shows you something of what happened in Russia, which is different from what was happening. Here's another way of showing this. So let me finalize or end the story with a paper that I think is the best paper in economics on this topic. It's a paper by Luigi Giso and a couple, or actually 3 co-authors. And what they try to understand is the demand and supply of populism. And you'll see in a minute why I think this is highly relevant for the story I've been trying to tell. So populism, the way they see it, and this may be a very narrow economist-like way of thinking about populism, but I think it captures quite a lot. So basically what they say populism is about. It's about providing short-term protection against globalization, against all kinds of economic shocks, independent of the long-term effects for the economy. So again, very narrow perhaps, but I think it captures quite a lot still of what populism is about. And most of the paper is about the demand for populism. And what they show, quite convincingly, that you can explain a lot of the demand for populism from basically 2 things. One is the direct effect that comes from a decline in economic security. So again, this volatility in economic conditions, and the drop in the trust in political parties. But there's also this indirect effect, which is often confused with sort of a cultural effect, but it's actually, also there's a strong economics interpretation, which is the indirect effect actually of the fall in security or economic insecurity drives also the trust in political parties. So when you take those things together, you can actually explain a lot of the demand for populism as we have seen it. This is, again, actually, this is data mostly for Western Europe. And then they look at supplier protectionism, and they say, so when do we see populist parties emerging? Well, it's when these demand accumulates over time. It takes, often there's a lag. And I think this lag, we saw it in Eastern Europe, we have seen it in Western Europe, and we're seeing it now in the United States. But in which countries is it most likely to show up? Well, according to the data that they are using, it's in countries that have weak checks and balances and where political fragmentation is high. And going back to Peter's last slide, I think that's exactly my concern, and what drove my interest in these issues is that the institutions in these countries are much weaker, much more fragile. The political spectrum is very fragmented. Political parties are very weak, and the checks and balances are extremely weak, and we see that already now that they are being even weakened more by this. So let me summarize. So all that I have to say really comes out of these two serious shocks. They affected life satisfaction and attitudes, like trust, attitudes to democracy, attitudes to market. But they also affected real things, like health and height, for example, of people. They fed populists with a lag, as I think we observed elsewhere, but that was certainly true in Eastern Europe. And demand for populism came from a decline in economic security and trust in parties. And all this could also be, all this decline in trust in parties also emanated from this increased volatility, increased insecurity economically. Finally, the supply for populism came in countries with weak checks and balances and political fragmentation. And when you look around now, that's exactly the countries we're talking about, the countries that have, in a sense, changed the most, but have where the institutions are most fragile. Thank you very much.
Okay. Come on, men. So what a very cheering thing to end on. We can all go into a bright new future. Thank you very much. That was absolutely fascinating and incredibly rich. And because we haven't got loads of time, I'm going to ask a few simple questions and then open it up, because I suspect there are people who want to ask you things that will be at least as coherent as what I'm going to ask. But I just want to talk a little bit about the theme that runs through it, particularly with yours, Mark, taking back control. I mean, you've done an economic analysis where the idea that anyone has any control is redundant. And I liked very much the idea that economics actually fits with culture. It's not a simple thing. No. So in my country, I was one of the few people who did predict Brexit because I got out of London a lot. Yeah. And as a consequence, it was stunning. We never met anyone we knew and loved who was voting Remain. Not our working class friends, not our middle class friends, not our arty friends. And when you said to them, why are you voting to leave? They said things like, enough is enough. And when you said you mean enough peace and prosperity since the Second World War, they'd look at you a little bit baffled. But there was a whole thing about a sense of it all galloping away and no one listening or being aware of what it was like to be on the receiving end. So for each of you, what do you think is the key, the most salient fact in the lack of control people have? Because it's clearly profound and, from what you've all argued, really quite really based. Do you want to start, Mark?
Sure. Little anecdata on this one. There's a guy called Anand Menon who was running around the country in Britain before Brexit saying, don't do it, don't do it. And he was giving a talk up north by Sunderland and Newcastle. and he was talking about how you would lose GDP. And someone from the audience shouted, "Your GDP." No, on the one hand, it's ridiculous, right? But on the other hand, from a felt life experience, right? Yeah, you might generate GDP, but it all ends up in London.
Yeah.
Right? So what is this to me? I'm losing it anyway. One way to think about Trump, right? And this is Nassim Taleb, so I'm going to credit him for this one. Trump is what happens when you eat McDonald's for 10 years. So why do we eat McDonald's when we travel on highways?
Because it's cheap.
No, because there's no downside to a McDonald's. It's very hard to get a bad McDonald's. It's always the safe choice. But if you eat it for a long time, then you get sick, right? And you get fed up of it and you wonder why it's the only thing on the menu. So think about this in politics. You're only being offered McDonald's. This is what political parties do. But you know that somewhere in the capital somebody's eating lobster thermidor. Or at least you hear about this. Yeah. And that generates those types of dissociations in terms of the way the economy is performing. And I think Peter's point's particularly important here, that when people want a decent job, they don't want more social protection. They want a decent job. A decent job and a decent wage is control over your life, control over your circumstances. And political parties have failed to do this. And one of the singular failures of the centre-left has been, we'll just give you more social protection. We don't want that. We want to take back control. And I think that's how that gets felt.
Yeah, and when you were talking, Peter, I thought of a very highly sentimental interview that was done on the New York Times podcast, which is normally very good, and this was toe curling. They even put sentimental music on it because they interviewed a real worker, a miner, I don't know if anyone else heard it, and who was actually dying of black lung. Incredibly interesting, thoughtful man. But the thing that stood out was when Peter Spolaore? I can't remember his name. He said, but Hillary was offering all these millions to make up for the loss of your jobs. And he just said, I don't want a handout. I want to work. And this misjudgment, now the brave reporter would have then said, but those jobs aren't ever really coming back. But he didn't, he backed off it. So I just wondered how you thought that, the social, cultural and economic pierces men in particular, because that's what struck me about your crafts.
Well, I think that the watchword here could be opportunity. And indeed, if there's any political force that's going to be capable of responding effectively to this populist resentment, it's probably going to be one that offers some kind of credible opportunity. If you look at the exit polls for Brexit in your country, you see that one of the questions that most separates those who voted to remain from those who voted to leave is a question about, do you think life will be better for your children or not? And in point of fact, those who voted to leave, of course, by something like 25% more, thought, no, life will be worse for my children than it is for me. Now, there is a corollary to that, which is we're all very interested in the extent to which rising inequality lies behind populism. And I think in some broad sense it probably does. But I think the evidence is beginning to show us that what people care about is not how much Bill Gates is earning. They might care about the lobster thermidor. It sounds good to me. But what they really care about is their own life circumstances. Are those getting better? Can they expect them to get better or not? And so the economic fact that I think is important in many of these countries is not the rising incomes of the top 1%. It's the stagnating incomes at the median or below.
Do you think, as experts, we've all understood that enough? I was talking to someone who was chair of one of the big statistical organisations in the UK, and because the stats sort of suggested steadiness, I mean stagnation is another word for steadiness, there was an assumption that people were all right, and yet clearly there was this emotional turmoil going on underneath. I wondered, Eric, the extent to which your comparative studies will help us understand kind of how you even begin to address that emotional turmoil. We spent a whole day talking about a sense of us, and we started the day by saying a lot of it starts with emotion rather than rationality. This is a funny combination of rational external circumstances and the emotion that they generate, which can be different for different groups.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe just coming back to something you said earlier and connects to what Mark was saying, is that when I look at, the kind of narrative that came out of reforms in this country, it was so disconnected from the reality that people were experiencing. I think it's that dissonance that really drove what you have seen later. And the other aspect that I didn't bring out, which comes out of the 2014 round of the Life in Transition survey, is that people no longer expect their children to have a better life than they did. And I think the combination of these two, this kind of fundamental disconnect and the sense that we're not going anywhere, and I think those together is what I see is the root of populism in
It's interesting, it provokes anger, isn't it?
Yeah,
because we heard from somebody yesterday who talked about Palestinians in Israel, where because they have no hope of making any difference, they don't actually engage in confrontation. Palestinians in Palestine do, but in the Palestinian territories do. But the anger doesn't appear to, from all your analysis, to be something that we have robust enough institutions to deal with. I mean, is that what you are saying, effectively?
Well, I think Peter was saying, I think I really share that perspective, that at least if you look at Europe, I think the institutions in Western Europe have capacity to deal with it. I mean, it's not that we are not, we are in a very difficult point in time, I think, and certainly living in the UK, I think this is certainly true. But I don't we face the same existential threat that we see in Eastern Europe. Well, look at what's happening in Hungary now. Look what's happening in Poland.
Romania.
These are, and where you can close down universities and with impunity. I mean, this is just.
But it's kind of they know all about that. They've done it for such a long time. This could turn out just to be a blip in those countries, couldn't it? This sort of democratic.
No, I think is a very dangerous.
No, I'm not arguing for it. I'm just saying.
Yes, but I think we should be careful because there were all kinds of kind of stereotypes of how these countries were and what their history was and so on. I think this things did fundamentally change. It's just that what was achieved turned out to be very fragile. I mean, we should recognize that these countries have had an economic and political development in a short space of time. I don't think we have seen anywhere before in history that when you have this combined political and economic transformation, they did achieve something remarkable, and now they're standing there fundamentally dissatisfied and with some sense of what did we get out of this?
Yeah.
This is
it is interesting what you say. It's a good corrective to me, because in Romania they've had public service broadcasting that defended democratic freedoms and independent journalism. It survived the Nazis, it survived the communists, and the current government is about to destroy it, which tells you a great deal about what's going on in those countries. But the institute, you said right, Peter, you said you were nervous about the institutions in the West, and they're going to be buttered about, but you kind of suggested they were resilient. In my country, if you have no proper opposition, our system is built without a constitution on a kind of oppositional politics that keeps the checks of the government in place. If the middle ground does disappear, what happens to those kinds of institutions?
Well, I think the bigger threat none of us know, right?
Yeah.
And also, if Le Pen loses in May, we'll all breathe a big sigh of relief.
She'll come back.
If the Democrats retake the American Congress in 2 years, we'll all breathe a big sigh of relief. And there are ways in which we might be overinflating the current politics of the current juncture. But I think that the big threat in the West is really the collapse, and Mark referred to this, the collapse of existing political parties. Eric just mentioned that one of the weaknesses in East Central Europe is the weakness and fragmentation of political parties there. Well, we shouldn't look on that too smugly, because I think what we might well be seeing in the West is something very similar. And in the face of the social and economic challenges the world confronts at the moment, we need decisive governance. We need effective governance. Pierre Mendès France, the French Prime Minister, famously once said, "To govern is to choose." Well, highly fragmented coalition governments have great difficulty doing that. And it's there that I think in the Western countries, including this country, the real dangers lie.
Most of the European countries are built on coalitions. I mean, it's the nature of their representation
Yes.
one way or another, including Germany, actually.
If I can just jump in this. The French election tells us, forthcoming French election is very interesting. So let's suppose that everyone breathes a sigh of relief. You know, they're a family business. They're not going anywhere. They're coming. They'll be back. But apropos what I was saying, let's assume this is structural rather than cyclical. This has been a long time in the making, and it's beginning to pop up now. So what we expect to happen in the second round is that everyone from the French Catholic right to the French Communist left gets out of bed on a Sunday, links arms in arms, forgets the fact that they hate each other, and forms a giant blocking coalition to elect someone who used to be a banker. That's got Brexit written all over it as far as I'm concerned. So the turnout variable becomes critical. But let's suppose we get away with that. What we're doing is we're reducing democracy to a blocking coalition for against the only people who have a positive vision for change. Now, you may not like the populist vision, but many people do. It's popular. And it says stuff is wrong, and this is what it is, and we need to fix it. And in a sense, we, the centrists, have lost the narrative. Because what exactly is our vision of the future? What exactly is the thing that's going to make life better for those coming after us? We can't deal with climate change. We can't deal with bickering amongst ourselves. We can't do anything with wage growth, income inequality. We don't know what happened to the economy. We bail ourselves out. Why should they have any faith in us? So unless we get our act together and say, actually, we understand what's going on, then this is going to be a permanent feature. And at some point, they're going to win something serious.
Views on that before we all jump off a cliff?
Or at least a call to arms.
Call to arms. That's not what academics do.
Scottish ones do.
I know they do. Any questions on this incredibly interesting, slightly anxiety-inducing subject? Yes. Could you tell us who you are?
Yes, Suman Berry. I'm associated with Bruegel in Europe. I wanted to go back to Peter and the focus on men, and to some extent the focus on manufacturing. You know, a film that captured some of this angst was The Full Monty, which was about the feminization of work, the move to a service economy. So do we have any survey evidence on how women, who after all are a large part of the electorate, sort of participate in these populist movements?
Yes, we have some evidence on that. I mean, the evidence in general isn't very good because this is, as all the comments suggested, this is a dynamic movement, and what we've got is sort of cross-sectional surveys for the most part to look at it. And it's difficult to generalize, but across Europe, men tend to support populist parties more than women. That's far more true in some countries, say in the Brexit case, than it is in other countries, say in France, where the Front National is supported by women as well as men, and of course it's led by a woman, and also it assembles large numbers of young people who support the Front National in France in a way that we did not see in the Brexit case. So there are important national differences. I think that in many places where women are less supportive of populist parties, they're reacting against a machismo that is very evident in many of them, and in particular in this country. I think we should remember, though, that although the emphasis has been on the loss of manufacturing jobs, there are many kinds of jobs that are being lost, and a lot of people are unhappy because they have service sector jobs, but they don't have full-time work, or they don't have much security. They're on temporary contracts, moving into out of work. So the problem is far from a problem that has to do with the decline in manufacturing in the West, which has been going on for 60 years. It has to do with more general economic circumstances, and those affect women as much as they do men. I think, though, finally, if you look at, if you think back to my slide where we look at how do people's sense of their own social standing change over the last 30 years, I think the fact that women's sense of social standing has generally risen. In fact, it's declined among men and it's risen among women, and we see a convergence in many countries. In fact, I think all 14 countries that we look at. Well, a lot of that has to do with women moving into employment. There's a way in which the lives of many women have become better over the last 30 years, at the same time as the lives and the traditional sense of their lives of men has declined. That doesn't produce a monolithic effect. It's not as if all the men in this room resent the fact that there are now women in this room. I rather enjoy it and would rather see more of them. But it does produce some effects. There's some evidence, it's very spotty evidence, but there is some evidence that low-educated white men resent the movement of women into occupations that are of higher standing and higher pay than their own. There is some evidence to that effect, especially in this country.
If I could just be permitted one follow-up. I mean, Bob Wright in the first Clinton administration drew attention to stagnating wages. So, I mean, is it too far-fetched to say that it was the capture of the Democrats by the Clinton regime that has got us where we are?
No, I don't. Well, my own view is that that would not be the case, but I will say one thing about that, which is, although I think it's reasonable to think that there's a Say's law of populism such that demand for it produces a supply, I think we should remember that support for populist candidates is not simply a bottom-up phenomenon generated by socioeconomic change. Like everything else in politics, it is to some extent manufactured from the top. And there are ways in which, and this of course renders the dynamic particularly complicated and also particularly worrisome, because there's a way in which once you've let that genie out of the bottle and produced a powerful message that many people come to accept about nationalism and anti-immigration and the like, that in turn generates further demand. So this is a case in which supply also is a component of the demand.
I mean, just to make the banal but important point that you've made, the clue is in the title. Populism is popular. It becomes popular, and it can be further kind of nurtured by those who choose to take that particular course. Thank you very much. That was incredibly interesting. And I think Ricardo is now going to... Thank you. Yes, we'll have a round of applause. We'll take one. Let's stay here. And Ricardo, we're going to hear from you now to sum up. We're just going to sit here and clap you from behind.
Let me just hold this so as to just have something to put this on. Well, I've enjoyed myself enormously these last, whatever it is, 28 hours or so. I think I've learned a ton. We started by understanding that, when we look at human history in the long run, there's this increasing scope for cooperation. These humans are living in broader and broader, more global, more encompassing environments, and humans need to develop this sense of belonging to this thing that they are surrounded by. So they need to adapt and adjust their sense of us. It used to be that we lived in communities that were very homogeneous in terms of language, race, religion, and so on. And through the course of history, we started to interact more, live in denser places, more populations, more diverse populations. And that history has always put some tension of this expanding sense of us, the need for a deeper sense of us because we share more things. We share, the educational curriculum, the tax system, the pension system, a lot of things that we sort of have to kind of agree on. And that has always in human history been a source of tension in the development of a shared sense of us. Now, I think that history teaches us that tolerance to diversity is one of the critical differences between more successful and less successful societies. I don't know what is a counterfactual to Spain not having kicked out the Jews and the Muslims, right? Then, Philip II wanted to make sure that Holland was Catholic. He put all the gold of the Americas plus the debt with Italian bankers, wasted it all, but the moment he lost the war, say in 1618, was the start of the Dutch golden era, precisely because it was the place where the greatest diversity was, because it was a tolerant place that allowed that to happen. We have the history of the French kicking out the Huguenots, and we know the incredible transformation that happened to the places that absorbed those Huguenots, right? We have the city of Boston. Now, I don't know what you associate with the city of Boston, but at the high level, this was a city that was ruled by something that they call here the Boston Brahmins, which were WASPs. But then the politics changed to the Irish and the Italians. But if you look a little bit deeper into the city of Boston is an important place for Colombians. And not for any Colombians, but for Paisas. And not for any Paisas, but from the town of Don Matias, right? And if you go to East Boston, you'll find some people who speak English. It's an important place for Brazil. There's a community here that came from Minas Gerais. It's an important place for Cape Verde. There are more people from Cape Verde living in Boston than in Cape Verde. It's an important city for the Armenian diaspora. It's an important city for the Ethiopian diaspora. It's an important city for many diasporas. And, I have found out about all of these diasporas because I use Uber. So tolerance to diversity is something that is very cultural, and it is, in my mind, somewhat affected by the mental representations we make about our predicament, how we interpret the world we live in. And that depends a little bit on the founding myths. And I don't know how weird it would be. I wanted to cite it, but what does the Statue of Liberty say at the bottom? So send me the wretched of the world.
You're saying you're tired and huddled masses.
Yeah. So it was this idea that there was something fantastic about humans, that if you give them freedom, if you give them the ability to do, they will create things that are valuable and they're great. So and that we're a society of migrants, and the U.S. was created as an incredible levels of immigration and diversity. So, if I were a Panamanian, and Ivan Sarak is the Vice Minister of Finance of Panama, I would try to transform the fact that there are all these foreigners trying to come into my country as a deep source of pride. We are this fantastic place that there are all these people trying to come in. Imagine how great a society we've been able to build, and how great is the contribution that they can make us so that it becomes even better. And we should all realize that the world doesn't have enough data to falsify a scapegoat hypothesis, right? So, Trump has said many things that are sort of like patently false, and it doesn't really matter, right? But the belief that the problem in the U.S. is the problem of migrants, that we live in a spectacularly high terrorist risk, that we cannot let any refugees in because of the slight probability that if one of them becomes a terrorist, it would nullify any of our other values and so on. So our capacity to interpret the world, to believe things about the world, is not as constrained by facts as we wish it was, right? Not far from here, a few miles north is the city of Salem, which is famous for having burned a bunch of poor old women in the belief that they were really burning the devil and not a human being because they had been possessed by the devil and so on. So now, the dangerous things about populism that we just discussed is a little bit in what are those representations that people are making about the world they live in. And at least you failed to mention Venezuela in the list. I felt a little bit excluded, so. But in my intuition about sort of like the populist representation is that there is a people, fairly homogeneous people, good people, suffering people. And then there are the enemies of the people, the guys who are benefiting from the sorrow and the pain of the people. And these guys are evil people who are hurting the people. And what we need is the hero of the people, the Führer of the people. And we need to empower that Führer with a capacity to beat the evils. But the evil people have invented something that is called democracy, checks and balances, rule of law, these kinds of things that prevent the will of the people to be implemented. So democracy is in fact a ruse by the elite to screw us, right? And that's in some sense the discourse. And in order to make that discourse true, you have to be a little bit on the post-truth world. Still, I find that an open question is not how are you able to express people's disappointment with the past. The question soon enough is going to be how effective you are at delivering on people's aspirations. Now, interestingly enough, Hitler, between 1933 and 1939, or 1933 and 1941, was super successful in delivering jobs, lower unemployment, recovery, and military victories left and right and so on. So sometimes they're super successful. In the case of Chavez, he sort of like timed himself well to profit from a spectacular rise in the price of oil. So people saw the delivery of the goods. The question is, repeal and replace. It seems that there was more. It's not that there was just homogeneous people out there, but some were young, some were old, some were sick, etc. And that it was not just get out of the evil people and let's solve the problem. So I wanted to respond to a couple of questions that were raised. One by Arby. Where's Arby? He says, is it not a problem to increase the heterogeneity of society if we allow foreigners in and so on? Will it not make us even harder for us to achieve some kind of moral, some cohesion in the sense of us? And my response is that, it may make your political life harder in some dimensions depending on your mental representation of what's happening. But the cost of not doing that is huge. The cost of not doing that is just huge. That the difference for most of the developing world is not that they have exhausted the technological possibilities of the world and now there's no more progress. It's that if they adopted half of the technologies that are out there in the world, their incomes per capita would go up by multiples. And the only way that those technologies are going to flow in is in some sense if we let people in or if we mix with people. For example, one of the secrets of Panama, right? You have, there's a canal. It's obviously there's a lot of trade going to be there. Who are communities that have a history of trading? Well, the Lebanese and the Jews and the Palestinians. And where's a place where the Lebanese and the Jews and so on are overrepresented and do a lot of business among themselves and so on? Panama. And it is part of the secret of Panama to have been open to the establishment and the growth and the flourishment of those communities in that country. There was a question in the previous session on what can countries do to attract talent, given that, as Lant was saying, that there's agglomeration and so on, so they're likely to lose out in the attraction of talent. As they say in Venezuela, whenever we hit bottom, we start digging, right? So the question is not what are you going to do to attract talent. First, start by what are you doing to prevent talent from flowing in. In the case of Sri Lanka, for example, we visited a bunch of firms. And every firm we visited had a foreigner that didn't come from India. Okay? Now, the percentage of the ratio of foreigners in Sri Lanka who do not come from India, Indians represent 1% of the population. Foreigners who do not come from India in Sri Lanka represent 1 out of 10,000. But they are super, super overrepresented in that sliver of firms that export. And they're not letting them in. So stop preventing them from coming in, and then we talk about how do you attract more talent. But they're not letting them in out of an activist policy, not about, it's not that they fail to attract them. Okay, so I think we have tried, we've stumbled. It was not our plan. We stumbled into the idea that given the way we are thinking about technology and its reliance on know-how and the difficulty of moving know-how and so on, that as we worked on different countries, Panama, Mexico, Sri Lanka, Albania, South Africa, and so on, that this issue of coming up with a shared sense of us, a narrative of who we are, how we deal with the rest of the world, what our aspirations are, in some way was creating unnecessary obstacles to growth and development. So I'm super happy with the way all these panels and discussions added on each other, and I feel that I've learned a ton from this experience. So I wanted to, first of all, thank Helen for a brilliant. I wanted to thank all the speakers and that in all the panels that I think made incredible contributions and that summarized a ton of research and thought in too short a time, but in spectacular ways. I want to thank the MasterCard Foundation and Lindsay Wallace. Where's Lindsay? For supporting this. So she's. I would like to thank the CID team, the team we put together to organize the GEM, to organize the Global Empowerment Meeting led by Andrea Hayes, and Douglas Barrios, there he is, and all the CID team. If I can ask you just to stand up to say hello. And we had also CID student ambassadors helping us out in that process. And we use this as a disciplining device for us to try to organize an annual event where we try to put our thoughts, our progress together. This is number 9, is it? Number 9. So and it's a way of creating also a network of people in academia, in multilaterals, in business, in NGOs, in the donor community, to present them our ideas, to to hear back responses, to explore ways of engaging in different ways. So there's plenty of ways to remain involved with us. We have an active website and mailing list that is run by Chuck McKinney. Where's Chuck? There is Chuck. And you can follow what we write and publish and so on. You can come back to GEM next year if you've enjoyed your time this year. You can engage us in your countries of origin. We have deep ties with many countries that over the years we have worked on. It's not impolite to say that none of this thing happens because there's manna falling from heaven. So we have support from significant donors that have helped us. We have the founding members of the Atlas. We have BBVA. We have the Copel Group. We have Alejandro Santo Domingo and others. So if you think that the things that we do are something that you would like to support, we wouldn't mind to accept your support. And finally, I would just want to say that the mission of the center is really what drives us. We can make the world a better place, and we plan to make the world a better place by developing the ideas that can help us think through the problems so that we can achieve that mission. And that's what generates the energy. That's what I feel is the energy in the room. And that's why I hope very much to see you next year. Thank you very much.
That was great. Thank you. Really good.